Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Ascension number 7 playoffs begin today. It's going to be the first round, and we have 3, not 4, but 3 quarterfinals here. Mesk, that is 3.
That is 3. And you know what? You can 3 while you 3, 3, and 3 while 3.
That's right.
And don't forget 3.
You can't forget 3. It's impossible, as the chat has already discovered on their own. Now, the thing here is that we could be seeing a 3-0, but our first quarterfinal is indeed neblime versus Btyb. We've talked about this before when we were breaking things down, but actually you weren't here for the playoffs draw, Mesk. You were actually going back to sleep. You said it was the fastest you've ever fallen asleep after group stage. So how are you today?
Yeah, that was, it's been rough. I think things are sort of a little bit stable. I've been trying to work on Apex and other stuff like that, trying to catch up. And it's been too hard to push my sleep. So at that point, it was just like, yeah, I was dying. It was like, I mean, I could have stayed there, but I would have been even more of a zombie than I already am. So I noticed that neblime took to the stage and is now popular and hyper successful and has a girlfriend and a car and a house and all the other things the Canadian government said you should have at the age of 18. So good for him.
There it is. Yeah, there is a viral tweet that went around the block some time ago. I think it was many years ago now, but for some reason I feel like it was just yesterday. That's how the things go on the internet. But it was basically like I stopped playing games years ago, and now I drive my own car and have my own house. Y'all are pathetic, lol. That was a good.
Yeah, well, this is actually literally what they told me straight up front when I was applying for disability when I hit 18.
Nice.
As they're just like, oh, by the way, like you literally should have all these things. It's like,
yeah.
Obviously, you are eligible because you don't have these things.
Yeah.
So,
well, maybe if you were in the 50s,
it was interesting,
and the economy hadn't flatlined and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But
basically.
Today, it's time for the old dog, the old dad, to teach neblime some new tricks, I think, because we have, obviously, Btyb taking to the stage. And this is a rematch from the same group. You know, you were there. You saw neblime get defeated by Solarians. But you I gotta be honest with you, Mesk. Things are a little bit different now, right? We've got the pick ban in front of us, and neblime did veto Sideshow as his second ban. So I don't think we're gonna see the same kind of antics. He's told me before, even though he likes playing Sideshow better than some of the other maps, he thinks that it's worse for Terran. And maybe that was sort of what was going on.
The most wallable map is the worst for Terran.
Yeah.
There's some interesting trivia for you.
That's right. So, yeah, it's interesting. We opened the series on Derelict, so that'll be fun. But let's take a moment to talk a little bit, I think a little bit more in detail about neblime specifically. One of the things that I always look at when it comes to this man is the fact that he is in the upside down land, and he does play at strange times, but that has given him the opportunity to practice a lot, despite the time zone difficulties. He's practiced with people like Hupsaiya, with iSarCasm just yesterday, I think prior to their match, actually, and maybe a little bit afterwards as well. So he's kind of red hot in that respect, and I did seed him first. I think he is, not necessarily the only favorite or the by far and away favorite to take the tournament, but he was the one to bring Mystery Meat close a number of times. And I think when you also factor in group performance, you can't necessarily say Hamster, the second place of the last tournament, is the main guy to look at. I would just say, looking at neblime, it feels like he's studied up and really changed his tune as far as his gameplay goes. And now we get to see him. This should be a comfortable move past of Btyb if he's going to try to cement that from my standpoint. If he drops a map here, that would be a little bit of a, I wonder what's going on really here. But as of right now, I have to say he's my favorite to take the whole thing, even if it's only by a narrow margin. What do you think?
I cannot see him neblime losing unless Btyb gets out his belt like a real dad should. The dad should always be prepared and willing to use the belt liberally. And especially when somebody who lives literally like on the ceiling starts getting uppity, you got to get out the belt.
You got to, and the belt in this case is cheese. It's raw, unfiltered cheese.
Yeah. I mean, neblime. Whenever I see him posting replays, it's some like ridiculous string of them.
Yes,
and it's just like, yeah, he's there. It's like I'm there while he's there. I see him spamming. Sometimes I think about it. One time I did play against him, and it was just as traumatic as I really expected. I don't know, like, it's like, there are definitely, like, weaknesses in his play that I've seen, and I could even see when I was playing against him, but it's like, I'm not going to be able to capitalize on them. I think someone like Hupsaiya might be able to capitalize on them when they've got a higher, degree of familiarity with the project, and of course Mystery Meat as well. But they kind of meant like it's like each player has little nuances that I can see the different shades in their playstyle. It's like, oh, okay, so this could have been done better, or maybe that wasn't like the right decision, or this could have been executed better a little bit. I talked a lot about the money management specifically and really specific breakpoints. And but to actually be able to capitalize on these things takes you to have equivalent or better execution on top of recognizing that that's what's going on in the game. It's one thing to, be able to see it, and it's not to actually be able to do anything about it. And sometimes you can do something about it. Like you watch those games of me against 3 Crow where it's like, I did not get destroyed early on with the Zerg, and it's just like I just choked it out, and it's just kind of like I recognized it because at that point that was before the Solarians really came into the matchups. And then, I mean, if you watch and I hope you cast that Terran replay, you can just have a 20-minute talk about coffee or something. But that's just one of those cases where it's like that there's something you can do. I lift off a Daedala and just fly it on the reverse side of the map, past where all of his units are, and go through the middle, and then all the way onto the other world, amongst all these other things. And it's like, that things are going to be lax, and I can capitalize on it. But that's because our skill levels are fairly close.
Right.
When I see, like, when we're looking at matchups like this, it's like, okay, so if Btyb is really, really good, and like the mid and late game, he can probably punish Neblime's, like, floating money, or being, like, a little overly aggressive in some cases or whatever. But it's like, okay, so now Btyb has to never do any of the million things that he also does wrong. So it's like, it's a tall order, right? Like, sometimes this coincidentally can happen, but I think the gap is just too massive. And a part of that is really just Neblime gets in the games, gets in the time, and has shored up a lot of those weaknesses that he had later on. It's not just that the playstyle is adapting, it's that, the game knowledge and stuff like that, and the intimate muscle memory of everything that's going on is increasing substantially. Meanwhile, Btyb is getting whipped by his kids and by work and all this other stuff. And if that possibility is there for him to ascend to Neblime's skill level, which I think, honestly, across my decades of dealing with players and modders alike, I would say that like 1 out of 50 people out of any given sample has the potential of reaching to the play heights of Neblime and the similar players. 1 out of 50 have the potential. Fewer yet will be able to get it because it takes an actual practice regime. I don't think that means it's impossible for Btyb to take matches of him. I think it'll come down to cheese, but at the same time, especially because Neblime's current playstyle is very early aggro, it's going to be really, really hard to cheese him.
Yes. Yeah. And that's a good enough time as any to talk a little bit about Btyb himself. His cheeses were legendary. The fact that he managed to kill Sipiak with a scribe pull and just take him out and like one worker mining the whole time, that was ridiculous. But again, this is not a Protoss versus Zerg. This is a Protoss versus Terran. And Neblime has just been opening the patented double stockade build every time. The only time it served him wrong was when he did indeed have that ill-fated Sideshow match against Btyb. So that's at least a template. You can kind of follow that. But we're seeing, one of the narratives in this tournament, I was thinking about this last night. Like, what are the narratives going on in Ascension number 7? Well, one of them is this is kind of the last call for the class 2s of the tournament, right? The second-rate players in that sense, which, it's just you look at the results and you see the play and you think, okay, well, last time we had, Keen and the Beaver also in playoffs. This time around they've been weeded out, and Keen clearly has mechanics, mind you, but I group him in with the Beaver in that sense because it's just a situation where he doesn't have the game knowledge. He doesn't have the practice, exactly like what we're talking about with Btyb.
And especially worth mentioning again that he was sick that time. Yeah. I watched, I skimmed through some of those matches. I watched especially the Keen and Hupsaiya ones. Yes. Because I was curious how those went.
I think he just wanted out.
Hupsaiya's last matches are just to be 6-pulled over and over.
Yeah, he just wanted out.
Yeah,
man.
It was obvious Keen was just like, I gotta end this.
Yeah, so
he
had managed to make one macro game happen, and then he was just like, all right, I'm gonna pass out, so let's just do this.
Yeah, and so it was like, that's the situation sometimes with these players. It is like, it's not just their skill levels, but it's also like the time isn't good for them on top of it.
Yeah.
And that kind of like, I think as you get more and more and more into seeing the same people against each other over and over and over again, like we have been for the last ever since Ascension began, but even before that in the Fraud Nights, is you will see that other people, like let's say like Btyb, for example, with their high octane lifestyle of just constantly running around on fire as it is.
Yeah.
Actually being able to sit down and settle down into this can be really difficult.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think Btyb's done fairly well given
absolutely
going on. But neblime is just like that. The stability of how he's able to perform on top of what appears to be his environmental stability just seems to be much higher. And like 90% of the time I play, I am either really, really tired, really, really distracted, really, really stressed out, some combination of all the above. I don't think there's ever been a time I've actually been able to play this where I have not been completely zonked out on something going on. And that affects your play tremendously.
Sure,
so you can't really get into the game. It's easier in like a best out of 5. Because the first match and the first 2 matches can be kind of a throwaway. That was kind of my case with Shambler way back. Where the first 2 matches for me were just not vibing. Wasn't getting the vibes in. But in the later matches, I did a lot better, and that's in part. And I mean, you kind of saw that too when we played a whole bunch of games. It was like 2 a.m. for you. And
I was ready to go to bed.
Even when you took the game seriously, I was able to draw out the game for a really long time. And half the way I played in that game, I've never played before. I've never done drop intensive tearing before. That's like in the neblime style. I literally never did that before and never did that then. But that was at the point I finally started to warm up to the game and finally started to remember things, right?
Yeah. So you get that activation in a longer set, and maybe that can be an avenue in for Btyb. But the converse thing I would say is like you got to watch out on the mental. And I feel like Btyb might have already thought to himself, this is over before it started, you know? Because
it's also
when this draw happened, neblime was like, I can't believe you're making me do this. I can't believe you're making me put him down. And he like even pings him and says, let's get this over with like a sad face. And it's like, dude, even your opponent is like sad to be here beating you. Like, what kind of psychological warfare is going on here? Unintentionally, as far as I can tell. Neblime seems like a very positive person overall. But just that alone is like...
I just thought that. I had a good look.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing, though. This is very different than group stages.
Yes.
I think it's actually harder to perform in group stages. Because you can leave that zone going between a match into a match that you spectate.
Right.
So let's say you drop a round that's very close.
Yeah.
And then there's another round between the winner and somebody else, and then it's you.
Yeah.
That leapfrog, depending on the person, the state of mind, and the other factors, can push you out of the zone. And it can be harder to perform in a group stage. Or it could help. So for some people, I imagine it helps them perform better.
Yes.
Where they have
Slightly
that break
different
period, right?
Yeah,
like if they're tilting or whatever, right?
Like
if Hupsaiya was tilting from whatever happened against, like let's say like Hamster. No, it was Shambler.
It was Shambler in the
I was
group
thinking
D,
Zergs. It's like, how many Zergs do we have now? I was thinking, we actually have a lot of Zergs now. No, it was Shambler. I was thinking, if he's tilting against Shambler, and then Shambler goes against Keen for like 30 minutes, then that gives him a chance to cool off, right? Like that can be the case for someone like Btyb too, who then might get frustrated, and then, you know, they might do something else. So I don't have enough of a beat on all the players to the point where I can get that. I think some people do get kind of tilted.
Yeah.
But for the group performance is where I would be sus. Because, especially like in neblime's case, I think he can really needle into the matchup in the actual best of 5.
Sure.
And that's why I say it's going to be really unlikely that Btyb takes a match off of him, is because I think that, I feel like if neblime's going to drop a match, it'll be the first match.
Yeah. Or some, there will be an earlier match. Yeah. I mean, the one time he dropped against 3 Crow, it was the third match, actually. It was backs against the wall. Somehow 3 Crow.
It was when he finally took out the Solarians because he didn't do that beforehand, right?
Yeah.
So neblime totally caught off guard by it.
Yeah.
And that actually kind of worked against him, because I think if he did that early on, maybe wouldn't have worked. He would have been way more guarded the whole set.
Because you saw how he played on the final map on Infinite Velocity, the original version of that map, right? And it's like, oh, damn.
Yeah, he became ultra conscious.
Yeah.
And really, really slow.
Yeah.
And that can also be, like, that can work against you. If someone really, like, macros hard against you, and they're able to turn that around because you're being really slow to actually close the match. Like, I think I've dropped, like, one match in that circumstance, and I think that was against Shambler. And that was a match for some reason where I didn't really feel it later on. Like, I was too frustrated for whatever reason.
Oh, I see.
But in most cases, I'm not going to have an issue with that. But other players, they crack under the pressure very easily.
Right.
So I don't think Btyb is going to do that. I don't think Btyb is a tier 3 endgame kind of player.
No, he wants to end it as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So this could be a blazing fast, series, regardless of how many wins either player ends up getting, just based on the fact that, Btyb wants to try to pressure early. But neblime has this pressure strat with a double stockade, and it's almost like it neutralizes the one thing that Btyb can do. That's my preview anyway, and we are going to start on Derelict, so it's a handshake match.
I think back to your matches.
Mm-hmm.
Remember those silly matches where you played against Btyb with the proxy circuit and everything?
Yeah.
His unit control early on is not the best.
Right.
And if he goes like hyper aggro against a hyper aggro neblime, I think neblime comes out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. That could be the case, right? Because neblime has that multitasking kind of down pat from his Brood War days in general, right? So, yeah, I think it's interesting. I think we've probably set our pieces on this set. We are going to start on Derelict. Are you ready, Mask, to get this series underway?
I am ready. I am downing this pot of coffee faster than my sister downed a whole bunch of people 30 years older than her.
Got him. And we're in, ladies and gentlemen. It is Btyb in the bottom left as the Protoss. It is neblime in the top right as the Terran. We are on Derelict.
Look at that delicious, delicious production queue on the top. We're finally living in the 2010s, boys!
Let's do it. Let's go. We love that.
Now, that is not a proxy pylon. Imagine my shock.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't know. Btyb might just consign himself to this and be like, yeah, I don't really want to cheese it. But if the matches do go lightning fast without him cheesing, I think he's going to cheese.
I think he is probably going to cheese. I mean, he did leave a comment on the Goofy video. By the way, 500 APM to 30. He did leave a comment on the Goofy video of me versus It Depends, and he said that he thinks that the best place for Protoss production structures is your enemy's base. So I feel like that could
He's not wrong.
show up in this set, but he's going to be going gate first, and there is a stockade on the way. I, again, do not be surprised if neblime throws down another one. This is his bag of tricks, pretty much, and a little bit of light harassment here. Neblime is going to be victim of that.
This is dirty here. I mean, I remember Hupsaiya saying he really liked warp gates, and that was like his favorite thing about Protoss. And I was thinking, you can have warp gates. Just put all your buildings inside the enemy's base.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the same thing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You may have started the next meta here. I really like that tickle there, though. That tickle, he was actually just like investing literally everything he had into that. It was
so
forcing neblime to pull that worker off. It was pretty funny. Yeah, it is going to be double stockade.
Yeah.
And the middle harvesting there has begun.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, this is his map. Btyb knows he's seen plenty of matches on it. He's happy to have it in the competitive pool. And he's going to try to make use of it. But there's already a Maverick waypointed directly there. Look at that. Yeah. Neblime with a heads-up play.
Look at this. This sussy.
He's going to stim right on top of it. The reaction time not there from Btyb. He's going to do a little bit of tickle damage. There you go. Get a couple hits on. Why not? And Neblime, he's not going to send that low HP Maverick. He's going to take one of his infinite Masons and repair it. He's not going to leave his boy out to dry. Meanwhile, the Dracoden...
Yeah, well, especially when it's against Protoss, where it's like early Dracoden pressure can be difficult to deal with nothing but Mavericks. And having that like 1 or 2 shots of worth of HP can make differences at this point in the match. Yeah.
Yeah, one additional scribe hit would have actually got him down to being 2-shot by Dracodens, but as it currently stands, we're going to be seeing a second gateway out of Btyb. I'm not 100% sure what his plan is exactly, because it looks like Neblime's going to wait for the Vestry move out, get at least one Hurakan on the front line, and see if he can just run down his opponent. Now, if Btyb takes and holds like the high ground position that he's sort of posturing for, that can obviously help him out quite a bit. But as of right now, Neblime just checking his corners here, crossing his T's, dotting his I's. He checked actually for to the left of his main proxy, even after zoning away the scribe. So he was very concerned about that.
Certain.
Yeah. So now he's just going to go ahead and check 12 o'clock, make sure there's no shenanigans afoot, because he kind of understands his victory condition here, right? It's as long as he doesn't die to something silly and cheesy in the early game, he can probably win. He can probably make it across the map.
Btyb has brought over 2 more scribes in the middle to harvest from that, so he really wants that geyser specifically, and not even the ridge.
Yes,
so
he wants
I think
that
there's going to be a
extra
tech rush here.
Yeah. And hey, it's not a bad idea. If you're going to go a 1-base tech rush, I mean, the only problem is you're not going to have a great economy. But you know your opponent is likely going to go for an expansion at some point. Now, we haven't seen that tendency just yet from neblime, but he is banking a decent amount of minerals at this point. He does have a Mason on the front line. It looks like he's going to invest first into an anchor. Yeah, he's got a couple of Hurricanes up there as well. And yeah, okay, it looks like this Maverick is not going to get a scout off. But it confirms more gateway investment, so at the very least, neblime knows that it's not like, okay, you only have a couple of units posturing here. The Hurricanes are going to go in for a flank. It looks like he's going to try to move in and step on this set of Dracodons, but I'm a little bit worried about the units that are coming in from the high ground. It looks like they're not going to turn and fight Ahmed. Now they will. But definitely a little bit of an awkward catch here, and he does need to watch out. He stands to lose a lot of Dracodons here as the Mavericks stem up forward.
Yeah, Btyb really struggled there. He only lost two, yeah. But it does force him out of that choke point. There was also a threat of Ahmed just charging for his base, to be honest. Btyb is almost at 400 gas here. So
yeah. He's also not really producing workers,
banking.
Right? So
he's banking for something here. He's really banking up. I don't think it's going to be Solarians. I think it's going to be like either a Synod or straight into like Templar Archives or something like that.
Yeah, that could be the case. I am a little bit concerned for our Btyb here. He has sent another worker to get gas, but his mineral income is so low, and now he's had to let his gateway go dark back in the main.
I don't know. You know, he's at 550. I think it was going to be the Archives. It would have come out. You know, what if it starts off?
Dude, what if?
I was just saying it straight.
You know what? He could actually. That could be a thing. Oh, it's an Argosy. Okay. So he's just going to go straight for Solarians right ahead. Honestly,
I think he was maybe thinking of that.
If he did go for the monument, I mean, it would have hit like 2-3 minutes from now, and there is a drop coming, and he has got nothing at home. So I don't know if it would have really worked out exactly, but here's a proxy pylon as well. He's not guarding the top, right? So he has no idea if the drop is moving out, and it is going to go that way with 6 Hurricanes and 2 Clerics. Unfortunately...
I think if you see neblime sitting here doing nothing, you have to just assume he's dropping you. Like, that's just what he does.
Yeah. Well, he might get the Argosy kill, too, if you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I've seen Argosies and Arnett Authority has done Ahmed too many times.
Yep.
And I have a feeling it's coming again.
I mean, he's got nothing. The gateways are not blinking. He's got the 1 Warden.
Listen, he's got 2 Clerics in there. This can even end the game.
He's actually withdrawn the workers from the middle of the map for some reason.
He's going for the expansion.
You know what? This is the best case scenario. This is the best case scenario. Absolutely.
Yeah.
His gateways are still not doing anything. He is going to withdraw the Dracodons, and the high ground anchor with Cyprians in it is going to dismantle that Warden on the front.
Tickle.
He's going to try to drill. One of the Hurricanes has already gotten down. It looks like they're busy trying to attack the Warden right now.
They're actually getting stuck on them. Yeah. They're trying to attack the Warden, and they're actually dying.
Wow, that's actually surprisingly good hold here from Btyb.
That worked out really well for Btyb.
He lost 2 workers total. Like, that could have been so much worse.
Other than the fact he pulled every single unit over there.
Yeah, he didn't even need it. His Solarian is on the way. He gets the minerals from the canceled Nexus. He puts it directly into his Solarian. So in about 30 seconds or so, it should be, heading its way over here. So, all right.
So, I mean, sometimes the control isn't, like, that's one of the things I've noticed with neblime is sometimes the control isn't there. And that was kind of the case for that.
Yeah, I wonder what he was doing in the middle of that.
Turned around and roasted the workers.
Yeah. Because he could have done so much more
have a little bit of focus fire. At least to give Ahmed a path to the Warden. Because a lot of them couldn't get to the Warden. They were blocked. And that really, fumbled that attack. So, there's little odds and ends there. But it's how do you turn this into an advantage? Well, in Btyb's case, that means that he's still in the game for one, because that could have been absolutely devastating. And that means he's also got a Solarian out. So,
yeah, he could start dismantling the anchor on the high ground. And, he still has a decent number of Dracodons, which can be deadly to the limited number of units neblime has. He's banking in the face of the Argosy already blinking that he scouted with his Trojan. Surely, he definitely saw it. It's right next to the Nexus, after all. He is going to bank for tier 2. So, there's a timer here.
This can be bad for neblime, to be honest.
Yeah. There is absolutely a timer.
Okay, there's another drop coming, but Btyb is able to hold out on this.
Well, he's waypointing his new Dracodon.
And he's able to micro the Solarian well enough. There isn't any Sundogs waiting for this. He's only just started tier 2. The Solarian can cause him a lot of headaches here.
Only the one
Just like
Huracan this time
drop.
around. It's mostly Mavericks at this point, and that Warden is very, very low from the last engagement. A Magister starts. He's actually going to try to deal with specifically with the Argosy, but the Solarian's already attacking the front.
Yeah, may as well. I mean, you don't have to kill the workers at this point, but Solarian is already out. Now, Btyb kind of wants to keep his Draconids alive here because they are what actually ends the game. The Solarian gives them the window of opportunity to end the game. The Draconids are needed to actually brute force down the rest of the army, which diving into the front here is not really the best idea. He needs to kind of pick these off, although at the moment he's a little disjointed at home.
Yeah,
with
the Argosy has fallen,
dying.
so that's just the one Solarian. No other units were able to make it out. He started a Nexus as well, but his Draconids are about to walk in.
Well for him.
Yeah. He needs backup for the one Solarian, right? Or he needs a critical mass, and he can't do that now. His scribes have murdered the drop brutally. But he's lost all of his Draconids, right? So he's only got the Solarian, and there's enough units over here that can do a lot of damage. 2 more Draconids have arrived, but again, it's not going to be enough, right? More anchors are being set up. The Atlas is finished, and I feel like the Macro Machine is just going to be in too high a state. The worker count clearly...
Tier 2 is done now, so neblime has his choice of how to open up from this. Look at all the idle workers he's got chilling out here. He's got a large number of workers just kind of sitting around, not repairing the anchor or anything.
No.
Like I said, there is definitely some weaknesses in neblime's play at some points in the game where it's like he's not like super decisive at some points. Sometimes there's a little bit of a fumble here and there, but it's like for Btyb, it's a mountain to climb to really actually be able to capitalize on that. I mean, even with however many idle workers there are, he is still just that far ahead of workers in general that it doesn't matter. Like, he's just that far ahead anyways. And meanwhile, Btyb isn't really being conscious of the fact that he's just going to be dropped relentlessly.
Well,
keeping some of these Draconids home to protect his investments.
Absolutely,
really go a long way, but it's not happening. So neblime is just continually getting in kill after kill after kill after kill off of these drops, and it's just...
Yeah,
Btyb
he's got 4 anchors still. He's got double stockade producing. Palladium on the way. Double starport just finished. You know, you could go for some Gorgons right about now. Looks like that's going to be the case. And with the Nexus not mining in the natural, yeah, it definitely... I think the drops are the story here. Without those even with the first one not finding hardly any success, the second one shuts down the Argosy because there's no reaction from Btyb. Even though he's already been dropped once, and then there's still no protection after the fact. The one Warden is not going to be sufficient when you get dropped right on top of it.
Rich.
Especially,
very rich.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that there's like clerics with those armies. That could have been focused down by the Warden, and then that would have obviously helped out quite a bit. But
like in this case, the Solarian would be a lot better defensively, just to like protect his bases.
Yeah.
As he spends the near 1,000 minerals he had. Just trying to, you know, take an extra base on the map. Maybe keep an eye out with the Draconids to make sure that, you know, he's not really moving out. Nor if he is, they can turn around and try to punish it. You know, force neblime to spend as much of that excess money he has on static defense and anchors and shit as possible before trying to finish the game off. Because, yeah, this is going to be really hard for Btyb to actually close. Now there's 2 Gorgons here.
Yeah.
Slowing down and killing the sword.
And now the Solarian too. He can't move. He can't move, Mask. He can't move. He's stuck.
He has to pull his Draconids across the map.
W. F. He's never encountered this before.
Depressing.
He could have attacked this whole time, but now it's a little too late. Yeah.
Well, the Draconids went back home.
Yeah.
It won't move.
It won't
I don't
move.
think Btyb has ever seen Gorgons before.
I wish
to be fair, I don't think most people have seen Gorgons before.
Yeah. So after max stacks, it just freezes the unit, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah, they're surprisingly... You can almost think of them as like Hierophants. It's just a little slower to stack them up. I still remember that one game I played against Newt where he just happened to have Gorgons. And it turned out they were really useful because they stopped my Ultra Cores from killing him.
Right, yeah. You can immobilize the units and put them down
anywhere.
after.
You can't lifesteal if you can't move.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely.
There's an Archon coming, but I'm not sure it's going to be able to make a huge difference in this. I do feel like an Aptecton would have been better, but I mean, if you already see Gorgons out, you have to assume that Sundogs are going to come next.
Yep.
Then the Tefton may not really be worth it, so I think like the middle ground would be the Patriarch because it's really hard to engage a Terran that's already walled up unless you have Siege, and the Archon's probably going to die moving into it. So the Patriarch kind of like doesn't give you quite the range of the Tefton, but it still gives you the anti-air splash that the Archon has. So it's kind of a middle ground, and it's very, very good against really anything that neblime can get except for Hordes of Sentinels and Hordes of Phalanxes. So now he's gone kind of a strange build here. He's like Apostle Heracles Gorgon.
Hmm.
So it's not the conventional spam of Sundogs.
I think what he wants to experiment with a little bit, right? He knows he's ahead in this game, so he's just going to check out different things that the tech tree offers. He is going to go for a Seraph, which, is probably going to coincide with some Anvil somewhere down the line. You look at his ministries, they're all queuing up Masons. I mean, who would have guessed? Just regularly producing 3 at a time. Stims a Maverick across and gets a little bit of an early warning of this Drakon to move out, but come on, we've got Phalanxes out, we've got Shamans for sustain. Ain't nothing.
He can literally almost make a barricade of Shamans here, just wall them off with healing.
Ain't nothing Btyb can do at this point. He lost his Solarian. All vestiges of his arsenal are gone, and now a stack of 6 Gorgons are moving in. Now, all right, place your bets, folks. Does the Uptecton just get bopped immediately? It looks like instead the Gorgons are going to come in here and attack the Wardens. And you can see they're doing pretty good damage, right? So
they have 2 armor pan.
The spacing of the Wardens are not great. Here comes the Uptecton to tickle it a little bit.
The anti-air monstrosity.
Oh, no, it's stuck. It can't move. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's pretty critical.
He can just kill the Draconins, too, to be honest. Wait. You're no slow. Btyb, you've played this game longer than he has. A lot longer.
Neblime with the mythological pull.
I guess Btyb.
WTF? He's never seen these units before, dude.
Never seen those.
They're the literally first unit you can make out of the starport. He's never seen. Nobody builds them.
Nobody builds them.
And again, this is, I mean, it looks really powerful right now, but I mean, he's just so far ahead from this position, right? He's massing out more drops. Now, Neblime's style is to just sort of like tickle at the extremities as opposed to a frontal move out. He only does the frontal move out when he's absolutely certain. Even then, he doesn't always do it. When he's absolutely certain, and it's been long enough that he's been absolutely certain that he's ahead, then he'll do it. But like in this situation, he's just going to go ahead and secure yet another base, right? So his drops are going to be the main way that he expresses some power between this side. Third base is on the way here for Btyb, but he's lost workers, and he's now down 20 to 103. And this is what I mean, right? Neblime is just quintessential slow grind Terran. And you know what? We're here for it for now. This is the opener. The Solarian was not enough. The Archons
Btyb is coming in here.
Will not necessarily be enough. And you know, this is why Neblime doesn't...
A million idle workers.
Yeah. Why not? They can be used.
I don't need to use the workers. I just have to have them.
He's got more. But this is why would Neblime leave his space when as soon as he does, the Protoss show up, right? He had to come all the way back and walk into his own Irradiate and then revive some stuff.
He's reviving them in the Irradiate.
Yeah. GG, and they say do Otherworld. That's going to be the next map. So there you go. Neblime taking the first match.
Oh, and it crashed.
That is a classic move. That's because a neutral cleric did something. So enjoy restarting. I don't know why it only affects some people. And I'll go ahead and host map number 2 and update our overlay. Yeah, I think looking at this situation, right, it's kind of more of what we were talking about in the pregame. You know, you've got Neblime's macro just on another level, obviously. And on the side of Btyb, if the early aggression or early cheese or early tech rush doesn't really work out, he's not very favored in the game. He cut a lot of workers to make that Argosy, and then on top of it all, right, with the drop play and stuff. I was saying we were both critical of that first drop because it didn't do as much damage as it could have. But let's be honest, it made him cancel the Nexus. Like, it still established more pacing and economic dominance, right? And that's where, like, even the first drop doing that, when you're up against a bomb, you have to know that that's coming, even if you don't scout it. And, you know, we didn't see any embassies to catch up in worker counts or anything. A bit cheaper. I mean, not cheaper on gas, obviously, but very cheap in terms of minerals. They're half the mineral costs of a Nexus. So if you have a surplus of gas, say, because you've been mining from the middle of Derelict, that can absolutely give you an advantage in that. And you can just go ahead and drop an embassy or two and then catch up in workers that way. But it seemed like he was, you know, Btyb had the game plan of going into the fast Argosy using Derelict's middle of the map, using the fact that he has the stronger early game units to keep his opponent somewhat contained. And as a result, I actually predict this map, Neblime will do something a little bit more forward. He likes to do stuff, you know, in Otherworld, he likes to actually end his games fast, I've noticed, Neblime. This is where he did the proxy anchor liftoff against Mystery Meat. This is where he's done forward stockades all over the place. So I don't know necessarily that it'll be a proxy or a forward stockade set, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up just pushing across the map maybe his first unit this time around will be a Hurakan waypointed into the enemy base, because that is actually a timing you can get before the first gateway unit pops out, especially if it's a Dracodon, because it's a bit slower. So these are some of the things we can watch out for as we get into our second match.
Well, one of the most horrifying things he did to me was like the very fast, like, what was it, triple, quadruple Trojan all Ahmed drop.
Okay.
When I went in Goliath, and it was just like there was nothing he could do against it. It was horrible. It's one of the most traumatic experiences of like the last couple weeks.
Okay, well, there's an instantaneous waypoint out to the bottom left here of Otherworld. So Btyb in the top right is going to be proxying something, and neblime in the bottom right is not going to be proxying anything, at least not yet. Just going to be playing standard. We'll see how much
he
he
can be the
scouts.
change we need in our life.
Yeah, I mean, the thing here is that when you're considering the position from Btyb, right, like, nobody proxies, and besides me, when I'm playing Btyb, apparently, and nobody bothers to sort of scout for proxies, right, because it's just so far, like, people are still figuring out the units. Btyb apparently didn't even know what a Gorgon was. Like, people are...
Because I stopped playing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
like
true.
Shambler said, you got to play against me, otherwise you never scout for proxies.
Yeah.
And I teach you to scout for proxies.
Well, the proxies are like, when you're hiding bases, it's a bit different. I'm talking like, you'd think people would go ahead and proxy, you know, gates or anything like that, and we've just never seen
I proxy Hatcherosks.
That's true. You do that. You have done
and
that
I mean,
before.
you look and something there's like 3 or 4 circuits in your mineral line.
Yeah.
Like,
How'd that
why would
happen?
you do that as Zerg? Well, that's why.
Yeah. Well, some tickling is
And yeah,
occurring.
I mean, the hidden bases often go
my
unscouted in a lot of these games too, right?
For a second, I thought neblime was just going to blindly scout
What
in
is
that
this?
one location, but instead...
I thought he was sending out 2 workers to
Oh, he is.
just literally proxy in front of his
Look,
face.
he's trying to do it in the bottom left. He's doing it in the bottom left, and he is going to see...
neblime.
Yeah.
I thought neblime was he's sending 2 down. I thought he was bringing them up to a Btyb space and
I
just start
see.
building there.
Well,
I thought, this is awfully brazen of him. Oh, he's been found.
Oh, jeez. Well, what do you do now?
Oh, no. Now Btyb is like, all right, whatever.
I guess I'll put my gateway in my main instead. Well, what's the warden for? Oh,
well, he
shit.
has to protect it. He has to kill this Maverick with it, right? Like, it's definitely a cost-efficient trade. Get him. Yeah, fuck him up. Fuck him up.
Get him.
Fuck him up.
Get him.
Fuck him up. I mean, the blind could just let this finish and then just forget that this area exists on the map. I don't know. Like, you don't have to.
I don't know what Btyb thought was going to happen there, but that was brilliant.
You just let it finish. Like, what's he going to do with it?
Oh, second gate.
Okay, he can build a gateway there by sending down a second worker. Like, now there's 300 minerals down the drain for something you still don't need to worry about. You can just let it finish.
Well, he's got his
Neblime's
assortment.
triple queue of masons.
Yeah, why not? He's got like 4 of them idle already, so. And so I think Neblime was planning on proxying something in the top left. Because he had his mason over here to begin with.
Right.
So he's doing something over here. Maybe that's where his fulcrum is going to go down when he gets some gas later. But he's worried about like a push. And meanwhile, Btyb is building a warden. So I don't think he's going to be pushing that anytime soon. He's got 1 zealot. The early game has absolutely pranked him. Yeah, so...
Yeah, Neblime. There it is, the proxy stockade. It's...
Oh, okay.
I mean, is it really a proxy when it's still like the equivalent distance from his base?
Yeah.
Like his main.
It's a little bit closer, but not much. And there's a zealot guarding the back door anyway, so...
Yeah, I think Btyb thinks there might be counter...
Like, why would you put... Yeah, why would you be putting a worker out there to begin with to scout my proxy? It's not just to scout my proxy. Surely you were planning on something of your own.
Yeah, it's just like over there somewhere in fucking Korea.
Well, Korea's...
So just making
another one.
Imagine if there was wraiths coming out. That would be horrible.
Yeah. Well, he's making a second warden to cover the mineral. He's really anti-drop right now. The problem is he's gutted his economy. He's down by 5 workers already, so... That's just the consistency. Like, this is an abnormal game. Btyb's not usually behind this much in the early stages. But, you know, he's usually behind by 1 or 2 workers by this point. And that's just Neblime constantly, queuing him up when he needs him.
I was just thinking, where is the double fulcrum? It's the triple, or the stockade rather, the double stockade. And I realized he started his build on the second area. It's not now. That's where his double stockade is. The other one's just a distraction.
Yes, that's where he's going to make his healing
nothing
from.
but Ahmed.
Yeah. Well, the zealot is going to abandon his post to scout out in the bottom area, exactly where the pylon was made, actually, and there will be a fast Ardent Authority. Now, not bad if you're going to be going for a Cantors or something like that to deal with the bio. To break the position, you need Architects, but yeah. Yeah, this is... I think this is learned behavior. This is one of the things that you get when you play against... Even players worse than you from a mechanical standpoint, Neblime plays against It Depends, and this happens every single game. A Watchdog just flies over Neblime's base. Like, what? What's happening here? Hit squad of 4 Hurricanes is on the way.
Well, there's going to be 2 Wardens here, so I don't think Btyb is really in any danger.
No, not necessarily. His Mason Scout does...
Yeah, he's pulling back the Augments now that he saw the double Warden.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I'll get a couple more.
Yeah, get 8. That's a good number. Well, the Warden was actually surplus to requirements, so I was just going to land right over here and provide flyover vision in case there's an Envoy coming or anything. But it's actually going to be an Architect first. So vast numbers of things like Hurricanes can actually overwhelm this. Or, Goliath Cleric in the sufficient quantities. As a 5
if he gets like 3 or 4
Murdo.
Architects, he can just like break Neblime's balls.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to hold, like, even just with the 1 anchor especially, right? But no extra base this time around. Neblime putting all of his money. Yeah, he's putting all of his money.
Yeah, this could go really badly for him. Like if Btyb repels this mass Hurricane and then goes on the offense with like a chunk of Architects, and Neblime has not gone into tier 2 by then, it's going to get ugly for him.
It is.
He pretty much has to like suicide drop them or just get his shit destroyed by all the overlapping chaining splash. That said, Btyb just dropped an expansion right down there, right in front of Ahmed, like putting it on a dinner plate for him.
Yeah, he's going to...
That's probably going to catch him off guard because he's sending everything down south.
Yep. Yeah, he has a bunch of Zealots massed up at the back base. He's really surprised there's no expansion yet. And
he's guarding the back for it.
Yeah.
For Neblime.
Yeah.
Neblime needs his tiny get guarded. Holy fucking shit. God, there's so many Ahmeds amassing, but it's like 14 of them now.
Yeah. Oh, there's more coming. A storm of Ahmeds.
If he only has 1 Architect, I don't know. I don't think 1 Architect is enough to really do an offensive with. You need at least 2 of them. And if he gets dove and he loses it, it's going to be horrible. But I think
the Ahmed amount is growing. Well, here comes the sandwich. A bunch of Zealots are over here, and there's actually only 1 Hurricane on this side of the map, so it's actually going to be a pretty quick fell. Now, at the same time, here comes Ahmed storming into the gates. Some of them are going to get caught up. God. There is 1 Architect over halfway done. The Masons are pulled. Now, this could turn into a base trade. Now, there's still, stockades on the other side of the map, right? So you got to watch out for that. There's a horde of Zealots still here. The Architect trying to lay into some damage, but the Clerics are doing a phenomenal job of healing. There's still 2 Goliaths.
He has no Draconins, so he can't really like reach into there. Meanwhile, in Btyb's base,
oh, it's another
that backward and maybe all that.
Oh my god, the Ardent Authority is unpowered. He needs to put a pylon in somewhere in the mineral line so that he can get it back up in line. The back warden is going to do some damage, but not that much. It'll only claim 1 Hurricane. The Scribes are rebelling. There's so much splash damage, though. They tried their best to deal with these Hurricanes behind the mineral line. Remember that?
No, the Architect is going to die to Mason.
Oh my god. At the same time, the first Architect, the second one comes out, but it was on a rally point. It's dead to Ahmed. Ooh. Utter devastation. Hurricanes claim yet another victim. Now this
Bty's Architect has 14 kills, but there's so many Masons.
Oof.
Can he defeat the Masons? He can't even base trade. He can't even build anything anywhere.
Yep, he's got no workers.
He's looking around. Don't I have a scribe anywhere? No.
No.
He has nothing.
He is eliminated. And
he was actually killing Neblime. Neblime couldn't do anything at that point other than left and fly away.
It was beautiful. I mean, he could have just came down with all of his Hurricanes, to be fair.
Yeah, but then he would have stopped roasting Btyb, and that would have been a mark upon his honor.
Well, Neblime now stands 1 game away from moving past Btyb with some silliness ensued, but not really anything decisive for our American dad here. The one hope. Can anybody stop this upside-down man? Well, it's going to be Nitro Valley for the 3rd and potentially final match here. And that was silly, Mask, but at the very least, it showed that Btyb can, catch Neblime off guard a couple of times. He'll be in the top left here, and Neblime in the top right.
Well, the early Architect was working out. unfortunately, because of his base layout and the mass Ahmed that went undiscovered and nothing being back home, there was not much hope. Like, it attests to the horrors of mass Ahmed, because when you think about it, when you got like 20 Ahmeds, that is thousands of health. And that is a lot to grind through, even if they're not able to reach whatever is attacking them. Meanwhile, they're just reducing all your buildings to 0 armor and killing them. So it's very, very hard to base race Ahmed. Now to Btyb's fortune, he is scouting in the wrong direction. Meanwhile, neblime, he has masons to build, doesn't need a scout.
Who needs to scout? Dude, my masons are better on the worker line here. I am looking forward, I know you're looking forward to it as well, to when we add in the 4th race next year. Yes. I've been doing a bunch of concepts for them. It's actually a Fulcrum first, interesting. But
that's when I'll be competing under the Hillary Clinton name.
Yes, yeah, the lizard people. The fun thing is actually, instead of having a stupid idiot moron concept like the Reaper in StarCraft 2, I have one of their basic infantry units able to leap to an ally. So you at least have to get them into your base conventionally instead of just climbing over a cliff. So that'll be interesting to see. But it was
actually scaly.
Yeah, scaling the fucking ground, dude. Scaling the hills. It's an interesting placement for a gateway. If the rally point is ever on the left, they have to go all the way around. But his base is on the left.
I'm going to make Cyclops.
I hope so.
I hope neblime makes Cyclops.
I mean, he's doing
Cyclops
the Fulcrum
is
first.
The best Protoss unit.
I would expect vultures to start, and it is indeed a vulture to start, and probably a stockade in the background, although he has enough Vespene for a little bit more.
No, neblime, you have to go mass Cyclops.
The vulture is just there to place the lobotomy.
You must. Dude. It's double Fulcrum.
It is double Fulcrum. We love to see that. By the way, every time we add a new unit graphic, we have to update. We have to make its icon separately for this, so that it is properly crushed and not super unreadable. So, pranked.
Well, I'm amazed you got it as readable as it is. There's like 8 pixels in those icons.
Yeah, that's DF's magic at work. Now there is a forward pylon, so this could get silly. Dracodon on the way.
Over there somewhere. Now, Btyb has enough money for a Nexus here. Ooh. That worked very well for you. Nope, it's going to be a war.
That did work very well for me. I think because it was versus this kind of build as well. Except I had Legionnaires instead of a Dracodon. Yeah, but neblime has no idea this is happening over here. So, we could even.
I mean, once again, he can kind of just ignore it because it's on the low ground.
It is, but he can't really. Maybe he can reach that gateway with a Goliath or something, but he's not even seeing it. Right, his rally point is working in his favor. Dracodon going to target down the low HP Vulture, but not able to finish the kill due to the way that
he swapped his targets. Otherwise, he might have go 1 for 1.
Yeah. And that's actually a lot of pressure relieved initially, and he can maybe even focus on this sort of proxy if he even sees it.
Why would he see it? It's completely hidden.
It is completely hidden. There's a second gateway.
Oh, no, you saw it on the mini-map, I think.
Yeah, here he comes. He should just focus on the scribe, but it looks like it's going to be able to get away. He's able to realize, wait, you've got 2 gateways over here. What the fuck? Well, it's just mass vulture, and now the vultures can just rock on in. Hiding the scribe is a good idea, but there's no units over here, right? And the warden does not automatically target down the low HP unit, so pylon will be shut down, and unfortunately, I think Btyb has realized, holy shit, I got bopped. I don't know. I mean, the gateway being positioned there, the pylon being put there to begin with. Look at all the space below the base you had. Look, Btyb. Look right below where the vultures are, right? Like, there's so much room there that he never would have scouted. He's feeling confident. He's up 2-0. You can do stuff like this. You just have to commit to it. Either that or put the Nexus down, one of the.
Yeah, I would go with the Nexus personally. I mean, if you're going to do something really stupid, you got to go like pure stupid. That's why it works out.
Well, he's adding a ministry behind this as well as a star pad nearly finishing up.
I don't know why you need the ministry, man. You just killed like 80% of his investment in the game so far.
Yeah, he's.
I think his vultures are just going to end the game anyway.
Yep, he's powering up the ramp. He manages to get rid of a single Dracodon.
It's the Grand Library.
It is the Grand Library. Hupsaiya smiles.
Hupsaiya smiles upon Btyb.
No, don't put the warden right in front of the vultures' faces. Oh, never mind. They're busy. Yeah, the amount of power out here is pretty intense, right? Like, people don't put respect on the vultures' names anymore, but they're pretty powerful units. A herald on the way. The scribes are angry. And it's not
Yeah,
going
it
to get
doesn't have
canceled.
anywhere to drill here. He can like section off the vultures and chase them, but at that point, Btyb or neblime can just like scoot down the side where he's going now, and then there's probes that chase him around. It's not a good spot to try to corral him with the workers.
Oh,
he gets
caught.
one caught on the warden.
Ooh.
There's one kill.
Okay. Well, he's only got 17 more scribes to lose.
The attempted tickle here.
Oh, he's got him. He's got him. Only one left. And here comes the Herald. Boss bitch.
The Herald of your booty getting clapped.
Oh, he still gets one on the way out.
It doesn't matter. Btyb didn't need it anyways. Neblime's got plenty to spare. He can lend him some.
Well, the gateway is finally dealt with, and a ministry is on the way. Because Neblime must make masons. He's got all of these mines.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, Neblime could have gone triple Fulcrum and just spam vultures, but at least he still left behind a whole bunch of lobsters inside of Btyb's base.
Come on, Herald.
Almost a cross. If you had one right in the middle there, you'd have a cross of them. T for time to leave.
That's right. Right now it's just a penis and balls.
Yeah. He's making a Cyclops.
Oh, perfect. This one like Cyclops is just for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, I've been a very poor observer. I have not clicked on every single Huracan made to see if they're an Ahmed clone.
I honestly forget that it even exists.
It's beautiful.
I didn't know it existed until you put it out in that one game.
Yeah.
And then I probably gonna kill the Mystery Meat.
Yeah, so Mystery Meat made one, and I said, you must keep that alive. And then he killed it, and I pause spammed. But then he made a second one. Yeah, and the second one was also that, and so he put it inside a lodestone for me. You know, protect the hero.
Some emotional trauma discovered, and this vulture is just looking everywhere. But no, Btyb is...
he's that far behind. Adding 3 lattices.
Ooh!
He's been lobotomized! Wait for it. Oh, okay. Well, now it's safe. Definitely don't go down your ramp, because there's more.
The lobsters have been eaten.
Yeah. Anybody wants some...
It's triple lattice. Anything else coming on the ground? Library, Btyb?
Herald.
There you go, another Herald.
Oh, he's got some vassals. He's got a Draken in position to maybe deal with this drop. I mean, he probably won't die to this one. Anseal coming.
No, I don't think he's going to die to it. He might lose half of his workers if he's not careful, though, because that Warden is not going to be body blocking now. And they're not going to get lassoed onto it like they did before.
It's actually going to be mass vassal with some Grand Library units and some Dracodons. That's, I've never seen that composition before.
It's like Neblime was waiting for that to go down. He, like, trolled them out with his Anseal. But then he walked face first into vassals. Wait,
no, you can't leave the hero unit behind. What the fuck, Neblime? You can't just do that. he specifically made sure to pick up all of the Huracans and just
he forgot the other Cyclops, though. He has one in there. He forgot it, so.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind.
I don't understand what that was about, but it was stupid.
6 vassals on the way. Yeah.
He pulled them away with the Anseal just to drop off the Cyclops and kill it.
All right, 1 Mason down. Ooh, for a vassal.
Yeah, get him, Btyb, get him.
Yeah, you.
He's just spoiled that watchdogs are how you win this game.
Hold position like a good vassal.
No, they're dying. This is terrible.
Ooh. Don't worry, one death speeds the rest
he can
up.
tickle the Anseal. Tickle the Anseal.
Get him.
It's only going to take 30 minutes to die.
Yeah.
Get him. Get him. Yeah.
No, it's away. A lobotomy Mayan has claimed another victim.
And the Herald has arrived. The clerics are healing.
Oh! Here come the Masons.
The Masons have arrived.
Yeah, Heralds are much better with, like, fast attacking units and melee units. They're not so good with Dragons. Here come the vassals. It's not going to be enough vassals. You need at least 24 more.
He killed one.
Here's some Ahmeds.
And it's
over.
It's
the Cyclops is here. That has to be GG. Btyb will indeed concede. And, you know, at least there was some silliness in this set. There is that. But that will conclude it, and Btyb will be cast down to the lower bracket as a result.
Well, pretty much par for the course of what I expected.
Yeah.
Although the Fast Architect was doing some damage to Neblime for sure. So I guess you can argue that if he had like 30 Ahmeds inside of his base instead of inside of Btyb's base, he would have been less in danger. But it did show that if Btyb had been able to mount a better defense,
Yeah.
he would have almost assuredly taken that game.
Yeah, I think that's a safe call to make overall, because when you're considering the situation, the one architect push is pretty fragile in theory, and at the very least there would have been back and forth, but like because all of the investment was still set up to be a bit more on the side of, here's going to be a situation where we're dealing with Neblime having so many resources on the other side of the map, that naturally is going to lend towards a little bit more fragility back at home. And then you can't really punish the inclusion. It was just pure Zealot Architect, too. It was a very interesting composition that naturally you'd say would fall off with healing in particular, able to sustain between the Architect salvo. That's why you need a second Architect with that attack generally. But and maybe if there was a little bit better SimCity back at home, he also would have held the Hurricanes a bit better. I kind of doubt that with how many there were, but
he would have lost buildings anyways. Like if it was just the Wardens, he would have lost buildings anyways.
Well, another thing,
they would just focus fire the buildings down.
If he had made a Cantor instead of a second Architect, just blindly for no real particular reason, which you never would do because you're thinking you want a siege, right? But if he had done that, I feel like that would have been pretty legit. The question is, would he been? I don't know if he would have been able to really lay into it or not. But I feel like that in a Cantor in that situation, I know it's not very mobile, so Hurricanes can still run after it, but they're going to deal a lot more splash damage, right? And Hurricanes only live with 1 HP versus that because of their 1 armor. So
yeah, at least for defense on that Cantor, if it had popped out, it would have been pretty big.
Yeah,
but it might have just rallied into them anyways.
Yeah. And that's down to unit control, or I guess in this case it's building control. But like having the heads up to do that is sometimes lacking for the Class 2 players, right? I was thinking, Mask, that in some ways it would be more entertaining if we had a tournament exclusively for the Class 2 players, where your Class 1s, maybe the best they can do is coach, but they can't participate directly, right? So it's like...
Wait, you mean I have a chance of getting out of the group stage?
Yeah, maybe we should do something like that at some point. I don't know if it would be a full-blown one or what, but... in the theory of we're gonna have this off time, it could be interesting to have at least a couple of groups or something and just see what happens there. And I would imagine I'd love to see I know Hamster and Moonhunter are best buds, so it'd be really cool if Moonhunter gets training from Hamster and It Depends gets training from Sipiak or something. I don't know, shit like that would be entertaining to see. It's
the coach wars.
Yeah. See who's
the coaches win something too.
Yeah, that's
if their disciple wins.
Yeah, there's something like that could be neat, But anyway, the looking back at this set, it was very decisive for Neblime. The only real, again, we talked a little bit about that Otherworld match. The only real one that was close. Technically, there were pockets of time where maybe Btyb could have abused it, but on Derelict, he just wasn't on the ball defending the drops. Yeah. And he was so far behind economically. We saw at some point in that game, it was 20 to 100 in terms of workers.
And the Solarian didn't really do anything anyway.
Yeah.
All this investment, and it may have killed a couple of units, and that was about it.
Right. So, I guess just more food for thought in that respect, but definitely a tough situation. And now that means that Btyb will be facing elimination in the first elimination match that we have, whereas Neblime will move on to face whoever wins quarterfinal number 2. Now, quarterfinal number 2 is going to be iSarCasm against Veek, and we won't actually play that until Saturday. So there's a little bit of a scheduling kerfluffle where they just didn't have any overlap, which means our next match is going to be the all-awaited Hamster versus Hupsaiya match. So that is going to be very entertaining, I suspect.
Yep.
And, of course, the fourth and final quarterfinal of the day, the third game that we'll be casting, is going to be the Shambler versus 3 Crow. So we won't know exactly who's going to be who just yet, but, keep in mind we are indeed getting through these quarterfinals, and then Saturday we'll bang out the last quarterfinal, and then, of course, the playoffs round 2. But, Hamster, Zerg, Hupsaiya's, Protoss, and, like I said earlier in DM's Mesk, I don't know really if this is a spoiler or not, because maybe, Hamster told him what to do afterwards, but they both submitted the replays. And Hupsaiya submitted 5 replays. And normally what will happen is the player who's new will just submit the replays that were played. And if that's the case, that means that they played 5 replays. So I don't know if that's the case, but we might be. I'm just assuming this is going to be a banger. Like I love the idea. Before this set even happened, Hupsaiya sent me a message saying that he thinks he gets Cosmonic Brood War now, and that he's leveraged. He has like a sort of. I'll bring this up in the break that we have in a moment, but I'll find the exact message because he sent me some info about how he tries to learn things. So I mean that's a good enough teaser for me just by itself. Is like that's really exciting if he's got his own confidence in after the group stage, which he didn't do very well versus the Shambler, but he was also trying non-standard builds. Like that absolutely could be a big deal. So. Yeah, I'm down to see
it's funny seeing him do the Grand Archives.
Going
canon Grand Archives. It's not something I would expect a player of his personality to do, but it was really funny, and you could even see how he could have pulled it off.
Right.
Just depending, if he got a little bit luckier on placement, maybe he didn't move out quite as soon, maybe got Amaranth. Like there's you would expect it just to get instantly stopped. And the games were fast, but it was not nearly as easy as I figured it would have been for Shambler just to roll over it.
Yeah,
except for the game where he just sat back and
he made workers because and Hupsaiya did say at the end of that in the interview, he's like, "Wait, I just realized that I'm cross spawns and my army is slow as fuck and I can't move out." So
I had to laugh.
Yeah.
That was good.
But having those very fast sort of identifications of what the issues were is promising, right? Because again, he's the player with the most, you would say, I guess, like, by metrics that can be looked at and measured, he's the player with the most accomplishments out of anybody in the tournament, out of anybody in terms of just general RTS. But his big stumbling block is game knowledge. And the problem that you have there is that everybody's stumbling block is game knowledge, even the top people, even the people who've been around for a long time. Btyb just admitted in the replay that he didn't even know what Gorgons did, And it's like, that's like a common, well, maybe not a super common unit, but a unit that should be
I don't know what
common.
Some of the Terran infantry do, like Savants or the 7 Steps. I may have known before, but I really never get to see them, so I forget.
Right, so there's all sorts of stuff like that. Now, we won't be seeing any more Terran in the whole tournament day because neblime is the only Terran left in the tournament trying to hold the banner of Mystery Meat high.
Terran OP! Wait, why am I all alone?
Yeah. So it's kind of funny. After some matches between neblime and iSarCasm, iSarCasm said we might need a nerf Terran emoji soon. And so I don't know. I'm interested in seeing that. But you know how it goes. If you win a tournament, you get to add an emoji to the server. That's one of the prizes. Mystery Meat has chosen to add Chiefless Cockapenis, and what was the other one? It was just Nerf Toss, I think. So he's retroactively. He just asked me to add more crying emoji when people refuse to face him in CMBW, and so that's the main goal. But there you go. So we will be back in just a few short moments to further break down Hamster versus Hupsaiya. I'm very interested and excited to see this set. This is definitely the highlight of the day. And then, in theory, the Shambler versus 3-core, at least that'll be cheesy and funny to end the game on. So I look forward to that. And we'll be back shortly.
All right, time for coffee.
Ladies and gentlemen, we return. We are continuing the quarterfinals of Ascension number 7, the last tournament before the break, and we are also going straight into quarterfinal number 3, skipping over number 2 for the time being, as that will be played at a later date. And you know what this means, Mask? It means we're going to be talking about none other than our favorite resident furball, Hamster. A Zerg menace. He made it to the second place finish last tournament before being destroyed by Protoss randomly 4 times in a row by Mystery Meat. But Mystery Meat's not here. He can no longer hurt you. And even though Protoss is apparently still his weakness, right? He dropped the one game against Newt's double stockade push in Group A, but he traded matches with Veek before eventually overcoming him. You look at Hupsaiya, and his opponent, in theory, yeah, obviously there's the whole Grandmaster mechanics thing, but he's still newer. Hamster's obviously got the tenure on him. You have to think to yourself, I'm of 2 minds of this set, and the first mind says, well, Hamster's the favorite because he's got more experience and he's starting to overcome his Protoss sort of woes and getting more experience with how to play into that matchup specifically. And on the other part of my brain says, not only is he the favorite, he should win this decidedly, because this means that we can not worry at all about the idea that maybe Hamster was just not very well tested before making it into the grand finals. Maybe his critical weakness is Protoss. No, we can just see he's going to go past this guy who has skill, but isn't, we would say, familiar with the meta game specifically, and doesn't, can easily get knowledge checked throughout. That's my sort of where my brain is at. On the one hand, I wouldn't be surprised if Hupsaiya took the series or made it close, but on the other hand, in order for me to feel super good about Hamster, say, making it back to the grand finals again in back-to-back tournaments, that kind of makes me think, oh shit, if I want to feel confident in that eventuality and that potential outcome, Hamster needs to just brush past this guy and be like, no, I need somebody who's really engaged with the project, who plays Protoss to compete with me. Somebody a bit more like Veek in terms of the theory, maybe catches me off guard with some strategies. But in the Hupsaiya sense, if he's going to maintain what he did in groups or what he's done before in the gauntlet to get here, Hamster should be able to just sort of brush past him. What do you think? Is that a fair assessment, or do you reckon that at this point it's anybody's game?
I think it kind of depends if Hupsaiya has been able to deal with the early game of the Zerg versus Protoss, which tends to be really, really, really biased to the Zerg, particularly if you end up going Gateway and you just get Vorv, Zeth all in. We've just been seeing that constantly.
Yes.
He's had that happen to him a lot, so I think he kind of probably more or less comes into this a little bit prepared for that. He was doing some lattice openers and stuff like that too, so he might defer to that. If he can get past that and then not get annihilated in tier 3. So I think early, semi-early mid, and mid is probably Hupsaiya's best chance to take this. And that's where he's not going to get knowledge checked as much because he's run into that constantly. He played some games with Shambler, some of which I still need to get back to casting. And then some of the tournaments as well.
Yes.
And maybe if he was watching the Keen versus Shambler games, he might have taken some notes from that on top of it. So I noticed that Hupsaiya was playing more and more often recently.
Yes.
Against Neblime and maybe Hamster and some others. I can't really remember. But he was playing against a couple of people. So more active in general. So, but if he makes it to tier 3, I really got to worry for him, because Hamster has been doing tier 3, not necessarily rushes, but he will be quite eager to go into tier 3, I think more than Shambler is. And then once it hits tier 3, it starts to enter territory where I don't think Hupsaiya has really encountered it too much at all. And if you start seeing Hupsaiya getting locked in tier 1, tier 2, gateway kind of units, and then maybe Grand Archives against Cagealisks, and then the new Defilers who have only ever seen the single time.
Right.
With Ultra Cores, then it's oh shit, how do I deal with this? Well, with Protoss, you have tools to deal with it, but you really need the really large breadth of tier 3 at that point. And you really need to have been ahead of him in tech at that point to really start dealing with him, especially gets ahead on expansions. But Neblime and him are playing. And Neblime's been doing all this early aggression stuff. So just in general, maybe Hupsaiya's going to be more accommodated for that. But I honestly have no idea what Hamster's practicing looks like at all. So he's there sometimes. But I don't really know how often he's playing. So he's still kind of like a black box to me.
Yeah, he's mostly practiced against Neblime's Terran recently, as far as like games that have gone, that at least have been submitted to the casual ladder, and like that I've seen him play. He's practiced against Terran. His friend that he plays a lot with is Moonhunter, also a Terran. I don't know how much practice he's had versus Protoss, and I know that a lot of that has been down to theory. That's sort of what he shared with us in his opening interview for groups. He said that he had been practicing to shore up his versus Protoss, since that's his weakest matchup, and that he has some ideas for theories on how to defeat it. So now we need to see that in practice, and that's another reason why I was thinking maybe maybe the narrative we should be pushing, or one possible outcome of this match, is if Hamster dismantles Hupsaiya convincingly, then it's like, okay, now we can have faith that Hamster can repeat his form from the last one, because his ZBZ is solid. He didn't really look that concerned about the Shambler. He's also practiced a lot with the Shambler recently as far as ZBZs go, so he's a lot more tuned up in that matchup. His ZVT, if he faces Neblime, we saw him convincingly defeat Neblime. Now, this is a new Neblime in terms of the strategies, so that should be close, but at least he's had practice with it. The ZVP is sort of a black box, and we have to favor the Protoss a little bit more than we would otherwise. Like, we have to say you've got a better shot versus Hamster than, say, the Shambler, who has a lot more practice versus Protoss, just based on the fact that, as far as we can tell from recorded games, Hamster is just not that well practiced in the matchup. And that's where I think I would love to see. I mean, I'm going to be impartial and say that like this is going to be a good series no matter what. But I want to see whether or not these new ideas that Hamster has had can be deployed to give him a convincing victory in any of these matches, regardless of how the series goes. Because that's what we want to see, is like, does his strategy hold up? Because his mechanics were there, and he was getting better throughout the grand finals versus Mystery Meat. He was adapting, but it was a little bit too slow to make it over the line versus the Ardent Authority spam. And then the one game that Mystery Meat goes something different, it's, something that maybe even puts into the dirt the Protathlor composition even further, right? And Hamster feeling a little bit more like he had to take these fights early, because maybe that's what you have to do versus Ardent Authority, but when it's against Ancestral Archives, it's completely different. And we know that Hupsaiya has had ZVP or PVZ practice against the Shambler in the past, so I don't know, I'm interested. I definitely think this is going to be one to look at, as far as and Hamster's performance versus Protoss is on the line. It's under scrutiny, right?
Yeah. I think that if Hamster can confidently defeat Neblime, he should be able to confidently defeat Hupsaiya, that Neblime, at least before, was regularly beating.
Yeah.
So Neblime would be higher on the echelon, from what I know. These games may change that. We might see really major swings away from that, where Hupsaiya is starting to become accommodated, and there's more mechanics and stuff like that, able to expose itself more and more and more. Mm-hmm. But Hamster's already kind of proven himself against those players, so he should, in theory, come into this very, very strong. But if he doesn't, then there are a few things you'll be able to take away from that. Either, the ZVP is not very good, or Hupsaiya is actually starting to really improve a lot. So, won't really know until you really get into it. But definitely we'll be looking to see this, because this will be very interesting either way, right? Like, it's going to tell a lot about how either player is growing.
Yeah, when I look at this matchup, I'm really excited for the other side of the coin as well. If we set our sights onto Hupsaiya and take a little bit more of a look at him. Obviously, exiting second place out of Group D is something that we maybe predicted going into it. We thought, okay, Keen's not going to be very well practiced because he doesn't practice. We didn't know he was going to be under the weather, but we knew that he was probably not going to have played the game much. Whereas Hupsaiya, say what you will about his struggles. Maybe, for those who don't know, when he was playing the qualifying series against Moonhunter takes the opener in that set. And he ends up doing the exact same strategy all 4 games that were played. I think it was 4. It might have even been 5. I'm not 100% sure about that. But Hupsaiya is able to adapt relatively quickly. But that's the thing, is like, maybe you can surprise him for a win. And that can be more impactful in groups than it can be in a best-of series. Now, going into this best-of-5, I don't think Hamster's the kind to go cheesy, so Hupsaiya might have an easier time in the early stages of the game, but it's just that consistent aggression that can come out when you go, say, pool into hatch or hatch into pool, especially the latter strategy, as we saw from Sipiak, going against Veek in the qualifying series, and then just generally trying to leverage that in groups, although he was cut short by Cheese in 3 out of the 5 or 6 games he played, unfortunately, but that's just the way it goes in groups sometimes. So, yeah, looking at this matchup right now, I would say Hupsaiya he has a more than just a puncher's chance at taking this series, but at the very least, I wouldn't expect this to be a 3-0. Even though I was just talking up whether or not, Hamster will be able to convincingly dismantle him, I don't even know if that's actually on the table, because of what Hupsaiya had said, is that he just generally has a very... He says he's got like an established way of learning new games. He's played a lot of RTS games. He's tried to see if he can be competitive or if the games themselves are competitive in the first place. And so let me see. He says, I'm feeling like I kind of got it with CMBW. I have a very methodical learning style. Scaffolding is the type of thing I try to do. So I really try to build the bottom part of my understanding. And that's basically just why you play a lot of matches first and you see like where you get knowledge check, that you limit test in that sense, like what can you do? And he's told you that as well from your analysis on his play, is he just tries to see what's possible, right? But he also did tell me that Zerg is the race he has the least idea of what to do versus, because he thinks that they can overwhelm him in the early stages of the game, but you don't want to play defensively because they can also macro up very well, right? So finding the read for that is really where I think is going to be significant, and that's where the series could go into mind games. But Hamster's been very honorable in that department. He doesn't really... The only surprise factor he's ever really done is when he does instead of teching up, he goes into the mass air switch and goes for like mass Skither core and just starts to try to ransack your mineral line. And he's done that in 2 or 3 of the games that I've casted, including some games that have been in groups or in tournament play. But it's been very seldom, right? So that is a trick he can do. He also likes to do the static defense drop, but we've seen that not really show up recently. So maybe we'll see that in this set as well. But, you know, is it really going to be enough to knock Hupsaiya off guard? It seems like he's got, you know, we talked about this when I was looking back at his stream during his qualification series against iSarCasm. He goes down 0-2. And he's like, I feel like I've just gotten cheesed, like hardcore cheesed or all in or whatever in these matches. And then he does the same thing. But even before he plays that third game on Otherworld, the one that he ends up taking the cake on versus iSarCasm, he says, well, boys, it's time for the reverse sweep. Like, he was so confident. He was just like, yeah, I can do this, like, whatever. And, you know, he's got that belief in himself that I don't think he's... We've speculated as if he gets tilted or whatever, and I think he does get a little tilted, but I feel like maybe that would happen at the end of the series as opposed to, like, in the middle of it, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. It's still kind of hard to read him if he's just like actually tilted or shit posting or really what's going on, or if it's just like the streamer persona. You know, having not watched his streams, I can't really say either way. But I mean, the fact that he's stuck around kind of also says a lot too, right? Like if he was like perma tilted, I figured he would have bounced a while ago. But you know, maybe like that's his style, is that he does get tilted, but he like just keeps grinding at it anyways to figure it out. So, you know, there's some unknowns there. And Hamster is even more of a black box because there's the language barrier and everything like that. But he seemed to be very, very, very laid back. Yeah. So I think that offers a lot of strength too.
Yeah, even when he was talking about like I was saying, do you expect to get out of here in first place? Do you expect to go deep into the tournament? He's like, well, I don't know. I'm here for good fights, and you know, I just want to make sure that the you know, I get a lot of interesting games and stuff. And so he didn't put victory or utter domination or anything as the top dollar sort of billing there. He was just thinking, yeah, I'm here to see if I can get better, and you know. Obviously, he didn't win the whole thing last time around, so maybe that's something that it's like a distant goal, but it's not like why he's doing it, per se, which is definitely going to empower you because it means that you won't get in your own head. You know, on the one side, you can say maybe you're not getting super driven about it, but on the other side, you can at least say, like, well, if something goes wrong in the early stages of a series, it's not like it's the end of the world. So we are going to open things up on Nitro Valley, a 4-spawn map. The veto is in, of course. We have... Victory Square and Highwater banned by Hamster. So this is the only 4-spawn map in the pool. And that's interesting because Hamster has had success on both of those maps in the past. Yeah. Hupsaiya has banned Otherworld, and so he picked Nitro Valley to start, which means after this, it's all 2 spawns from there on out. So this is going to be an interesting set. Are you ready to get started, Miss?
Yep, I'm ready.
Let's see what happens. And we are in. We've got Hamster in the bottom left of Nitro Valley, Hupsaiya in the bottom right. And that mess is horizontal spawns.
Yep. Adjacent positions again, just like the last Btyb game.
Yeah. We like to see that.
So I feel like Hupsaiya picking this map was just to get out of the way. Because to me, it seemed like that he favored 2-spawn maps. There's definitely a divide between a lot of the players where... some will favor 4-spawn over 2-spawn.
Yeah.
And There's not that many of them that do that. I'm probably one of them. Maybe 3Crow might be one of them. Maybe Btyb. But, I mean, 3Crow was practicing all on 2-spawn maps.
Yeah.
But I figured because of his cheese and tech builds, he would actually go for 4 spawns. But when I think about it, I think, no, all the matches he was hosting was like Derelict and Sideshow. So maybe I'm wrong. But
Hamster scouts him first here and is going for an 8 pool.
Yep.
So that's worth noting, as the first production structure has not yet been decided.
Yeah, so there's definitely going to be some early aggro on this one, that's for sure.
Still no gateway or anything out of Hupsaiya. I'm a little worried he's going to go for Grand Library and the Zeths are just going to hit him. But no, it looks like it will be a lattice.
It's going to be a lattice.
Okay.
So I did kind of speculate, just judging by some of his other matches where he was going lattice first before, is that he might go for like idols or something in this. Golem's wouldn't be bad either. You can see he's not mining any gas in the moment. So I would think, okay, now he just started on the gas. But I would think he would be mining gas a little bit sooner than that for a very fast idle on this. But, I mean, if he ended up rushing like a Golem first, that wouldn't be too bad either if you speculated it was Zats.
One thing is a little interesting here is that Hamster is still going to the top left. Yeah. I think he came up the ramp and didn't see anything and thought that he wasn't spawned over here. So that's going to be a little bit awkward, right? Like, he saw the scribe, I think, leave the base. But that should be, like, nobody scouts this Protoss that fast, right? So, like, it's not like they could be in the other spawn already, especially if it's cross-spawn, right?
Castles.
So, yeah, okay, interesting.
Double lattice.
So this is an interesting riff, right? So we've got a hatch coming here, and there are some Zeths. There's obviously the potential for Quaz, but he's not going to scout it.
I think you're right that he didn't see them because he's going back.
He's going back to see, yeah, and you know, that is the only thing that makes sense. But with the Zeths killing the scribe, there's not really much scouted. I don't think Hupsaiya even spotted the... Well, he might have spotted the hatch making there at the extremities, but the vassals aren't leaving yet. So that's kind of an interesting round.
Yeah, I think that you know, he didn't spot any kind of anti-air, but if you really want to do a lot of damage, you really want to spring it at the last possible moment and just, you know, start like instantly killing workers. And then also have the firepower to shut down any of the static defense that starts getting dropped.
Yep.
And also, particularly when Quasi start popping out, you want to be able to burst them or start killing the eggs. So the longer he waits, it gets more risky, but also he can have the potential for more damage. At the same time, though, the vassals may also be defensive because if the Zeth's all in him, he can just kill him with the vassals with impunity. He already knows how to drill, so...
Yep. So
he can actually be pretty well guarded here. Really
important that the Zeth unburrowed to spot the vassals, because now Hamster is aware and the jig is up. So they go across the map. We will have a Spraith and a single pair of Quasis, a second one coming. The expansion won't be able to really do anything until now. You can see the workers are, if there were any workers in the natural, they came back to the main right now. That's so that they can guard around the one Spraith that's happening. So, with this number, right, like Hupsaiya can pressure, but it looks like he's not too interested in doing that just yet. And this already feels like he's kind of gotten Hamster a little off guard. You know, like this is not necessarily the start he's used to versus Protoss, but now he seems to know what the reaction is. So it might dissuade his early action, his early aggro, but, you know, at the very least, this is a very heavy investment out of Hupsaiya. He does have double idol. He's getting a third. So each one of those is 75 Vespene.
Yeah, so... Hupsaiya is definitely not in a bad spot right now, even on workers. This Zerg expansion is very, very vulnerable as the pressure mounts up. He's kind of either he's got to start dropping static defense or he's got to keep making military. If he just keeps building nothing but drolettes and Hupsaiya does nothing but keep pumping idols and vassals, then he's just going to fly in here and just kill everything. So there is actually a Hydra Den coming, and I feel like it's going to be Skeths that come out of that.
Well, there's a Zeth scouting out the base. He sees that there's going to be a number of idols here. That might dissuade you from going any sort of air stacking when you see this much splash damage coming. Vassal does meet its end in the main. Hamster.
Yeah, I got pulled in by the patrolling Zeth that was over there. So
yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think he got close enough. Vassals have such short sight range, right? You can kind of see on this map here. I don't.
It had auto acquired onto it. And he got pulled in.
I don't think he saw the Hydrith, is what I'm thinking. Or even if he sees that, he might not know what it is, right? He didn't
died
click on
well
it.
outside the range of that, so it didn't really tell him too much that was useful at the end of the day. It just told him, said, hey, there's this many Quasis, and he's thinking, well, I mean, I can just march in with all my dudes now.
Yep, yeah, this is a scary attack, right? The splash damage from the idols, you can't, there's no Vorvs here to really help with this, right? So it looks like the workers are going to be in jeopardy over here. The spray comes out, that's going to help with the vassals, but every time they die, is that 2-second window where the idols are going to be that much faster. The first one is going to go down if a little bit more micro happens out of Hamster, but instead, it's actually going to be allowed to heal up back to full shields using that flash shielding mechanic. You have more Quasilisks coming out from the main, but now standing on the ramp, this is where Hupsaiya can be the most deadly.
Yep. Yeah, there's no circuits here, and I mean, the Spraith might ward away some of the vassals, but if the vassals take the damage as opposed to the idols, then Hupsaiya's in pretty good spot. He's kind of rounding them up here. Hamster is like, his control isn't really doing too well here. He's got one Zet sitting there, the other has died. Yes. Well, he was making Vorvs, so he had like a plan in mind to do all these, but like half the army died there.
Yeah, he needs to get these workers out before he suffers too many damages, too many casualties. The Azira Core comes out, but it's only one. And absolutely, you do need the Vorvs to stick onto these idols. It looks like some of them are going to get auto-acquired, and that's definitely going to help because they apply Ensnare with every attack. So that is going to debuff them, but there's no damage to back this up, right? And the Circuit isn't even started yet in the main.
Yeah. Hupsaiya is losing a little bit of momentum here, but he's trading so well with these in the moment.
Yeah.
He's gotten so many kills off of them that even though this attack's going to go down, he ended up he killed like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 something workers just there that can see their bodies on top of all the military kills that he got off of it, which is a lot. So that attack definitely was quite efficient in the long run. And Hupsaiya at this moment doesn't have to continue the aggression. He kind of can just sit back here, work on his base, get some resources going. There was definitely the risk of a mass Sketh bomb here.
Yeah.
That could have been fermenting with all the money that he was harvesting, but no, that money's been spent and now he's behind. So Hamster is definitely on the back foot at this point.
Yep, behind by 8 workers. I mean, not an unfamiliar sight for, Brood Warheads, right? People coming in from the original game. Zerg do often end up being a little bit behind in workers, but at this stage of the match, usually you would end up seeing a third base on the way if the Zerg was even, and a little bit more on the workers side. He's catching back up. He does have the 3 hatch production, so he's going to be okay. And he did actually, get a really important scout off, seeing that there was a Nexus down. If you scout over here and there's no Nexus, at least not in the natural, you really worry that you're going for an all-in, and then you have to start really pumping out extra static defense. This Kagran's still not mutated into anything, keeping every bit of minerals so that he can get more workers on the way, as well as some Hydras. And the Hydras are going to help versus the heavy Protoss arsenal, right? You think about how much burst damage they can do by comparison to something like a Quasilisk that really suffers versus armor, especially. And the Golem is out for the front line, so that's going to be pretty important, I would say, going into things. And what we really want to see...
There is a Stargate on the way, so...
that's a key deal.
And whatever he builds from that, even Aurora's at this point, Hamster's going to have a hard time from because he's so behind in military. It is 7 to 19 military units right now, and while a lot of those are vassals, they still add a chunk of damage that Hydras are going to have a hard time dealing because they only have the 1 armor. And the Azira Cores still have to get close to deal with it. So while he's got a chunk of Azira Cores, I'm pretty sure the Protoss shouldn't have any problems dealing with him so long as he fights away from the static defense. Yeah,
the positioning is going to be key here, right? Trying to use the Hydras so that they can get ranged advantage onto these Protoss units. But I'm not sure that that's going to be too impactful. Funnily enough, he ends up attacking his own idol, and that's also the one, before it can get flash shielding, it's like a little bit of a misclick there, and then it gets focused down. That's a comedy of errors there for Hupsaiya, but a very minor one, right?
Happens sometimes.
11 vassals are going to flank
sometimes
around.
He ends up, he's walking right over this Zap here. He's done it twice now.
Yep.
Since they're on move command, they just walk right over it.
Yep, yeah. When you see that sort of thing. Now, here comes the stack of vassals. There's going to be 13 of these guys. They're just picking off workers left, right, and center, and now they can fly away, right? As soon as you kill one of them, they all get a bit of a speed boost in that sense. So there are some Azira Cores. This is a pretty deadly Zerg army, but the problem at this point is just that he's still behind in workers, right? Especially with those kills. Now Hupsaiya going up to 50, getting a third base operational over here. He's in the zone, right? He's in his element.
Yeah, this is a very, very comfortable spot for Hupsaiya right now. Not being too aggressive, not being too greedy. The little worker snipe there really stings because Hamster was starting to catch up on workers. And that did a lot. It killed like 4 of them right there, which is really critical at this time right here. So Hamster is thinking, maybe I can just try to push on this. It is actually a Gladius. Now, normally the Gladius I don't think would do too well, But because it's so Azuricore heavy,
Yep.
it should have no problem sticking to these targets because they're going to be so short range.
Yeah, remember, the Vassals are going to engage the natural for Hamster at the same time as this attack is coming in. Gladius does need to stay alive so it can keep channeling its bounces. The longer this fight goes on, with that Gladius still alive, the more damage is going to come out. But the pylon has been popped, so there's no power out on the Wardens, but the bounces are just massing up. Only one Gladius left. The second one has arrived, but it's not currently in the battle yet. It looks like the Hydras are going to get cleaned up. And I don't think the Vassals even really struck at that point. It looks like maybe they were kind of caught in translation. Either way, Hupsaiya holds without really that many losses.
Yeah, that was a critical victory for Hupsaiya at that point. While he ended up losing a chunk of his ground forces, and he did do a worker pull, all the units were dead by then. So the losses at that point are kind of transient. The longer that the game goes on now, his lead is going to get much further and further ahead as he is over double the worker count of Hamster. This third tier, I think, is completely undiscovered. Otherwise, the Zerg might have been able to put some pressure here.
Yeah.
It's still largely Azuricores, which you kind of see right there. Although he had lost a one Gladius, it was still like two Gladiuses versus units that normally should deal well with them. But the Azuricores just can't really close the distance with them without getting balls stacked on them. And then the bouncing just kind of fucked them up. So
Absolutely.
there's more of them coming, and now there's Exemplar on the road. This is going to be a lot of focus damage here.
Yep, the Vassals are going to take the initial brunt of damage, and the Gladiuses are just going to kite back. It's okay to concede the bouncing channel if you need to reposition into a better spot, as Hamster does get a little bit of the jump on.
Balls.
But yeah, the number of shots is stacking up way too high, and the focus fire wasn't there from the Hydras to poke them down. There were too many other high-value targets there, and just dissuading
the Exemplar
this,
weren't even in that fight. Hamster has no idea just how bad things really are.
Yeah,
when those Exemplar hit with this fleet, the damage is going to just double.
Yeah, the fact that they deal splash damage and it's wide enough to deal pretty good damage to Hydras in particular, that has to be GG called, and Hamster will concede the first round.
The second he saw those Exemplar, he knew that there was not any coming back from this. He needed to have, like, at this stage of the game, like 1 million Nats to start really dealing with that, because the Azuricores weren't going to be able to live long enough even if they closed distance.
Absolutely. I mean, think about it from this perspective, too. When you consider the situation that Hamster found himself in there, Hupsaiya was setting up a third and moving the workers over in front of his army. You know, okay, you can think to yourself, wait, I can kill workers, but like, wait, he's got a third already, and he's transferring workers to it. Now, transferring workers is something that you do at a different time in StarCraft 1 compared to Cosmonic Brood War, but still, the fact that you're even transferring workers means you have a large number. You don't assume your opponent is doing that at the wrong time, and so I think that alone, that might have been more crushing than seeing the Exemplar. Knowing that you're that far behind in workers, where your opponent must have probably double what you've got, that is absolutely going to surprise you. So it looks like the upstart Hupsaiya coming in from StarCraft 2, being a Grandmaster level Protoss player. He comes into CMBW. He is able to take the first map, and Hamster selects Sideshow to follow.
Yeah, that was a pretty confident showing from Hupsaiya. Hamster definitely got thrown off by that lattice opening. So we're going to see how he adapts from that.
Yeah,
might see something a little bit more aggressive from him in this match in terms of like economics, because I think that he really felt the economic hurt in that one there.
Yeah, the Vassals got some damage in even though they were scouted, right? So Hupsaiya in the top left of Sideshow and Hamster in the bottom
Very
right.
early scout from Hamster there. No, he's pulling it back.
Okay, interesting.
Now he's going.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah,
he's like, well, I already left the building.
He wants to know.
Yeah.
He wants to know what that first building is. I think if he sees the lattice opening again, he's going to do something completely different.
Yeah, I mean, if you go pool first, which you did do in that last match, I mean, that's almost like a safety thing. Like, you're not really sure what your opponent is going to do. I'll go pool first. It's fine. That gives me a little bit faster military if I need it. And otherwise, it's just a slight, I mean, it's 200 minerals, but it's still, it's a delay on my expansion or my macro hatch or what have you, but still not the end of the world in that situation. Yeah. In Cosmonic Brood War, you get a little bit more efficiency out of workers for a little bit longer before you need to start thinking about transferring to maintain efficiency. So it's a lot more efficient to stay on one base for a little bit longer, and that does mean that Hamster can go for a macro hatch in the main, which he is going to be doing here. So this is without scouting anything at all, and when Hupsaiya shows up and drops the lattice once again, that is going to be good information for Hamster to know that, okay, it's going to be a repeat of the last game. At least this time I'm scouting you instead of thinking that I scouted you. Because the last game, he scouted him first, and he could have just walked down, but it was just the building positioning was so perfect with the ramp that he just decided, wait, there's nothing here. Let me go somewhere else.
Yep. So I won't be surprised. He just canceled an egg. He might even be going for a fast. I think, yeah, he's cutting. He's cutting for his pool is what he's doing. Because he is very, very wary about this lattice. He does not want to get any more, get punked again, so he's even cutting. Oh,
I like the attempted block. I like the attempted block. Not going to happen.
That was close.
Yeah, because there must be something that Hamster is thinking about with his Sim City as far as, defending against this. He wants to leave a path between his hatches. Doesn't want to block that off or make it awkward.
Yeah. So, again, double lattice, pretty much the same as last. You'll probably see the same kind of thing. Again, the Vassals are kind of safe here because it's like I said, it's like the Zeth all-in is what's killing him. And that killed him constantly, and it killed other Protoss constantly, too.
Yeah.
So what do? You just make something that Zeth can't kill. Yep. And if he wants to go Quasis, then okay, but the Quasis take like twice as long to cross the map. Yeah. At that point, you're not in as much danger, and if you have to, you can drop a Warden, and it's a lot safer to drop the Warden at that point and hold your ramp against it. You can't do it against Zeth because Zeth just killed the Warden. So it does absolutely open up a lot of options for him. I mean, if he really wanted to, he could go Gateway after if he really has to, but you don't really have to. The idols are not as effective as Draconians in 1v1, and their projectile doesn't track, so it has some weaknesses elsewhere, but you can still get front line, and you also have air on top of it. So, you've seen just constant Gateway opening, and I've been wondering, where's the idol spam? And it's really been like Hupsaiya doing the idol spam every now and then he transitioned off of it, didn't work for it. He went up against a bunch of Zerg who were just going to Zeth all in him, and he was like, well, this is kind of stupid.
Yeah, so and the thing about the idol is that you do need them, because at some point, right, like, the Vassals, okay, they do some pretty good damage, but if you've got enough Zets and Vorvs and etc. in here, you can just sort of start walking in and ignoring them and getting.
He doesn't have to run from it. He saw it. He can go down there and kill it.
Yeah,
like it's better to get the damage in as soon as possible.
Absolutely, yeah. Stack them up. Even losing the idol,
a lot of them, they can kill your workers, right?
Yeah, that's going to be an expensive loss. I mean, it's 75 Vespene, right? So it's still a pretty big deal. But there's only a small handful of Zets remaining, and the Warden will finish soon. So I think that will be the end of it.
He did force out a Warden, so that's kind of a, it's whatever. But
yeah, showing the number of Vassals at this point too. Yeah, we instantly see the Hydrith. The Hydrith on one base. So Hamster being very committed to being safe and enjoying the fact that on Sideshow recently we did update it to have one extra mineral patch, right? So you can stay on this situation for a little bit longer without it being super all in.
So there's a Manifold coming. He's queued up on the one building when he's got the second building that can just drop them out for him instead. Some little odd things like that. There's two Nats over here. If Hupsaiya spots those, he can just kill them. And
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, they might end up dying to the Warden anyways here.
Yep, he's going to have to be zoned away. Now, they move a little bit faster than the Vassals, so no worries there as far as Hamster is concerned, but he's just getting the scout off. He's just making sure, okay, I'm going to Umbra my Zeths at this point, see if I can get out. He does get out with one of them and even puts the burrow on, but, Hupsaiya's paying attention here. Can't get the, can't get it. There we go. So when you stand on them, they are revealed, for those who don't know.
Something Hamster could do is, expands and just turtle a little bit and, spam Naths. And so long as he doesn't get punked by the idols, the Naths should destroy the Vassals.
Yeah.
But it's quite a huge gas investment to do that. And again, if he ends up going more idol heavy at this point, it can be really disastrous. But he could try to do that if he really wants to. And I think he's going to be going mostly for Skiths. The Skiths have the same problem that Naths do in that they can get blown up by idols. The difference is that Skiths aren't as good at actually killing defense. So
yeah, you can mix them at some point if you can.
If he forces Hupsaiya to turtle here, it can be actually really hard to end the game with the Skiths, and it's still, again, it's very, very expensive.
It is, yep. Every one of these is 50 Vespene, and for those who don't know, tier 2 is 900 gas. So you really need a healthy amount in order to get there.
Hupsaiya is going to get caught into this.
Yeah, a couple of Vassals will go down. The expansion will follow. But yeah, the splash damage of the sort of recursion attack where the Skepticore launches its projectile and it comes back in, it will deal damage to anything along the way, and that is going to be the envy of anybody who's trying to deal with some air stacking, including Hamster in this position. But the idols also deal splash damage, so as long as you're actually in the fight and the air units aren't sort of moving around and dodging, you are in a pretty good spot to riposte that attack. So that's the thing, is he only makes 4, and that might even be 1 too many. You might have even wanted 3 instead. The reason I say that is you can be in a pretty good situation here where you just ward off the Vassals. You make sure that they don't attack you, they don't deal as much economic damage as the last time, And then you've got anti-surface defense for if there's a push coming. Now you can macro up. But that being said, Hupsaiya does have his expansion up sooner, which is not something you see very often in this matchup.
Hupsaiya could even like go for a grand library at this point. And like when you start seeing this little stack here, you can just build like a massive amaranths and just let the vassals bring him in.
Yeah, that's right.
And then like the quasis really can't tank those very well.
No.
So
no.
You at that point, the Zerg really needs to have armor penetration to deal with those, or better range. Basically, they're going to want tier 2 at that point. But when you're at this stage where you have 800 something minerals, yeah, you can definitely do that. Just drop down 2 of them and make amaranths as soon as they're up, while you keep pumping all the other units. And you know, if you really need to have Atriuses or idols, then that deals with any of the air units that they make. Like Hamster is a little bit on ahead of workers now, so Hupsaiya is maybe thinking, you know, about moving out at some point now since the Zerg isn't doing anything. But at the same time, he's going for a Stargate. So it's very possible he's just going to kind of rinse and repeat what he did last time.
Yeah.
But that's a little dangerous because the economic damage doesn't exist for Hamster at this point. Which means that he can go for tier 2. He's on track for it. And at tier 2, Zerg suddenly get all the options they need to deal with this. They can just build Vithrilisks. And Vithrilisks are just going to remove all the armor. The splash is going to spread to the ground units. It's going to be really hard to stack air against it. He can also make Bactylisks. He can make, you know, Calculus if he really wants to, especially with this, that the armor pen will be good. He has to worry a little bit about splash, but he has a lot of options. He can do it kind of in a whole bunch of different ways. Calculus are good too.
Yeah. Anything that can basically take the engagement away from the air, right? You outrange them, or even if they attack into you, there's no really a good way to attack into you, anything like that. With tier 2 on the way, there is going to be a little bit of a timer here, but there is going to be double Stargate, right? So double Stargate off a 2 base. This is sort of an established Protoss build. You can go for, you know, Mass Panoptis or whatever, but Hupsaiya saw Veek go for the Gladius build, and that is absolutely something he's emulating here as he starts to expand his build area a little bit, and is going to be moving out. Now, there's great...
saw his move out.
Yeah, there's great coverage here. You know, there's the one over here on the ramp that will be bopped at this point, and, you know, once again, alert both players, essentially, that there's been a happening here. He's actually going to start conceding the space. He doesn't think he can take that army right now. He's waiting for the tier 2 to come online.
Is only just finishing, so he doesn't really want to walk in here and lose all of his units. You saw what happened last time when he tries to fight all this up front. So he's going to... I'm not seeing anything morphing at the moment, so...
Yeah, he's only got the 1 Kagrin coming at the natural. He can obviously turn that into a tier 2 defensive structure. He should be mostly worried about the air at this point, but the ground is pretty threatening as well, right? So, something to consider. And it looks like, actually...
can start sniping him while the main is being held, but Hupsaiya actually pulls back at this point. He doesn't want to overextend. He wants to build a 3rd and wait for his air stack to start building.
Yeah, he's set up his 3rd base now. Now Hamster is going to be behind. Alcag Eteth started, so that is going to be a great option. You mentioned earlier Kagralisks. They did take the tooth, or the teeth, I should say, outside of Veek's situation when he did this build, and it looks like Hupsaiya might be falling victim to the
could be really
thing.
Good too, actually. Is especially when you start hitting all the vassals with them. You can just suddenly get a bunch of Rilla Orcas out of nowhere that start blocking the shots from the idols and tying up the golems. The bigger issue, of course, is that it's just going to make more targets for the Gladiuses to bounce, but at least they'll die fast at that point, and the bounces won't be perpetual. But really, he should be looking for Kagrlis or something to start sniping that air. We're seeing some Vorvs morphing here, so there's a large number of anti-ground units.
And setting up this base, he's absolutely just
going to walk in just to mop it up a second time.
Yeah, that's the goal, but there's a lot of Zats, a lot of Vorvs, a lot of Quasis. And we have 7 Almaxilisk side. It's not going to be the Kagralisk that we thought. These units, fairly fragile, but we did see them in the series between Keen and the Shambler, the match on Highwater, where they went for a very late-game ZVZ, or a mid-game, perhaps. And
it is going to be double Grand Library after, so...
Okay.
He senses the commentary.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, all these units here are just basically ball fodder.
Yeah. They're going to have to turn and fight. The Gladiuses can just continue to keep up with them. And the Almaxilisk, some of them are done, but they're not in a great enough quantity to really just walk in here and snipe the Gladiuses. They do a lot of good damage. Yeah, it's essentially instant hit. Now he's going to see about going into it. But remember, the idols are still here for splash. There's not that many of them. Only 4. So keep that in mind as this engagement continues. The Gladiuses are being sniped. Only one of them, yeah, 2 of them are going to go down immediately. I think there's still 1 or 2 idols here. Yeah, actually 3. More Almaxilisks maintaining it, but look at how fast the Almaxilisks are dying on the front. There's still
some are attacking the ground units and not the Gladiuses.
Yeah. So. And there's no armor pen for the rest of this army, so you didn't get through the golems with the Almaxilisks. You didn't snipe the backline with them. Where is the rest of the army? That is the question that Hamster is asking himself as he quickly masses up a couple of extra Almax.
Yeah, and he has to dump his extra minerals into something as fast as possible here, because this will probably just turn into a contain at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when they bunch into like that and they lead the charge into a bunch of idols,
yeah,
it's no surprise to see them melt very, very fast as the balls start bouncing afterwards.
I do feel like the Kagralisks could have maybe offered a better option here, but, you know.
Especially on the ledge, right?
Yeah, that has to be a GG, and Hupsaiya now threatening series point in the opening 3 matches. So Hamster definitely having a rough go of it, trying to adapt towards the Stargate play. And if these first 2 games are any script to go by, he might just do the same strategy once again, run it back for the 3rd game.
Yeah, you know, it's possible the Hamster thought it was going to be Exemplar first this time, upon which case that would have been the great choice for it because they can't even attack the air.
Yes, yeah.
But the fact it wasn't, and the fact that he didn't have good target selection and also engaged with the Almaxilis instead of letting the ground units take the brunt first, meant that he just got completely butchered by that. But I think even if he had killed the Gladiuses in their entirety in that fight, there was so many more ground units that the offense really could have just continued anyways.
Yeah, there were still, like, one of the things that went under the radar in that last fight was the manifolds, because they basically are like half a Dracoden. You can kind of think of them as that way. They're more nimble. They have like half the durability, and they deal a little bit more than half the damage. And so they're kind of glass cannony in some ways, but they attack both ground and air. And so if you're facing a mixed army threat, like what Hupsaiya was facing there, okay, the idols are going to be a juicy target because they deal splash. The Gladiuses, obviously a juicy target because they deal with the bouncing, and like they increase the damage of the army over time the longer the battle goes, as long as they can keep the channels going. But when you're considering it from that perspective, it's actually a deceptively powerful stack of them when there's like 6 or 7 manifolds just dishing out damage, cleaning up the Vorvs. You know, their hit scan attacks, they attack pretty fast, so it's actually really hard for any sort of engage to happen there if there isn't something a little bit more durable than just Vorvs. And we didn't see, you know, any Azira cores. That would have been an opportunity for them to get some good bounces in and stuff. We obviously saw the Almaxilisks come in. There was I think maybe 1 or 2 missing macro hatches in the main or natural for Hamster. That would have allowed him to reinforce a lot faster in the middle of that fight, but losing the 3rd multiple times and then not being able to do any sort of answer back on the other side of the map, that's a rough one. But hey, we're going to a 3rd map. It is Impetus, the newest map featured in the map pool. Maybe Hamster has been practicing some kind of strats on this, but I know that Hupsaiya is not a stranger to the map either. So as we get into things, Hupsaiya will be on the top, Hamster on the bottom, 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock respectively. We'll see what time it really is, because Hupsaiya might just blow past this man.
Yep, Hupsaiya is looking very, very strong in these matches. He's got a pretty confident early game now, and as I figured, it would be the early game, and in Tier 3, that'll be really the hardest parts for him.
Yes.
Because when he played against Shambler, it was like fast expand into getting Zeth rushed. And then, when he got past that hurdle, it turned into mid, and in mid, he was able to at least hold on. But he had like some really bad engages every now and then that would kind of like slowly lose momentum, but Shambler wasn't able to actually end the game for a while. Until it hit like Tier 3, and then suddenly like, well, shit, now Zerg literally has access to all kinds of crazy shit that you have no idea what the hell most of it even does.
Yeah.
You know, you still don't have like a really killer multi-mixed army. Well, he can end these games before they hit Tier 3, which he has been, if he's so long as he can never like start losing that momentum in mid game. And so far he hasn't been. He's been playing more cautiously, more calculated, and he definitely has a lot more confidence in these matches than what I've seen out of him so far. So there's definitely a lot of growth for Hupsaiya at this point.
Yeah, I would say so.
Hamster, on the other hand, it's like the unit control was not there in the last fight.
Yeah.
For that last match. It was like his last engage, the Almaxilisks, the 3 of them dove in first into a bunch of idols and Gladiuses and just stuff you really don't want attacking them. So they just like, they were at half health before he even started moving them. And there was this, like, at that point, like, why did he engage outside of aesthetic defense? Like, there was, like, some panic there. Like, some, you know, he was really put on the back foot for that. So, definitely you're starting to see him coming apart in that. So, in this match now is really, really balls to the wall. And when we look at Hupsaiya, it is the same thing here. Double lattice into vassals and then idols. And then he'll probably go Stargate again. And yeah, he's got a build. It's working for him, and it's a kind of a build that I'm sure Hamster is really unfamiliar with because we don't really see lattice first that often anymore. People go lattice first when they want to vassal all in you.
Yeah.
And then it's like the lattice kind of stops existing at that point. And what in reality is that vassals kind of like you saw the interaction in the last match where he was able to kill the idol, but he couldn't really do any economic damage because the vassals just keep shooting him. And Hupsaiya wasn't even quite on point. He could have started attacking them while they were in the net and probably gotten a kill in, or at least some damage in before they went up the ramp. So what will be the answer this time? It looks like he's going to go for Naths. So Naths are a good answer to this because they can fight the vassals and chase them. He is going to need enough Naths to actually deal with this, though, because if there's too many vassals, then the Naths just die. And he's not spending gas and you are. So they may just be coming out to scout because the rest of these are workers, but there is a fast Spraith again. In a fast expand, that'll probably build a Spraith immediately after. Meanwhile, Hupsaiya is stepping on Shambler here.
See ya, Shambler.
But I think really the big thing to come out of this is that Hupsaiya's the pattern to his aggression completely changed.
Yeah.
Between the matches that I saw against Shambler and this. So maybe that's more like how he gets it now, where he sort of understands where the high points are for him to actually go on the offense.
Yeah.
And I think was really telling is that he would kill the third and then just immediately go back to his base.
Yeah, just macro up.
That was you might consider that really wasteful, but it's not. He's keeping the Zerg completely under control, and he doesn't have to take any more initiative than that. Even if he wins the fight, he doesn't have to go into stack defense. He can just go back and be calm. Kind of like Neblime or, myself. It's just just keep stepping on that when the opportunity arises and just take control. And then suddenly he's on 3 bases to Zerg's 2, has a significant chunk of workers, and still has almost all of his army left, if not all of it. So, yeah, his timing on that has been pretty good.
Yeah, I think until we see Zerg find an answer to the fast vassal that doesn't require you to put down basically 2 Spraiths in each base, we are probably going to see this emerge as, at least for now, the meta response, right? Cosmonic Brood War goes through changes between tournaments all the time, and new people come in with their own strategies and their own understandings of their own baseline skills of the RTS, right? And so who knows what the actual meta will turn out to be later on, once we get to a point where we can stop making balance changes to begin with, which is coming up, I think, at some point, right? But, we'll see how long that goes. The main thing I would say is that I look at this and I think, okay, the vassals came in. You traded 1 for a Droleth. That's great value for the Protoss player, because even though the vassals are 25 more minerals than a worker, it's still stopping mining time. And for Zerg, it's occupying a larva slot and stuff like that, disrupting the gas in this particular case. So seems pretty good. And all that Hamster can really do here is just scout around. Right? He's got his Nathracors in the middle of the map, and he is going to be the recipient of additional damage coming out. And there's a lot of idols here. This is a great timing here from Hupsaiya, who is going to set up to expand behind this, producing only vassals so that he can save a little bit more on the mineral front.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect for this coming out from Hamster. He knows that this is the exact same situation he was in before.
Yeah.
With his early attack, put him super far behind. So he's building some defense here, getting ready for it.
Yeah, and he's warded it off for now, right? He's got the double circuit set up. Obviously, they're going to be a lot more tanky and difficult for the idols to deal anything with. So no macro hatch out in front.
Nats are going to spot this expansion here, and that's going to force a response as soon as he starts attacking it, which now he is.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit. You can see as soon as that happens, Hupsaiya pulls back a little bit here, but this is allowing the engagement. Remember, these Vorvs will slow down any ground unit they attack. Not able to catch up to the idol in that one moment. 14 vassals and counting. Still no reaction here. It looks like the idols will be dispatched to deal with that. But remember, that many vassals, you really need more than just 1 Spraith. They can actually just kill the Spraith at this number.
Yeah.
If they even want
or
it.
they can engage the Quasis and start trading with them while all of your under units are working on them. So you definitely got to be mindful of the mass vassals. They can kill Volks.
And look at Hupsaiya's position here. He's just caught up so that he can catch them. I mean, he doesn't actually get the shots off, unfortunately, but he manages to kill one. Okay,
one down.
You know that the idea was there. They weren't on attack moves, but the idea was there. And you know, admittedly, right, Hamster has been able to conserve all of his Vespene. He has spent 0 Vespene at this point, besides the 50 for the pair of Nats, right? So he's managed to do all that.
Hupsaiya had so much money, he's like, fuck it, drop 2 Grand Libraries.
Yeah.
That's precisely what he did. It's kind of like what I said about last game, is that what you can do at that point is just drop down 2 Grand Libraries and just start spamming Amaranths or something like that. And that may end up being what he does at this point, or maybe he'll just go for the Atreus that I saw him systematically kill your like 30 expansions with.
That was a funny set, yeah. There's 21 vassals coming in. There are 2 Spraiths now, and the Quasis are at the choke, so it's a little bit hard for Hamster to do too much in this situation. He is taking a third.
A lot of workers could die here.
Yeah, I mean, you can just burrow versus this, but, you know, this number of vassals, you know, growing 23, you might be able to just pick off both Spraiths. You know, that'll buy you some time to react with the Quasis, but, again, they're at the front right now. They are going to be waypointed directly onto the Spraith. Yeah, he knows.
Look at that damage.
Oh, he's actually not. He's going to turn and attack the workers. Again, these could burrow to avoid pain, but not going to happen. The vassal count now falling down to 18. Soon to be.
It's okay. He's trading evenly on workers at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, the burrow comes very, very late there for Hamster. Could have done that immediately. And then, you know, maybe he was a little bit worried about the Spraiths going down, considering the early damage onto that, but still, that would have been a potential option. Now, with the...
There's like 9 dead workers there at least.
Yeah.
Like, that was massive.
Yeah.
Now they're all going onto the ridge. Oh, no, he split them up.
Yeah, he's just splitting them up. So there's 15 vassals still. They could continue to get some value, but the lattices are dark right now. It's just Atreus is coming out of the Grand Libraries. Yep. So Hupsaiya not yet confirmed what he wants to do, and the Quads are going to dive on him, so he is going to end up losing a couple. He's actually picking off the Zeths that are a little carelessly maneuvered over there by Hamster, so yeah, he gets something back on the way out, and indeed we do have a third base operational. This has been the sort of crucible for you know, Hamster in this situation, is can he get a third base up in this matchup? Shambler thinks that this is the break point.
The Iral Iris is up, and the Hydreth Den is morphing.
Okay.
So I foresee Btyb in our near future as he starts his first Kafralosk.
That's right.
Which I always accidentally produce, and it just kills my fucking gas, and I wonder where the hell my resources went. But yeah, in this case, for him, I think it's just going to go straight into Btyb.
You know, Hamster has done the Kafralosk strat numerous times, and specifically in ZVZ, and just gone straight into things like Calculusks and so on. But we don't actually have the Calcure Pond coming, right? It's still the pool, so he's not upgrading that. So he won't be able to.
He knows if he tries to fight a mass of idols with that, it's going to go really bad. So as good as they would be against the vassals, he's thinking more longer term.
Yep.
The Backless are great against every single thing that Hupsaiya has at this point. At least until he starts massing like Amaranths.
The Golem Herald combo here is going to be so strong as a front line. And, you know, on top of it all, he's also got a Cantavis mixed in with this army. You'd think, okay, area denial for Storm, that's going to be a big deal for sieges. But in terms of engaging the army, I'd be worried about hallucination, dude. Like, the fact that that shot can come out and start 1.5xing all of your damage. You know, that is going to be pretty significant for any of the units that might normally take a long time. Third base being set up as well at about that 3 o'clock spot. Okay, so that's exactly the Tet Zoricors are exactly where you would want to see hallucination on, because you just put enough damage down onto them with an otherwise kind of like low frequency damage army with a lot of units that have like either high attack rate but low damage like the Atreus, or low attack rate but high damage, something a little bit more like the idols in that respect.
This Nath and the Otherworld units will spot the position of this army here.
Yeah.
You see he's built a couple defenses.
Yeah. He's got this situation to delay that.
He has no Backless at the moment. I really expected to see a large number, then there's a couple coming now. He was just getting his front line first, I guess, in the event that he's attacked right away, so he has something to sit in front of his static. But if he gets engaged here, all those squishy units can get bombed pretty quick. Cantavis
out of position. What does it want to do at this point? He's going to charge up a Psystorm just to specifically annihilate a lot of the Quasis. That is going to force a background out. Now, the Bactylusks are up, but they're kind of on the front, right? So one of them ends up going down. Unfortunately, the Psystorm...
He does more damage to himself with the Psystorm than Hamster at the end of the day, but...
You know, killing him a little bit. Now, the third base economy is still pumping here for Hamster, right? Yep. So he is going to be able to continue to produce units, but it's only the 5 Bactyls right now. 2 Convolusks just started as well, but this Tet Zoricor count is pretty high. Psystorm comes down, but it's mostly on Quasis. The Bactylusks in a safe distance. Cantavis staying alive. Has killed 5 units. That doesn't count your own kills, by the way, so... Should really be like 7.
Could be more than that. All the vassals were stacked under it.
Yeah, that's true.
Both players have a lot of money right now, a lot of money. But most critically, is Hupsaiya has a gas cap.
Yeah.
So his gas is in a healthier position. He can really build a lot with that if he needs to.
He's going to go all in on the attack into the natural, but these are souped up defenses, and here comes a hallucinate. It unfortunately mostly hits his own units again, so the control on the spells could have been a little bit better, but the Tedzoricores are melting here. They're charging on through and taking a lot more damage than they're used to. The circuits and the Scortrits are slowly being pushed away, but here come the Convolusks to reinforce from the third. I was wondering when that would end up happening, and that is just going to occupy so much of the remaining of the units. Now, where are the remaining units for Hupsaiya? At his natural, he's got 4 Golems, 2 Atriuses. He is producing more of the Striders and more of the Golems, but that's actually all he has for production this game. I feel like he missed an opportunity to tech up or something, right?
He was sitting on a lot of money. I expected him to start dropping down like a bunch of Qs or something at that point to at least get the money out of float. But there's going to be an Ancestral Archives is on the way, so that's a good choice. Tectons will help with this, but now there's a lot of Convolusks out.
Yeah.
And the Convolusks are going to cause a problem for them because they can tie up the Golems with their spawn for a long time and really delay the fight, which is really what Hamster needs. But I don't know. This isn't a very large force, and if he intends to try to brute force down this engram, he's just going to get pounced on by all these Golems, and that's going to be an absolute disaster for him.
I think he can get the engram down.
In front.
I think he can get it down specifically with the Convolusk spawning Rillarocores. He's also got cliff advantage onto this incoming attack, and that is going to start creating some more...
Trying to hang it up a little bit here.
Yeah, some more Rillarocores are being created. The engram is already down. Tedzoricores cannot charge to the ramp. I think Hupsaiya's in trouble, Master.
Yeah. If he sees this ramp, which he kind of has to at this point, then this third's going to go down for sure because there's going to be so many brood spawns.
Absolutely.
He doesn't have any easy way to deal with those at the moment.
Oh no, all the scribes are dead. Between the Convolusk and Bactylisk bounces, they just all got melted completely.
Just a little line there of dead scribes. Yeah. Disaster. Hupsaiya's still even with him on workers, but he is got nothing coming out of that archives quite yet.
Double engram on the natural. He's in a desperate bid at this point. Optecton started at the Ancestral Archives. Okay, that's something.
That scrap's fucked. Not before it spawns in with more Rillarocores.
He's actually going to get out, but I don't think it's going to matter here. If anything, it's just a bit of a misdirection. The attack move is going to come in. Trying to focus down. Remember, these Atriuses...
are going to take so long to build.
Yeah, the Atriuses also have their shot intercepted by hostiles, including Rillarocores, right? So this is an opportunity here to absorb a lot of that damage, and yeah, the engrams are going to go down without being canceled. I think Hamster has found the code and cracked it to start off his journey. He will be able to take this match almost certainly. There's just nothing coming here for Hupsaiya. His first up Tecton is still about 75% complete. He's going to lose his natural. He might set up a third, but is it really going to matter? It's so open.
Last stand of the Atrius is amidst the worker line.
What's to think? That is Spawn Inc.
That is Spawn.
Other Shiwu. Can't say that. TOS, dude. Monka TOS. Just like my friend Lloyd.
You know, with Hamster's language barrier,
he figured it out.
To try to translate that was probably no trivial task for him.
Yeah, especially while he's playing the game, dude. He's spending his money, keeping his money low.
But at least he's helping a brother out, though.
Yep, he is. Even though you've beaten me 2 games in a row, and now I use this unit.
Yeah, Tecton's trying to kite these, but they keep sustaining.
Yeah,
they keep healing.
Tedzoricor just healing on the way out.
Meanwhile, all the scribes are being converted into Rillarocores.
GG is called. Hupsaiya will drop a match after all, so it won't be utter domination, and Hamster is able to get on the board.
Well, Hamster understood that there was definitely a different strategy you need to deal with that. The Convolusk, as I mentioned in the other game, is a good choice because there's not really a lot of sustain. The Heralds can offer some sustain, but more important thing is that the army is not landing damage on your units that are actually important. And the Idol's shots get intercepted, and it would have been a little less effective against the Gladiuses because they can still just bounce across them. But as long as you kill the ground army before they annihilate everything else, then you can engage the Gladiuses a lot more safely. But you didn't have a way to engage both of them, and Amaxilus kind of got punked. So he definitely did recognize that was going to be an issue, and in that game, there was a transition. I think it would have been fine even if we did see Stargate come out, but it was particularly effective against the Atriuses.
Yeah, I feel like looking at this situation, right, we're going to go on to Derelict for match 4. And this is starting to develop into a really interesting set, right? We had the initial sort of Stargate pivot, and then now in that last match, Hupsaiya, who is in the bottom left of Derelict, going up against Hamster in the top right, our Protoss player decided to pivot away from the Stargate to go into the double Grand Library. I'm not sure if that was a reaction to his bank, like you were saying. It could very well have been. And, you know, thinking about it from that perspective, it's really interesting. Like, okay, he goes away from the Stargate. What does Hamster have in the back pocket? Well, he goes for Convolisks, and we talked about them as an option even versus the air. So the fact that it ends up having super great success versus the ground army, I mean, that might just make Hupsaiya go further into the double lattice into Stargate, where it's like, okay, if you're going to do that every game, you know, you're going to go back to the well, so to speak. Maybe Hamster has another strategy planned there.
Yeah, at least the air units let you engage them. With the Atreus's, you couldn't really engage them after that point. Like, with that third, if he had been just a little bit faster and gotten on top of them as they were engaging the engram, then he could have probably repelled it. Or at least he would have killed a good chunk of them before they started getting out of control. But the second that they started spawning on the ramp and he kind of pulled back a little bit, it was kind of already over because more and more of them started spawning, and he no longer really had engage potential at that point. So it was going to be really, really difficult for him to stop the snowball at that point. And to make matters even worse, of course, the two engrams at the front ended up dying.
Before they could get up.
And before they even finish, right? So he's actually going gateway first in this game. So this is more standard that you would expect. So this is something very different and something more to his conventional style. But I still imagine there'll be something a little different here from him. We can see that there's definitely some aggressive tickling going on.
There was something happening. The scribes got pulled off the line just to harass. Yeah, here you go. Get him. And you know, it's a little bit of lost mining time. It's unlikely to be too consequential, but it's the...
It's not even really, like, it's not super necessary because of flash shielding, but it really does establish dominance, right?
Yes.
It tells you that I'm not going to take your shit. Meanwhile,
1 point of health
Hamster's base
has been lost by that scribe. Can you believe it? Gateway finishes.
Absolutely tickled.
Will be a Draken first. That's what the first little one worker on gas was for. It's also one of the reasons why Hamster probably wanted to bop it a little bit. So look, he's
although this would be a little dangerous because it is a hatch first. It does give Hupsaiya some breathing room.
He's really struggling with the
tickling.
Trying to move around the geyser there. It's very fat.
Absolutely
it's deceptively large.
Yeah.
But yeah, with the pool coming with the macro hatch, this is definitely going to be production advantage. And this is where a situation could arise like what we've seen from this matchup before, where everybody's like, oh, I know what I have to do. I have to build the one unit. I have to build the one structure, the gateway, of course. It's the answer to all of my woes. And then they just get surrounded by Zets and Vorvs, and suddenly they die. That could be what happens here. Yeah. We've got 3 pairs of Zets coming.
It could be. There's a lot of them coming. Some of those are workers, but there's a lot of Zets coming. I think, however, that Hupsaiya has probably played this match quite a bit at this point and understands that moving out with this is not good. It actually looks to me like Hupsaiya wants to go fast expand himself, but that may change when he sees these Zets come out and start. He is actually moving his Draken across the map, so
yeah, interesting.
Maybe it'll be more like his classic style, but perhaps more critically is that Hamster's latest rotation is all workers. So in theory, he could get some early damage in on these and force them away, but if Hamster wants to turn on this, he can.
He's got a couple more Zets coming now. No Vorvs yet.
But he lost one now, so that's not very good.
And there is a Nexus started as well on the side of Hupsaiya. So expansion before the Zerg.
Hupsaiya has to be careful here because they're just going to burrow right on top of him.
Yep, the burrow trap is in.
See that, but one is not chasing, and he wasn't able to get this around in.
He's got 4 more back at the main. Yeah, this is a little awkward.
A little awkward for him because he really wanted to have some Vorvs coming already. Then he could have punished this very easily, but if he bleeds Zets out on this, it does hurt. Even if he kills the Drakens, they have 6 kills currently, so
yeah,
they're not dying for nothing here. They're getting kills in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to kill what 3 pairs of Zeths to make break even on the minerals, and the production amount is really what hits you here. But this attack is already pretty deadly looking. There's only 2 Drakens at home and 1 more starting. A Warden only now coming online. So if the Zeth and Vorv just moves across the map, we could see a very fast game 4.
Yeah, they kind of hesitated, which meant that wounded Draken has been able to escape with its 5 kills.
Yeah.
So while there's only 2 back home, the Warden's halfway finished, and there's another one that's just about to finish, and the second gateway is also about to finish. So this Warden may finish just as they hit, and if Hamster hesitates coming past this ramp, he very carefully scoots around there so he does not get hit by the Drakenons on the ramp here. He's going to focus on the Warden, which gives Hupsaiya a little bit of time.
Oh, no, he left it with 5 health.
Kill it.
Okay.
It's 5 health.
Well, that's a mistake. He is going to go ahead and pop out now. He has lost a Vorv. He has lost some Zeths. Other units on the way.
That definitely costed him pretty heavily there, but he's got more coming, so he's going to make another go at it.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit more coming here from Hupsaiya as well as he gets up there with his second gate production. Now making Zealots, so 1 pair of Naths as well for scouting. Unfortunately, some Zethar cores are going to rally into the wrong spot, and Shambler is still burrowed in the choke.
Yep. Shambler is a person that exists.
He's
there, hidden away.
Yeah, he's typing his report
minding
up.
His own business.
He's writing his report right now as we speak.
He's mining sleep hours.
Okay, well,
there's some Zealots coming, and an Ecclesiast is also queued up. So while this looked scary, that Flounder there definitely kind of put the teeth out of this attack for the moment, and now it's all workers back home. So
yeah, I think he wants to get up to his... He's got
just
4 hatch coming, you know? That's going to be a lot of production, and if he chooses to continue to push in, which he is going to do just to investigate what's going on here, he could get some worker kills.
Might get a couple kills here. He was going to go for the workers, but he ended up turning away and ended up engaging this very, separated attack here.
Yeah.
And only gets 1 Zealot out of so many returns.
I know. That
Hupsaiya must feel very happy about that one. He definitely comes on top of that.
Right. Now, again, with Hamster being able to droll up here, he's got 7 more on the way. He is going to get another hatch. Some of his workers have made it to the middle of the map. They are going to go ahead and harvest Vespene. And I think maybe that's what he was thinking.
Tier 2.
That's what he was probably thinking with the Zeth push is, okay, I'm going to go in and continue the pressure. I just need to make sure that my opponent feels like he can't leave his base. But even if he... the problem is he lost so many units. So, of course you think he
doesn't have any more.
Yeah. And so, okay, you've conditioned your opponent to expect run-bys and attacks. Maybe you could try to dive in when you see that they're leaving, but the worker's already been dealt with, so there is no more scouting coming. There is going to be double Kagran in the main as well, or in the natural rather. Make that triple as a 5th hatch is going to be put up. And yeah, you were talking about earlier powering up to tier 2. I mean, there's 5 workers harvesting Vespene here, and Hupsaiya has chosen to ignore that potential feature of the map. He's not even thinking about it. The Nats were over here. I don't know if they flew over the main at any point, but there is a Warden in the mineral line. A Stargate is on the way. Honestly, the tier 2 timing here could totally ambush Hupsaiya. He could be very, very deep in the red.
Yeah, well, he walked past that worker and murdered it, and Shambler screamed.
Yeah, he typed.
And as a result, he started spamming circuits here, but nothing's coming at the moment. It did ever so slightly delay his tier 2. It hasn't begun yet because of all the money that got invested into that.
Yeah, I think he
queued up
canceled
more
a few
workers,
things. Yeah, he just canceled.
And he realized, wait a second, I've been punked.
Yeah, there's no attack coming. What's going on here? Well, he needs to drop that
his worker that wants to build tier 2 just got body blocked by all the Zats and was spinning around for a very uncomfortably long time. As a result, the Gladius is on the way, and the next Stargate is also on the way, and that Zealot dies terribly, confirming the presence of 1 million Zats, which might make Hupsaiya still not decide to go on the offensive yet.
Yeah, the Nats are here to confirm the scout, right? Like, they can see the Stargate, or they'll be able to when they fly over it. Yep. Just tickling, seeing what's going on. Where's your units? How many air units do you have? The one Gladius makes its presence known. Outrun it! Outrun it! No! It's gonna ball you! Ooh. Bald.
Male pregnancy emoticon.
That's Btyb's special.
Now, Hamster is not making anything.
No, he's banking money.
Built, just a tier 2.
Yeah, he wants to save up for tier 2. He's seen what's coming.
It's going to be like 1 million Kapraloths, in my guess.
Yeah, he can afford about 2 of them, but he also needs to make sure that he saves enough Vespene to tech up, right?
There's no Hydra Death this time, right?
Yeah.
No workers, no Hydra Death. Hupsaiya has gone ahead in the worker count as a result of that.
Alcag immediately.
There's the Alcag.
Okay, he wants to stick to the Almaxilisks, perhaps, or maybe he's going to go Kagra this time. The thing, if it's Kagralisks, I feel like he can win, but he needs to deal with the buffer of ground units. Like, there's so much meat with the Zealots, the Ecclesiasts, and the Legionnaires. Forget about the Dracodons that can help focus things down. Third base finally on the way.
He's taking a turn this time. Oh, now he's going for it.
Yeah.
He's got 1,500 minerals. I mean, he may as well spend some of them. He built like 3 workers at one point.
Considering he's up against Gateway and Stargate, I really am surprised he's not going for mutas. I know the land effects exist as a potential counter to that, but you would need him to pivot away from Gladius. And it's a Matraval Nest to back up. Okay, so his answer to the ground is Convolisks. His answer to the air is either Kagralisks or Almaxilisks, and that is going to be the option. But again, it's going to be about a minute before that can really be fielded as a composition here. Say what you will about the money, he just doesn't have the tech up yet. So his Alcag just now finishes. He's scouting out the third base being set up using these Zats.
A lot of Kagralisks.
And it is a lot of Kagralisks. 10, in fact, just got queued up with the Matreble Nest on the way as well. So there's going to be larva aplenty for the Convalisks. And I feel like that will be a signal to Hupsaiya. If he ends up dropping this game, he's going to know for sure, I need to find some way to stop this army from massing up. I need to end the game before this point in the game, or I need to find a different composition to win. And maybe that's where he starts to think about
Gladiuses, you know, it can reach a critical mass where they just kill everything that enters range.
Yeah.
Depending on how Hamster places his units. So he's going to have to be very, very careful because you need a lot of Kagralisks to really be able to brute force into an army that is this full of sustained melee.
There's some Vigoralisks as well for the front line here to deal with the massive number of melee, which are now actually kind of out of position if the Kagralisks engage on this point.
Yeah, if he dives in right now, he might be able to kill these.
Kagralisks are opening salvos. The Zealots and stuff are getting caught up on each other from the third.
Down.
No splash, no crowd control
Kagralisks
whatsoever.
are attacking the melee.
Yeah, they need to fall back here. The Vigoralisks just being hit by so many Gladius attacks at the same time. Now, we don't have any Convalisks out. The Matreble Nest was made, but it's not actually being used right now. The units all tasked onto each other here, so that's a little bit awkward from Hupsaiya, who's now had the herd thinned a little bit here. The Kagralisks do need to return fire onto these Gladiuses, otherwise it could be all for nothing, but he falls back.
Yeah, he has to kill the Gladiuses at least.
Yeah, the score threats are up, and more Kagralisks have spawned as well. He really needs to focus fire these air units because they are chaining so many bounces onto it. A little bit of extra micro could have afforded Hamster a couple of shots on the return. He only catches one Zealot. He's down at a base. Where are the rest of the units? It's actually just straight up Kagra. It's nothing but Kagralisks right now.
He's got a couple Convalisks en route, just a few of them.
Okay. Gladiuses are moving in. There's
now he's
naked
down
defenses.
in the bank, down on worker counts. And
his one Zet spots that, though. So he has a little bit of advance warning, and the ground units are actually moving away. The Gladiuses might just get ambushed here. One of them goes down. If he targets that low HP one, that could be it, but it's not going to be so. And for some reason, yeah, actually, you know, I guess Hupsaiya thinking, I shut down the third. I'm going to go back and macro. I can't, but he doesn't feel confident in busting that. Even though, honestly, I think with the Kagralisks out of the way, that would have been a prime opportunity.
Yeah, he was actually in a position he could have at least dove out. Like he's got tier 2 defenses, but only 2 of them, and one of them is at half health. So
yeah,
there was a chance he could have like poked in there and maybe see what comes out, and then pull back afterwards. But he didn't really feel comfortable with that, so he pulled back. And Hamster's got some money now. He's going to look to try to make that third again, and what he's really missing now is like the Tazora course. He needs like some way to really get in there so that the Kagralisks are not getting zoned out of their targets.
Yeah, he needs some sort of melee. He's going to rely on Vorvs for now. He doesn't have
a lot of Vorvs.
Yeah, he doesn't have the ability, he thinks, to go for Teths right now. He would need another structure. Another base being put down by Hupsaiya, going up to a 4th. At this point, the economy is crushing. Hamster really needs to just wipe the army decidedly and then get on top of the production before anything else can happen, or somehow break Hupsaiya from a psychological standpoint, almost thinking like, I'm just going to make it so that you see it seems unwinnable. And, you know, who knows what else is going to happen after that. But this is assuming we even get to it. We could see Hupsaiya hold here, and if he holds convincingly enough, there's really not much that Hamster can do. Everything is counting into this army right now. And it is a good army. It's a very sizable army.
Hupsaiya takes advantage of his defenses here. He's got an engram back there that he can help with the AoE.
Conval's getting a lot of value right now.
This is precisely what Hamster wants, is
the air units are busy with them,
so that he can just rain down death on them from afar.
He needed some sort of fodder, so the Vorvs occupy the initial shots, and then the Convalisks make more fodder, which allows those air units that have plagued him so much to be busy attacking Rokors on attack move.
This is the part where Hupsaiya needs to get in on this army, because the more that spawn here, his defenses are holding. Yep, he's trying to move around.
Oh, one of the exemplars is about to die.
So much damage comes from the Kagralisks. There's so many of them. Keep in mind that it's 23 to 42 military right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Kagralisks in there. There's like 30 of them, almost 30 of them.
Engram loses power. Workers have transferred down to 6 o'clock. But the air is being separated, right? And so there's really not that much left for a military side. He is getting an Uptecton back at home, which would be very invaluable in this situation, but not if it has nothing to block the inevitable amount of Rokors spawning from these Convalisks.
This is a dangerous trade that Hupsaiya is going for here. Yeah. Because of the brood spawn, the Zerg can defend and hold at the same time. He just makes units, and there's not decisive, like there's no engrams in here anyways. Although some of the Convalisks are walking into defenses, and one even just died. But
Well, the pylon's going to go down. That shuts down all the defenses. At the same time, the third is going to be engaged upon, but it's not even mining. It's adding no value right now for Hamster at all. He's floating a lot of money anyway. It's not like you're going to deal a decisive blow in that situation. You need to bust this situation for defenses, and there's more being put up. So losing the natural, now going down to 2 bases.
There's enough Tecton up. This is the final stand for Hupsaiya here. I think he's fucked if he can't hold this, but he's going to have an Archon in just a moment, and another Archon is close to being finished.
He needs to keep these defenses
here.
powered.
There's no brute spawn. The Convolutes are in the back, so the Tectons can be killing all the Kagerlists before they're able to land any real damage on anything super valuable here.
He's making Archons.
Kill one of the Stargates.
Those can do pretty well versus the Rillaroar
Yeah, they got to get in.
They need to get on top of those defenses, on top of the actual units in the background, and it's just being grinded
fire
down.
on those Kagerlists, man. Some of them are on low health, but unfortunately, he's just getting swamped here.
Yeah, the Gladiuses are bouncing a lot of shots in the main.
Gladiuses are killing everything in the main. And the ground army is actually pulling back to come back to his main, but
yeah, that's going to be the end of the
slowly getting tickled to death here.
And he just has nothing that can actually deal damage over here. The Tecton trying to fire shots, but the Rillaroar are blocking it.
It has 36 kills.
I guarantee you at least 30 of those are Rillaroar, but he's going to start stacking up a couple extra ones. It's just he's got nothing, right? He's got the engram at the natural. He's got no production. He even cancels his Nexus off to the side. His ground army has returned to try to put a stop to this, but no, Hamster can still deal with this. These are just gateway units.
Yep. Well, that Tecton is working miracles here as much as it can.
It's just more and more. He's trying to get around it, but yeah, here come the Kagerlists. That's going to be it. Losing that high-tech unit, the last one that he had, adding more defenses over here, but he's got no military production. He's going to lose the last structure in his main. I think Hamster's done it, and that was such a risky play, a risky proposition, but he's held it versus the air punish, and you know, Hupsaiya couldn't figure out how to close the situation, right? Coming in from the right-hand side, there's no defenses on that side. The Nexus is going to fall, and that has to be GG.
The classic. Oh, no, he was actually defeated.
He was defeated. He lost all of his production.
Just left again.
So that is that. I mean, he might not even know that it's unlike other RTS games. You are defeated when you lose all of your factories. I'm open to that, by the way, being changed in the future, but I just feel like for all of like the 1% of matches or 0.01% of matches that end super excitedly because, you know, you're down to like one extractor or whatever and like one refinery. There's also all the other matches where like the Terran lifts their shit into the corner and it's like XD or whatever, playing hide the pylon. At least
I mean, you can hide production that anyway.
Yeah.
Like, so it's mostly hide the pylon, but we don't have. I guess we have some people who do that. I remember Shambler doing that at some point in one of those FFAs.
Yes, yeah, he built like random shit in the middle of the map. So, all right, well, hey, we're going to go to Infinite Velocity 2 for the decider. This has gone the distance, all 5 matches.
Nope.
What do you think? Is it anybody's game still? I mean, like, this is a map where I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, okay, Hamster could complete the reverse sweep here.
Yeah, Hupsaiya has realized that his opponent has figured him out. I'm sure of it by now.
Yeah.
So there's going to be some adaptation here, I think. Now I like watching his camera just fucking fly all over the place from spamming his.
Well, he's doing. He's setting up camera hotkeys as well, so that he can grab his natural, his third, and just.
I do that, and then like my camera hotkey just ends up in some random place at some point, and I have no idea how that happened because the F key is like so far off the keyboard. How could I accidentally map it to something else?
Well, Hupsaiya on the left and Hamster on the right. Going to be a fast scout once again, 4-hour Zerg player. And for those who are new to this map, at 4 minutes, these atlases that are burning finish their burning, and it opens up a Nidus into your opponent's neck of the woods. Now you can destroy the Nidus beforehand. You can try to attack the atlases so they burn down faster. Who knows what's going to be leveraged in this situation, but Hupsaiya is familiar with this mechanic, and Hamster is familiar with this mechanic. So this will be an exciting one.
The lattice first again.
Okay. Both players scouting through the very, very wide distance low ground. So that will be some information, right? The pool first is maybe a bit of a surprise, but Hamster has some
on this
idea.
map. I think you kind of have to, because if those atlases go down and like 30 zealots enter your base, you gotta have something to deal with them.
You gotta.
I was thinking he could just go hatch first in this map, and then no, you've got the Nidus to worry about, and there's a lot of things that can happen. Also, a vassal rush could also happen too, and then you really want to have some quasis to deal with it. So you don't want to because it's such a big open map otherwise, but you definitely got to be mindful of that proxy in this.
Yeah, I also wonder, I mean, Hamster has gone for the pool first, but he's just... Okay, he's now going to go for a single pair of Naths. Still getting a little bit of S-Beam. He's thinking about what to do. I swear.
He's going to probably make a hatch. He's got the worker... No, he pulled it off. You realized, wait a second, I spent all my money.
Yeah. Honestly, I was kind of worried that there would have been
go for the second here.
I was really worried that it was about to be a proxy hatch in Game 5, but Hamster's just not the type.
I would have hoped. That would have been great.
Absolutely. Pair of Naths are on the way just to scout things out. They will, of course, be met by the vassals. There are no idols this time around. Not yet, anyway.
No, he's killing the Nidus.
Oh, interesting.
He's worried about the vassals going through the Nidus.
Yeah.
You got to watch out for that.
Yeah. I mean,
I
remember
military units.
You were commenting about the penumbra moving across, just turning into a suitcase and unfolding on the other side.
Just folds and crawls up his own asshole, just like an escape artist with a high enough DC.
Makes a lot of sense, right? Now, it will, of course, be that Nidus going down. See you later.
I mean, when you think about it, like, rats are capable of fitting through in tiny, tiny spaces because their bodies just kind of, like, fold. And it just makes you wonder, like, how many mammals can you fit inside of your butthole?
I think there was a South Park episode about this.
Well,
meanwhile,
I don't think I've seen South Park in, like, 20 years.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I think I saw it maybe about at the same time ago. 10 years, maybe? Oh, the Quasilisk has burrowed. It's establishing dominance. Now the Scribe will finally feel its pain.
Aggressive burrowing. Hey, we were just talking about burrowing.
That's right.
That really puts it in perspective. Puts it in perspective.
Rowing. Row.
I wonder how the Goatsy man's doing these days. Does he, like, know his internet fame? Like,
I hope he probably didn't make any money, you think. Can't make an honest day's work.
But he's known worldwide by, like, literally every person on the planet.
Ooh.
He is literally a household name. All because, for some reason... no.
Scribes are tickling. They've gotten the kill. This is actually the first time Hamster's gotten an early frag onto these workers and disrupted mining in the entire set. So, off to a good start for him.
Yeah, that warden was only, like, halfway done, so it wasn't for the vassals. He could have just kept spanking.
Well, the Hatcheroski is being set up in the back base here, so... Hamster going for the
Hydrith again.
Lower eco, and going for the Hydrith is an interesting move. He's also got an Ovalith coming. And a Kagran. My man. Okay, this could be... I don't want to get too excited, because this could just be him, like, setting it up where the Nidus used to be, or, like, closer to the ramp or something. But still, my man, what are you planning? Let's see it.
I don't know. Hupsaiya's got a pretty large army coming over here, so...
Oh, I see. He's just setting it up so that he can... I think he's setting it up so he can.
I guess he doesn't get tickled the instant that it stops. It's kind of an expensive investment for it, but all those units are coming down here. Like, Hupsaiya has a lot of early pressure coming in here, and I mean, for the moment, he's getting tickled by his Quasi and is really mad. But there's multiple.
It's just Quasi's
idols,
in response. Yeah,
there's tons of vassals. Like, this is actually quite dangerous.
Well, he is still making...
no circuits here.
Yeah, he's actually going to pull the Kagran off of the natural here just to get it back to the front. So that's interesting. The idols do manage to make it up the ramp. This is a pretty critical situation here, but I think there's enough Quasis to deal with this.
Yeah. So long as he focuses down the idols.
He's really indecisive about this Kagran.
I need it here. No, I need it there. No, I need it here. No, I need it there. Oh, they're still there.
All right, where do I put it?
Touched me.
There you go.
Maybe I'll just put it there. Okay.
Okay, it's a
He's
circuit.
not paying attention.
It was a Spraith, now it's a circuit. It hasn't decided.
Now I have to defend it, which pulls Hupsaiya back in. And...
Well, all the vassals are getting shredded immediately, and that's actually a large portion of the pressure over here, because the idols do not do very well on their own, especially versus things like circuits.
Yeah, that circuit was really the key thing. If you didn't have that, if you didn't spend it in the Ovilith however many minutes ago knowing he's going to need to play hopscotch and musical chairs with it, then he would have been in trouble, because the idols probably would have just kept shooting him.
Oh, he is setting up an expansion. He's going to take the 9 o'clock position, so that's not too bad. And the other thing, too, is there's a pair of skits coming as well, probably for anti-vassal, thinking that, just to keep himself safe, but it could also be rated for the mineral line.
He traded his frontline chastity for his backline chastity, and now they're tickling. Ooh.
Well, here come the Quasis to deal with the rest, so there you go. Now down to only one. I don't think you saw any of the skits hatch either. And another crucial point, we meme on the workers, but dude, Hamster in the middle of all that was able to go up to even workers and then supersede Hupsaiya's worker count. despite all of that early pressure. So he held on pretty admirably. He is idling a couple of his workers there, but he's going to scout out the natural. He's going to know that he's safe from like an all-in sort of military push at this point, and maybe that's going to trip him to do a certain thing or another. Or maybe he's just going to expand and take the macro game. You do have to double gas in the main. You've got these ridges that you can start harvesting from. You can get up to a pretty fast tier 2 timing on this map.
Yep. Hamster should feel pretty secure right now. He's confirmed that all the idols are inside of Hupsaiya's base.
Yep.
Hupsaiya is working on his worker queues, getting that number up. Neblime smiles.
Absolutely. And we do have another expansion happening.
He's so much money here that he's going to probably drop an Argosy. Okay.
Yeah.
So heavy air is going to be in the name. There's a few choices he can get from there, but you know, if Hamster goes for that tier 2 and has all these skits left over, that's going to be a little painful.
Well, it's just easy bait at that point for turning into Viths, rending the armor down. One thing that I think we've noticed is that if there's any sort of like instant hit, like hit scan attacks or any sort of splash that or line trace or anything like that, you can really put Solarians in the ground in low quantities. You really need to hit like some kind of critical mass for them because of the stewards taking so much damage. The
stewards just can melt. So it's with Zerg in particular, you really do need Viths to do that because otherwise the armor is just too high for like quasis to go through.
Yeah,
you need so many quasis. You can do it, but not when there's like 4, 5, 6 of them. But
tier 2 on the way as well.
If you have Viths in there, I think that like Lyralists are pretty good in general because they're got like 90 health. But if you got like a chunk of them for some reason, if you had that much money plus Viths, they do seem to actually do quite well against air units.
Yeah, and the bounces don't care about the stewards in particular. If you think about it, right, it's like the stewards close the gap, so now you can't use Bactylisks versus them. And it is a Solarian coming, so this will be very relevant. If you're going up against Empyreans, I think it's always better to go for the Bactylisks because you just shred the armor with Viths, and then the Bactylisks are now bouncing to deal maximum damage. They have no armor pen, for those who don't know, so huge deal there.
Lyralists are like... they're really screwed by ground units. Like if he has melee or something like that, they're not high range enough to kill the ground units. They're a little more mobile than Bactylists, but you don't really want to have to be trying to kite with them. So just going like a mass Bactylist is just generally better, but really Vithalists like just tie the whole thing together. They give them the armor penetration they don't have normally.
Well, it's not going to be yeah, he doesn't have the evolution yet. The Back to the Swamp is not making, but the Spire is.
Spire.
Yeah. So that's interesting. So, he's also got a fomenting drop here, if people who don't know. This is going to be a quadruple Scortrith drop with Iroleths once he has enough resources. So there you go. All the gas gets sent into those. We will be seeing those double mutate almost certainly.
Well, there's not going to be any mutas coming from that. He's not even harvesting gas from the third at the moment. Some caps actually might be really good right about now to kind of offset some of this. But meanwhile, there is just so many vassals coming.
Yeah, and there's only the one Spraith that's not even double updated, right? So he's got the skits on call to deal with this, right? He does have 7 of them that will deal with this attack. The back base now being taken by Hupsaiya.
You know what kills Scorchriths very fast?
Solarians. Oh, okay. Yeah. Solarians are
vassals
pretty good.
Too. But yeah, like Hupsaiya has all he needs to really deal with.
Oh, these aren't even upgraded.
It could catch a lot of workers, but it's as long as he has the fast reflexes and pulls in the Solarian, then he really shouldn't take too much more damage than maybe like a couple pylons, maybe like the Warrens and stuff like that. But
he might even lose the
workers
back
very
base.
quickly.
I mean, the thing is, they're not upgraded after all. It's just going to be circuits. Now, the Vassals are going to strike as the Speartith is coming. The Skith Muta army needs to respond, and actually pretty good reactions from the Skith. Looks like that will indeed be a focused down defensive structure. He should have been burrowing his workers a little bit sooner, but here come the Skiths to clean house.
Yeah, they're only attacking the edge of them, so actually Hupsaiya is trading very well with that because he kills like one vassal, just one vassal, and meanwhile he actually has to pull back. Meanwhile, inside of Hupsaiya's base.
You know what he can do, honestly, is he can just start mutating them now. He's killed the defenses, right?
He's microing them is what he's doing.
Yeah, he's going to bring him on down.
Meanwhile, inside of Hamster's base.
Yeah, the vassals are just increasing.
There are vassals killing every single thing.
Where's his skits at? Okay, they were a little bit slow to the party. He's now down to 25 workers. This might just switch an all in his head. And he was not able to really deal that much damage, right? He just killed some Warden, or a Warden. You know, his drop was not very successful.
Just came in and wiped their asses with those.
Yeah.
he escaped with one circuit, though.
Well,
I guess it's something in exchange for literally all of his workers.
Yeah, he's getting 15.
He definitely got overly focused microwing those.
Yeah.
Like, that was really avoidable.
Yep. Now he has to resaturate his bases. He's got to mass up his army. He does not have the Backdeath Swamp yet, so he can't deal with the Solarians. Whether he even clocked that they're coming is another thing entirely. But
well, they killed his circuit.
Yeah, I'm
so
just not sure if he was paying
them. attention
or not, right? If he heard the sound cues or saw the stewards or anything. He is massing up his attack force, but it's just...
This is not an army you want to fight Solarians with.
No.
This is not good.
I mean, he might be able to charge down and do some economic damage, but there's 3 Solarians. An Empyrean is on the way for splash. Like, you got all the idols as well to deal with the air. Honestly, I'm going to call it right here. I think Hupsaiya is going to take it from the decisive victory. Back to Swamp is coming, but it's so late.
Even if he morphs these 3 skits into Viths, there's not enough Viths at this point to do anything about this. Like, for this many Solarians, you want to have like 6, 7 of them at least.
Yes.
They need to be able to survive a long time. And as he pokes in with the Melisks, it's just, he's going to see, oh, there's defenses everywhere. And some creep left over. Oh.
Yeah, it's slowly receding. Maybe. Oh, yeah, it is. You saw it there. For
more Metas have arrived.
Maybe not. Maybe it's there forever.
That idol could get in like 1 or 2 kills maybe before it dies here. But only if it attacks the low health one. The Solarian takes the kill anyway.
Oh, there it is. It is going.
Now there is an Empyrean there. So that should be telling him that, hey, you're going to need a way more Viths, Metas, everything to deal with that air if you're going to fight it on the ground in the air, because it's very, very hard to fight those when they start reaching these numbers and you just don't have that many.
No, he's also got no workers really on the back base. He's not harvesting Vespene from there, and his Iroliths are not with the army. He's not been able to really make anything else. So, looking at it from this situation, you know, he's got so few tools to deal with this right now. He might pick this Empyrean.
Spot by those vassals is crazy.
Well,
it's amazing how much just a little bit of damage can do to you in the long run here. And
Hupsaiya should actually turn and fight this, but
yeah,
he does not. Now look at the Empyrean. It's going to take the initial aggro, but the splits are not really there. It looks like only 2 salvos are going to go. No, he gets 1 more off somehow. But I think the Solarians are going to be more than enough to deal with this. More Vithrilisks do show up. So that's
he had some morphing in the background. Those are going to help him a lot here because it's the Metas going down first here. He's now starting to focus on those.
More Metas arrive.
Now you can see the damage
He should really, yeah, absolutely.
He can commit to this, absolutely. He brought in more Metas. He can definitely commit with the Metas. But Hupsaiya really needed his idols to come over there in that fight. He thought maybe he could take it without it. No. But the fact that Hamster kept reinforcing kept him in that fight, even though he was taking tons of losses. You just see an ocean of Zerg corpses. All that to kill an Empyrean and 3 Solarians and, you know, some vassals. It was a huge investment, but he did get them down.
Yep, and that's going to, you know, maybe put another clock on. I'll extend the amount of time he has before Doomsday, because at this situation, right, Hupsaiya is going to have to get up. You know, he's adding another base. Like, he's going to go up in macro or maintain his lead in macro, but, you know, he can't necessarily move out without building additional military, right? So he needs to start spending his money on additional production structures. This 4th base could get knocked out by the Mutas. There's a decent number of them, but he really needs to watch out for these engrams. Ooh, that was dangerous.
Yeah, you really don't want to be diving into engrams with Mutas. I mean, if it's like 1 engram, you can split them up, but when it gets to be 2 of them, even if you kill the engrams, you take so much damage from it that any follow-up can wipe your ass, and then at the end of the day, it turns into not a cost-efficient trade, but you're definitely going to get a lot of worker kills in here, that's for sure. Kind of some of them are kind of ferrying in and out, but Hupsaiya still got such a huge economic lead at the moment that he has to make this stick as long as possible, try not to lose the Viths, although they're pretty slow, so one does get at least regress. The second Argosy is en route. Hupsaiya has a disgusting amount of money.
Yes.
He does have some caps in, but still really struggling with that gas. He's trying to cap this other base here. Get that started in as Hamster is trying to catch up. He's also floating a lot. And he's even got some Gospel lifts coming, so plus his Orc is. But man, his worker count, he's definitely...
Yeah, he's very far behind.
Really struggling still. It's such that the wound of that vassal attack still lasts at this time, where he could have even ended the game at this point if he hadn't lost half of his economy to vassals during that that Sorketh musical chair. So it's definitely an important lesson on.
He must have used the Iroliths at some point, really, because focusing. I don't see them up anymore.
Yeah, they might have died somewhere. I'm not sure. Maybe they died. No, they're in his Even one of them still has a circuit.
I see. Okay, yeah, he started to add more. He's got the Kagrants here.
He
with
wants
the
to do it again, though.
Yeah.
He has ambitions for doing this a second time.
It's just the static defense is too intense, right? Like, how are you going to take this back base? It's not even the highest valuable target. Conversely, there's actually nothing guarding the main. You know, there's one warden.
I think 3Crow would like this. 3Crow would really like this. Just looking at this top base.
Yeah.
Just look at it.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. I mean, half of it's on fire, but never mind that. It's just literally full of... comparatively, his main is...
I know, yeah.
Absolutely. The one died to the circuits initially, so if he, like, pulled the army away and just dropped 4 Scortress in the main, he could kill a lot of these workers very quickly.
It looks like it's going to be a pivot into Empyreans. He's only got the 2 Solarians out right now and 1 Empyrean out, but he does have 2 more on the way.
Empyrean Vassal. Yeah, this is definitely a very 3Crow build.
We do have a 5th base coming here for Hamster, and he's going to try to saturate his 4th as well in the sort of upper right area.
137 to 88 workers. He's still so far behind.
Well, the question is it going to be efficient, right?
Though,
yeah, he's
like,
gearing up towards tier 3.
He can go for tier 3. Like, it's kind of risky, but I mean, if you've already got the gas, I guess you might as well because he capped it. So
yeah.
Look at what is happening in here. It's something stupid is fermenting in this top.
Yeah, there's more bases.
Meanwhile, there's still the Shambler Quasi and the Shambler Zeth. There's also a Zeth down the bottom that never burrowed.
It's not shambling yet.
No, not shambling. Meanwhile, we've got 3 rogue galleries.
Okay. I wonder if that's going to be a late pivot into Barghest or something, just to give him a little bit more map control. Have the cloaked targets there. Surprised to not see any Didacts.
Maybe Didacts aren't really to his style. I mean, he hasn't realized the power of self-cloaking yet.
Now, here's the problem.
They're eating up all those death shots.
Yeah, the Mutas went from 24 to 15 real quick in terms of their count. So the Protethilors are here to deal with the ground army, but there's not much that they can do about the stuff in the skies.
Yeah.
This is something you need tier 3 for, and it is started. Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely reaching the point where the Zerg wants to have tier 3 to deal with this. If you can't stop them from reaching these numbers with the Viths, then you're kind of like pissing into an ocean at that point. The early kills helped get him in the game again, but his economy is still, every time it looks like he might be catching up, Hupsaiya has just put that much distance between them again. 151 to 118. That is not a trivial gap for the Zerg when they can try to catch up, but he is still trying to put aggression on the Hupsaiya, but Hupsaiya just keeps repelling it over and over and over, and this time without even taking any worker losses.
Yeah.
So here comes the Scortrith. So he has eyes set on that base.
He really wants to go after the back base of all things. Yeah.
It's the most heavily defended part of Hupsaiya's base. It is actually charlatans that Hupsaiya is making,
okay.
not Barghest.
So charlatans on this version do splash damage, and that means they apply their on-hit to all of the victims that have been splashed. So you can imagine how ridiculous that will be versus air. Now there's all of the air units suddenly taking even more damage than they were before.
Tier 3 is just about 80% finished. There's a small spattering of Zeths, Mutas, and other units are sitting here waiting.
Yes.
And if Hupsaiya engages right now, he just
I think he walks all over this army, yeah. Now, okay. Hey, the Scortriths are going to go ahead and they're going to go ahead and drop on. Okay. Only the one warden. What does this do? Does Hupsaiya decide I'm just going to attack, right? He's getting trolled.
No rogue galleries are his target.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
But
the attack is starting. The Vassals are taking so many of the early shots, right? 56 of them. And now that count is dropping rapidly, and so too are the ground units. But the Empyreans, the Solarians, they're staying alive. And all the Mutas are dead.
Dude, Hamster has 5,000 minerals.
And nothing producing. 21 Quasilis just started. I don't know if that's what you wanted, buddy. That's not really going to help you.
Not going to do anything against this.
The death push is in. Your Scortriths be damned. We've got an Empyrean and Vassals cleaning that up back at home. I think Hupsaiya's done it, Mask. I think he's completed the upset.
Yep.
GG, well played.
Moments of hesitation meant that he did not have anything to answer the horde of Vassals. 21 minutes on the mark. Hupsaiya comes out 3-2. My boy has done it. I'm so proud of him.
Now that's pretty good, man. Like, I was not expecting. I told you I had a premonition that maybe this would indeed be a 5-game set, but I had no idea it was going to end in that kind of way. Like, that was a pretty interesting way for things to close out.
Yeah. I think the Hamster just got too needle pointed on the Scortress. Like, again, something happens during the period where he's doing the drop, and he's being attacked by this. He has tier 3. Nothing's morphing. He's not making any tier 2. He doesn't have any Caprulusks. He has 5,000 minerals.
Yeah.
Like, he could at least make like 30 Spiriteds to try to delay. But no, he has nothing. And it's just, he dies. And it's just like his attention got too emphasized on something that ultimately, like, even if the Scourgers kill every single thing in range, he kills 3 rogue galleries, which are certainly not the most expensive thing that Hupsaiya has. No workers, no units, like a couple pylons. It's like, it's not going to really change the team. Like, you just drop it and leave it. And then spend your money as quick as possible because, dude, his army isn't there. Where else could it be? It's probably near you.
Yep.
And that's precisely what happens.
Honestly, I feel like Hamster's in the chat right now. Shout out, Hamster. Well played, dude. But the vassal army, the sort of armada that was absorbing all of the auto attacks from the mutas and the Viths, it definitely got him by surprise there. I don't think anybody's actually... Like, this is the first time, Mesh, that I'm seeing a player mix in vassals with a late-game army. And it has beautiful results, right? Like, suddenly the air units are... The one weakness of the heavy air is that one of their only weaknesses is movement speed. And you're able to buttress that when the vassals go down. They are fodder for you to use. And on top of that, the ground army, it was probably an undersold part of that fight because there was idols dealing splash damage. Obviously, the Empyreans also dealing splash damage. I don't think the Charlatans were actually with that army at that time, but, definitely a situation that could have made the fight swing even harder. And yeah, like, we got to see the power of that composition in action and maybe a bit of a template for how Protoss can deal with like mid-game or late-game Zerg. Admittedly, though, like you said, there wasn't much tier 3 in action, right? He made the structure, but he got hit on the timing before he could really exploit it and actuate it. And I think that was the biggest issue for him, beyond obviously the drop attacks, which I think could have had value, but maybe not. The second one I don't think was able to do too much. Maybe he could have shut down the, instead of going after the workers, you go after the tech. He kind of had that idea with the rogue galleries, but fighting the Argosies, getting those shut down so that the heavy units can stop being produced in such quantities, that's a big deal. Maybe locking down some of the bases, forcing that heavy air army to come in and clear out all the Scortriths, right? That might have been something to do. If you drop them on the satellite bases before the defenses kick up, if you drop them before he even takes those bases and deny them, force him to, again, really invest a lot of units to clear that out, a lot of time to clear that out. That gives you time to respond, buying yourself some time to get to the point where you can get that bigger army. There's definitely utility in the defense drop. It's just a question of what's your target selection. And I feel like on multiple occasions there, like the Skither cores definitely could have helped versus the vassals early on that did so much economic damage, bringing him down to 25 workers at some point to like the early 60s of Hupsaiya's. Like, just a crazy set in that sense. So, but again, like, okay, on the Hupsaiya side, we talked about how, okay, he's telling me that he feels like he's got it. And this was before the set took place, as far as I remember. Might have also been after. I can't quite recall. But like, I think it was right before they started playing that he was telling me he feels like he has got a good bearing on what to do. And that may very well be the case. But there were still a lot of opportunities for Hamster to exploit that, and for another Zerg or another player in general to potentially exploit that. Like, the reaction to being aggressed upon when the army is maybe midway through. You saw that happen on Derelict, right? He sends the air to try to counterattack because he doesn't feel like he can engage the army. Well, maybe that's part of his limit testing, and that's what he does. But that was not the play in that situation at all. And we saw him, even though he had, in theory, a lead, like, even though that was an all-in play by Hamster, he gets a victory out of that and forces a game 5, right? So absolutely a situation where, you can look at stuff like that. You can look at critical moments in terms of the decision-making, but you have to, like we said about Btyb versus neblime, you have to be able to respond to that. You have to be able to exploit that and not fall behind yourself. And I think that is something that you can say about, say, the Shambler and some of the other class 1s, as we've come to call them, neblime. These types of players can do that. I think if you ran this set back a number of times, maybe Hupsaiya takes it more of the times than not. Maybe Hamster figures out a way, right? Maybe the mechanics are there. I don't know. But Hupsaiya getting this early victory, that's huge for his narrative of coming in as the, in theory, most skilled player in a mechanical sense, and being able to leverage that, being able to learn that and apply that to defeat a very worthy competitor in Hamster.
Yeah, there was definitely some sore spots from Hamster, especially in the last game, where I was kind of curious about the Protathalor choice when the opponent has mostly air units. he was really worried about those idols and golems, but ultimately, like, they just all died to vassals anyways. But it was like he could have made like some calculusks or something like that to deal with the vassals. But I mean, I I think I've seen a lot of people build vassals. Maybe not like recently, but like if I ever have minerals at late game of Pros, I just drop like 6 lattices and start spamming vassals, because even if I'm not going to use them extensively with the main army, but if I'm in late game, I usually have like air units anyways. They're just really good just for hunting down fledgling bases and killing them. Because if you have like 20, 30 vassals, well, they can just murder all the workers, and then they force like some kind of response against them. And not every unit can deal with them, because not every unit can attack air units. So, like at that stage in the game, they're quite cheap. And even if they all die to something, it's like if you were already floating the minerals, and that's okay. But what was really more critical is just that he had so much money that just didn't get turned into anything. Like there wasn't, like there could have been like 5,000 minerals worth of quasis could have made a difference in that. You know, there was just like that moment where his money didn't get spent, so it kind of like flew up, and that was when all the money that Hupsaiya had spent in his army got actuated all at once.
Yes.
And of course, the problem is that when there is a bunch of vassals in front, the Vithalisks have a long cooldown, so if all their shots get wasted on vassals, they're not even applying that very much needed debuff to everything else. And the vassals are far enough way ahead that the only other thing getting splashed by the Viths at that point is going to be the stewards, which, you know, some of the stewards might die, but at that stage, there's just so many other things that are way more valuable targets. It just doesn't actually impact the fight at that point. So,
yeah, it's almost like the stewards without the vassals, right? The stewards are kind of like vassals, right? Insofar as they take the initial damage and allow you to get the rest of your fleet in action, and then, you know, like they can be replenished across the fight. So then maybe you go long enough. We saw this actually when Veek closed it out on the same map versus Sipiak in a qualifying series. We saw Veek have all the Solarians. Then they stopped being useful in the middle of the fight, and then the Empyreans took over and did some damage. And then when the Empyreans started getting focused down and dealt with, the Solarians came back online. It had been 30 or so seconds, and then the stewards were able to heal, and some of them were able to replenish. And suddenly the Solarians are the big target, and they're dealing all the damage, and they're focusing down things like Alcagalisks that the Empyreans struggle with, right? So it is like an interesting situation where you start to try to force these interactions. How do you defeat this fleet in a consistent way? You need something to deal with the stewards and apparently the vassals as well, as Hupsaiya, his composition showed. But you also need to be able to not get carried away and like remember that there are other big targets.
Decisive,
yeah,
right. Like you have to be decisive. You have to pick a target and go for it. You don't have to worry about what is the best target. Like, if he had, like, 10 calculusks, and his whole goal in that initial stage of the fight is just destroy all the vassals at once, that's great, because now, you know, you will have taken damage, but at least your other unit's going to start attacking everything else. Yeah. But you have to choose a target, and you have to go for something. Like, in the case of the Empyreans and the Solarians, I think the Solarians are the higher value targets, because they're the ones that are going to be a lot more capable of sieging you. If you have static defense, the Empyreans are going to have to trade with them, which is a lot less efficient, and you might get some kills out of it because they're not very good at killing base defenses. But the Solarians, on the other hand, are going to destroy all the buildings right away, which is why the Scorches drops were kind of like destined to fail, because the Solarians were going to kill them no matter. Like, if Hupsaiya didn't attack him and had his army at his base, like, 4 Scorches aren't going to last any more than a few seconds against like 2 or 3 Solarians. So it wasn't really going to do much damage. The best he could have hoped for is drop it in the worker line and kill as many of the workers as possible while the base is already depleted. So even if he killed 30 workers at that point, he's still going to be behind on worker count. It's ultimately not going to change a lot just because that initial vassal attack put him so far behind. But, you know, it just shows like what critical things that these timing pushes, and then also like moments, lapses of awareness, or really like keeping track of stuff, or saying like, oh shit, I have literally thousands of resources where I was starved just a few moments before because all the bases came online and started harvesting, and I've been waiting for tier 3, and then suddenly the Protoss is knocking on your door and you don't actually have anything, and even if you start building stuff right now, you're not going to be able to stop the snowball because they're going to kill like half of your bases before you can get units up. All the units you have are probably going to be dead already, right? Like, it's just one of those key moments where when games reach that point, you have to be really decisive, and you have to also stay calm and not get too tunnel vision and stuff. So there's definitely like not many people that can push Hamster to that point. Yeah, I don't think.
I think so too. Yeah,
Hupsaiya did, and it showed that there was still some things that you can definitely exploit with his play at that point. And for Hupsaiya too, there was still cases where he was still floating resources. Still some cases where he got more tunnel visioned.
Well, he ended Derelict with,
you know,
what, 3,000 minerals, for example, right?
Yeah.
So.
But he has, however, showed a fairly remarkable improvement. He is keeping an eye on his money more often. The most important thing, though, is that he came into it with a plan. And he stuck to that plan, even if it wasn't like the most efficient thing, even if it didn't ultimately get him a win. The fact is that he had a plan, so he had a stronger showing as a result. And then, he kind of like adapted a little bit. Well, he had like 2 separate builds that he kind of alternated between this. But the fact is that he had the plan that come in with that, as opposed to like, I'm just going to poke in with Draconins and keep trying to fish for an advantage, see what I can do with it, and then, kind of like react off of that, and then maybe explore off of that. No, he came into this with a plan, and it was a very sound plan that had been built off the experiences and the hardships that he had been whipped with prior to this point, thanks to Shambler and others. So the fruits of his labor are that he comes out of this, and he comes out of it pretty well.
Yeah, I would say so. I look at it when we're taking a sort of stock over this series. You got the victor on your screen. It's Hupsaiya. He manages to move on. Now, he's going to be facing off the next series will tell all, but it's the Shambler versus 3Crow, and Shambler is favored. I think that Hupsaiya, honestly, I feel like if he defeated Hamster, why can't he defeat the Shambler, right? It's almost sort of like how it works into my head. Shambler's been talking a big game, but, in a head-to-head matchup, Hamster had the better of him. The one thing you could say is the Shambler's ZVP is going to be more practiced. The other thing you can say, though, in Hupsaiya's favor is, well, hello, like his Protoss is not conventional per se, right? He's not going to play it the same exact way like everybody else would. So that's already something that I think is going to start surprising some people. And I'm really interested in seeing how he starts to push the meta. He has found success with the Lattice into Stargate, and he's found success with Argosy as well on bigger maps, right? So it's like, what can you really do versus him? I definitely think there's still play there. I don't think he's an indomitable force. But his test against the Shambler, assuming the Shambler does make it past 3Crow, which we will get to the bottom of in a short amount of time before we take a break and then get into our last set. But definitely something that I look at and I think to myself, okay, I want to see how he does against the Shambler, though, because maybe the Shambler doesn't have the same level of skill as Hamster, but he definitely has more familiarity, and I think he probably is more confident when he goes aggressive, right? So these are questions that we have to ask ourselves. But that is going to be questions that we have to hold off for just a little bit longer while we figure out who our second upper semifinalist is going to be, or I guess our third one, as we get into the Shambler. And again, as a reminder, the second quarterfinal will be played on Saturday instead of today, because it has not yet been able to be played. But that being said, are you ready to go for a break, Mess, before we break out that last match?
I'll grab something to eat. What I was going to say is that at least in Shambler versus Hupsaiya, these players have played against each other. So Shambler will definitely come into this feeling more confident about the matchup and then the player in general, whereas in Hamster's case, I think it was the first time, or one of the first times they've played against
I think
each other.
So.
And for Hupsaiya, he's played against all these kinds of Zergs, but, Hamster is probably, again, still fairly distinct. So, but against Shambler, he at least has more of an idea of what to expect, and they have played against each other. So, I would probably favor Shambler in that case because Shambler is just going to be more experienced overall. But Hupsaiya is picking up speed, so he's definitely going to have to keep an eye on that because it's no longer going to be quite so easy to all-in Zeth his fast Nexus first build.
Yeah. Well, let's see if he does the Grand Library strat against the Shambler again. I feel like we didn't see that at all this time.
I want to see it actually work.
Yeah.
It takes a little bit to make it work, but I can definitely see a case where it can work.
And he made an argument for it. Hupsaiya said that he thinks that he would have won, for example, the first match on Derelict in groups. He said that he would have won that if he had kept his Herald and Atreus alive, and it kept them on the high ground in specific so that he could take him pot shots, right? So it's like little unit controls. He feels like he would have been ahead.
You have to control around it because they're so goddamn slow.
Yes.
So it's like your mistakes with those units are like amplified 1,000-fold by the investment into them. But I definitely agree that there's definitely cases you can make it work. And if you can get momentum with it, then it can definitely be viable. It'll be difficult, especially against someone like Shambler. But I can definitely see cases where it can happen.
Well, let's see what Shambler has for us in the next set against 3Crow. That will be our final series of the day, folks. So, if you go somewhere, make sure you make it back quick. We'll be back in maybe 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we return. Ascension number 7 will have its 4th quarterfinal, but not its last one, because, of course, number 2 is going to be played later. It's going to be the Shambler against 3Crow. And we have a set of matches here, set of maps here to take a look at. I'm pretty interested in how this one is going to go down. Obviously, when we're considering this match, it's very straightforward in who's favored and who's not. But 3Crow said that he described it as that he's been handed a death sentence and absolutely wants to make it into the next tournament with an invite instead of having to go through the gauntlet. So he was practicing up a lot for this match. Whether or not it'll have worked out for him, that remains to be seen. I think Shambler didn't practice nearly as much, but also probably doesn't feel like he needs to, So sort of where these players find themselves at. But we'll start our conversation here about our players, talking about none other than the Shambler. He's actually, with Mystery Meat gone from this tournament, taking a break, and, not an intentional one, just had to happen. He ends up leaving the Shambler as the only player to have won a trophy thus far, who's actively participating in the tournament. So sort of the reigning king, if you will. He might have been exiled for a long time out in the cold, but he's come back, and he thinks that he can make that number into a 2 for his trophy count. I'm interested in seeing if he can keep it. Yeah, and neblime, he hasn't won anything, but he certainly has the opportunity to. And the Shambler...
Didn't he? He won, didn't he?
No, he made it to the grand finals, but Mystery Meat knocked him out every time.
I thought he won the grand finals with a reverse sweep.
No, that was the upper final. That got him into the grand final, and then he got 3-0'd.
Man, I got confused by that. I thought he won all this time. I was like, he won.
No.
Neblime's a winner.
He won that series.
It was the revenge sweep, I guess.
Yes, yeah. So, clean sweep for Mystery Meat in that one. That was number 5.
That's how good my memory is.
Number 5. Well, Neblime has been in 2 grand finals already. Shambler has made it into the first, the first 3. And then Ascension's 4 and 5. Neblime was Zerg and Terran, respectively. He makes it into the grand finals instead. And then Hamster makes it into the 6th one. So who knows who's going to make it in now. But Shambler has his eyes on that spot.
I think Shambler will get there. I think that he has a pretty good chance of taking it. I think it'll be... I don't know. After that last match, it's hard to say for sure. If Hupsaiya keeps improving as he is, then I could see it being Hupsaiya Shambler in the finals, unless Neblime is able to dethrone Shambler with his Terran, or Hamster comes out for that. It'll be a fairly competitive set of finals.
I know, yeah.
It'll be definitely, before you had maybe 2 players and a dark horse. Now it's like any of these players I can see shaping up and taking it.
Well, what's really interesting is that obviously we just got sat down with Hupsaiya taking on Hamster and defeating him in 5 games. And I thought there was going to be a reverse sweep coming for Hamster. I thought maybe it could have even been a 3-0 start for Hupsaiya. He was looking really good. Both of the players ending up being able to get some convincing wins under their belt. And the fact that it's going back and forth to that degree so early, we never have a quarterfinal like that, Mesk. It's always just been straightforward games. Here's the favorite. Here's the, whoever. But no, this time around, Keen was in groups, doesn't even make it out. Obviously, there's some under the weather sickness stuff there. Then we had, Sipiak. I thought his surprise inclusion, he'd be able to get the better of Btyb. No, Btyb cheeses him. And then Btyb obviously isn't able to replicate his group stage success against Neblime in the quarterfinals. All of our open and shut series are basically the ones with Btyb and 3Crow in them. And they're on opposite sides of the bracket, so they can't even face each other to decide who's the king of the sort of class 2s. And when we're thinking of it in that perspective, I honestly think pretty much all the sets have the potential for a lot of excitement. But on this side, I think Shambler, he thinks that he's got the set. Meanwhile, if we cast our eyes over to 3Crow, he's got to convince us that this is going to be exciting, right? He did manage to make it to 5th to 6th in the last tournament. It's a little bit harder to do that when, you're not facing off against Btyb, for example, or anybody like that.
Yeah, I think 3Crow has his work cut out for him. A death sentence is definitely a way to look at it, but if he had gone up against Hupsaiya, Hamster, it would have been pretty much the same.
Well, remember, with Hamster being cast down into the lower bracket, he faces Hamster if he can't make it past the Shambler here. Yeah. From one Zerg to the next, and they're both killers, man.
Out of the pan and into the gerbil wheel.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's what he's looking at. So, if he doesn't want to get double clapped, he's got to take it from Shambler in this. And, unless he manages to tilt Shambler out, I honestly, this to me feels even more one-sided than the Neblime Btyb, where at least Btyb at one point did take a match just straight up against neblime because neblime ended up in a snowball situation. He wasn't able to pull out of it and he died. Like, that can happen. The cheese, unlikely to take place against him, but a standard win did occur. I think it'll be very difficult for 3Crow to pull a standard win out of Shambler at this point. If this was like a year ago, I'd say, yeah, possibly, if he can hold off Shambler's early aggression. But now Shambler is playing more of a safe, standard macro build. There is certainly a window of opportunity where 3Crow can, figure out this build. Presumably he's practiced against it. I'm not sure what his practice regime has looked like. I've been grinding I haven't even been reading the chat for the most part. But, Shambler has a very specific build he's been doing over and over and over and over again. If he practiced against this and figured out the timings and strategies against it, he can come into this and very possibly take a round off of him if he pulls out some absolutely god-tier control early on in the game. But Shambler has been playing very consistently. Before with Shambler, it was really like the inconsistency that would constantly cost him against Mystery Meat and stuff like that, where Mystery Meat would adapt to what he's doing, and then have some inconsistency or some tilt. That's why I was able to take matches off of him. But he's been tightening that up a lot, and not a lot of people have been pushing him to that tilt. The problem with 3Crow is that I tilt him. And I'm terrible. And the way that I tilt him is by abusing the fact that his mid-late game map control and stuff like that can be weak. Now, he's certainly improved a lot in that respect where he's been able to try expanding a lot. But I feel like aggression really throws him off. Like when we see him against these other players, like he's like 2-basing and it's like their macro's better than mine. They're going to exploit this way more than I am. And you're going to see like that, again, that Terran game is just really silly. But you're going to see that just amplified where it's not going to take 20 minutes to reach that point, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like that if it reaches like mid-late game, he's just absolutely fucked. But even if he puts, like, Shambler has been put into really disadvantageous spots before where he just kind of, cockroaches out of it because, other people aren't able to take that advantage in the reverse situation where they're not able to take all the map control and secure their lead. We've seen that with the Helltrix match, and it's specifically where Shambler gets loses his main and everything.
Yeah.
But he just sits on an expansion, and it's like they completely lose steam after that. They don't know how to follow up after that. I think 3Crow knows how to follow up after that, but the execution and the focus and stuff like that really gets into play at that point.
How can he possibly even get to a point where he has that kind of advantage, right? It's an uphill battle for him, but
it's going to be really springing something that Shambler he's not prepared for, I think, because Shambler has just had this methodical, first 4 or 5 minutes down pat, and he just repeated it over and over and over and over again, except for the cases. I mean, even in the cases where he was up against Hupsaiya punishing those fast nexuses, it was still basically the same thing he's always been doing. It's just he committed to an attack earlier.
Right.
And, the Zerg versus Zergs are still very similar kind of stuff where with Keen, way back in the last tournament, you saw that where he had that consistent build just over and over. And now Keen was trying to play a reactive, and it didn't work out. And there was a level of aggression you're probably never going to see out of 3Crow is what Keen was trying to do to him.
Yep.
And 3Crow is going to try for it, but the control a lot of the times isn't there. So yeah, it's an uphill battle for sure. So I think they really comes down to his practice regimen, how much time he's really committed into countering this one specific thing. This is definitely one of those cases where it's like you have to look at what your opponent does and counter that one specific thing and put Shambler back into a spot where it's something he hasn't practiced to death, he hasn't done in every single match, and then suddenly it becomes uncertain for him, and then that opens the window where you might be able to tilt him into typing, and then start doing stupid shit like Vassal all-ins and other stuff like that, the unfun thing is that he hates.
Yes.
You have to work against the player in this matchup to win against it, where it's just completely one-sided.
Well, we are going to start on Sideshow. Mesk, are you ready to get this one underway?
Yep. This is a map the 3Crows practiced a lot, so he should be... This should be his... what I presume to be his strongest showing will be in this match.
Let's find out if that's true. And of course we are here. We have the yellow on yellow of Sideshow, the classic. That just means they might have posted the wrong version of the map, but it looks correct, so who knows. Glory to 3, Shambler in the top left, 3Crow in the bottom right.
See, another window for Three Crows in this case is if Shambler just doesn't take it seriously. Like,
yep.
This happened with Neblime where you sprung the Solarian on him. So there is windows of opportunity where you can take advantage of people not really paying attention to what you're doing, not scouting enough, whatever. But with Shambler, he's like reached this comfort zone. So I think that if you're going to do something like that, it has to be fairly early into the match. Otherwise, he's just going to basically do the same thing he always does. And then it gets harder and harder to dislodge them, kind of like a tick buried in your ass cheek. And you're trying to fish it out with like one of those plastic back scratchers that looks suspiciously like a skeleton hand, really giving you some strange vibes. Shambler always does the quaz into hatch. That seems to be his thing. I remember him saying something to the extent if he doesn't like the hatch prior to quaz because it makes him too vulnerable.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be a fast gate here from Three Crows. Put a very, very defensive pylon down, so maybe there could be some early aggro from him.
He's worried about the Vorov Zeth all in here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing is, again, I mentioned it earlier. Three Crow has done certain details. He's practiced. I think his practice partner was Dead Infested, who's recently switched over to Zerg. He's been trying a number of things, mostly massing one unit against the AI, from what I've seen on his YouTube channel. But
mass quasis, I'd go for it.
Yeah, well, maybe it could happen. But the question is, how aggro can you be, and how much practice are you going to end up getting? You were telling me earlier that like. Oh, it's a fast matrix.
He really doesn't want to get all in by Zeth Forbes in this.
The problem is we've seen.
I don't know if Shambler picked up that, but
yeah.
He if he saw that,
yeah.
I think you'd just see him go for like 3 bases.
Yeah, why not? And this is something that the Shambler has done in the past, right? He's realized, okay, I can do the macro. I'm not going to get baited into attacking over and over again. And the Droleth is going to come in.
He really doesn't want to get Zeth all in. It's an Ecclesias first.
That's one option.
My man has watched these Hupsaiya games and everything else of early gate dying to Zeth Vorv.
Right.
He does not want to be that man. He will do everything he can to not be that man. Shambler is burrowed in the Shambler spot, completely oblivious to the absolute sandbagging going on here. He is
another pylon.
He's building like a little crib for his scribes to sit in there. The little politician's crib. You know how like when Joe Biden and his gangle of zombies go into the White House, they get to play with their little plastic blocks and stuff while the adults talk? That is what Three Crow is doing with his scribes right now. He's got them all huddled in. It looks almost like a face with like a zit or something aside. It's a rogue gallery next.
Okay. Well, there's something going on here, and Shambler doesn't know what it is. I'm not sure Three Crow knows what it is. I definitely don't know what it is.
I mean, I guess he's like gonna turtle and then go into. See, I would say it would be Barghest, but no, it takes too long. It could very well be a Charlatan rush.
Well, he has had success with those in the past. Charlatans do multiply the damage, and the very brittle front line here that Shambler is able to afford on quaz-only tech. I've had conversations with the Shambler before about specifically whether he thinks it's ever viable to go Hydrith or Zorkiz. And he thinks that they're so situational, especially Hydrith, he views it as a noob trap. But I think you can have success with it against Protoss in particular. And he might be forced into it if it is going to be early, Vagrants or Charlatans. We see Vagrants coming. The gas income not there yet for a Charlatan. They are pretty pricey.
I mean, Hydrith Opener consistently won matches against Protoss over and over and over again against both Lattice and Gateway for myself and Shambler way back, and not a lot has changed for Hydrith at that point. People went to Quaz because they figured out it was more optimal, but Hydra Azuracore still puts a lot of pressure early on if the Protoss doesn't wall up behind things like engrams that really start to delete them or does some kind of tech rush against them. But right now, it's just that War of Zeth has been punishing Protoss so much that just is eventually become the go-to.
Well, think about this too, right? We've got no Drakodons being fielded, and this is intentional. The Vagrants are going to do the damage. The Ecclesiasts are going to keep the Zealots alive. The Zealots will just never end up dying because all the units are going to, from the Shambler, are going to die too soon. That's basically Three Crow's plan. He's going to have only 2 Vagrants up, but if you focus those down, well, suddenly you've got to disengage, right? Because they're going to have souped-up stats to chase you and to attack you faster.
This double matrix, I feel like, is a little unnecessary, though.
Well, he gets 1 kill onto the Nath, anyway.
I mean, I know he likes to go the early engram, but Yeah, he loses his army, he loses the game at this point. Like they're not going to help him that much. The one was a little unnecessary. The second one feels very unnecessary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what's Shambler going to do in this situation? He scouted the rogue gallery. He's aware that bar guests could show up. So he's just going to make some sprays and otherwise droll up, right? He doesn't need to do too much. Now, actually, coming down from the ramp, this could be a really big mistake for 3Crow. Again, his Ecclesiast getting jumped on. But look, the Vorvs are already going to be thinned out. The one Zealot and two... Yeah, the one Zealot already... destroyed, one Ecclesiast destroyed. Ends up being a pretty good trade for 3Crow, but he needs to make sure he's maintaining his army control. Otherwise, he's just going to end up losing units needlessly, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Paying too much attention to the natural, paying attention to maybe sending a scribe out there. He loses a Zealot and an Ecclesiast again. That was really needless.
Yeah, now there he lost them basically for free. Will he discover the Droleth?
No.
No, he won't. Just shambles on by.
The Nathracor
Shambler is going to be pretty content just to float these workers here for a while. Off they go. And, you know, he has his choice of what to do at the moment.
Yeah, he's only 400 out from Tier 2, right?
Yeah, he can choose to go for Tier 2. I think in his case, I would even consider dropping down another base, although he did spend all of his resources on Droleth at the moment. But, you know... At this moment, while he lost a lot of his army, he still has a lot of run-by potential, so he can kind of just sit there. His Nath is sitting there. I mean, he literally has like 3 units sitting here.
I know. He's just spying on what's happening here. An embassy on the way. This is a fundamental misread of the state of the game, I think, from 3Crow. He's expanding and getting more macro up. He's adding yet another static defense structure. Okay, great. You're going to be able to pick off a couple of units. You might be defended versus this push, but... He needed to be pushing super hard into military production. He needed to be making more Zealots, Ecclesiasts, some Charlatans to add some splash to his army. That's what he needed to do.
Okay, now he's building it. But yeah, he like... This is going to be a lot of Zaths, and he's not going to be on the ramp. And now he has to defend the expansion on top of it, so...
Yeah, I mean this is just going to be
can really like abuse this. Like, if he can pull them out...
Oh, the Matrix is going to get some pot shots off as it's finished, yeah. The Charlatan is coming up, but it's not going to be able to do too much over here as the front line's already fallen. The Ecclesiast falling back into that little nook above the ramp.
On the move command, the Charlatan isn't attacking.
Okay, well, it's still going to be enough to dissuade most of this push, and he'll hold on. But again, this is where, you know, like your opponent just has better macro than you. Your opponent has more workers than you. They've got a working expansion already. You could have had way more military and been threatening. He does keep most of his military alive. He is adding more Zealots to the front. He didn't lose too many ranged units. I think only one Ecclesiast went down in that entire fight. He's going to add an Ardent Authority, but he's going to need to really make it worthwhile.
Honestly, I think he's making he's making a Envoy.
Yeah, it's going to be in a Cantor drop, but he needs to make it so worthwhile.
He's going to be split on his resources.
Yeah.
Quite a bit here with the multiple attack.
He still hasn't found the Droleth, but I think he's going to spot it now.
There's no workers being made at the moment. So.
Come on. Just move a little closer.
It's right there. Oh. It's right in front of you. Ha! Ha!
There you go. It's been
and he got stepped on.
Quasilisk, of course, still scouting the natural. So.
Yeah. You never suspect the secret Quasilisk. Meanwhile, his units get kind of split up here, which could be punished if there was any more Shambler workers elsewhere in the map and units to respond to them, but there isn't, so
yeah.
They'll happily march in completely separate directions as Shambler starts messing Nap. So this is going to turn into Calculus very soon.
The Quasilisk on Burrow is just to walk around and see what's going on. He sees the Envoy, sees the Ardent, sees multiple matrices.
Dice.
Great. But he's got
it was useful.
Yeah.
It did something useful.
Yeah.
Each matrix now has a kill.
Beautiful.
Now you can't say they were useless.
Dude, that's 3.
That's 3.
Unfortunately, the Matrix at the ramp has 2 kills, so it's not actually 3. There's 16 Nats descending.
So many Nats. Oh. I mean, the Nats might almost be able to kill the army themselves.
Yeah, I think the Charlatan would need to be picked up there, specifically, yeah. But you can't really charge this in, right? You need the Architects to siege this position, and if you're having that many units out, right, like, the Ardent Authority hasn't even made anything yet, so...
Yeah, I don't know. The Envoy was definitely jumping the gun. I thought he was going to make an artisan with it and start making secret bases just for the fun of it. At the very least, you know, there'd be some kind of active engagement. Right now, the Envoy is just kind of like 200 minerals for basically nothing. As he continues to make matrices, he really, really doesn't want to be all in by his Zeths and 5 minutes into the game. That would be just really bad showing, so... I don't think they're going to do anything against Calculusks. And there is a number of them coming. His army... has only Ecclesiasts and the Charlatan and 2 Vanguard. Vagrants.
Yeah.
So it's a very small number of units for anti-air.
Well, I mean, he's got a number of them over here in the 12 o'clock. He's moving back in to see what's going on, and Shambler actually hasn't seen it yet. He's actually trying to figure out where the army went. Witness is going to spot the air moving out.
Sussy Baka.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there are some Iquares en route.
Well, we love to see Iquares. The problem is, the Cataclysm snipe the Witness at the edge of the obelisk detection range. But now, his ground force over in the Shambler side of the map is getting completely eviscerated. Calculists were able to freely rain upon it.
To fight this.
Yeah.
He also doesn't do much damage, so...
yep. This is where he really needs the Acantor. The Charlatan Acantor combo is so deadly, but the Acantor isn't here with it, right? So, and it does nothing versus air units, which he no longer can fight at this point, as the Charlatan is indeed going to get focused down. It has dispersed. He doesn't even kill a single calc. Ironically, moving away with the Vagrants. The Vagrants are the units you would want to die there, but not the case.
Yeah. Everything else already died, so...
Bopped. Bunch of Quasis moving in on the third. The Acantors have left the building, but there are more Quasis coming. Even some Sicrilisks, because the Mutat Spire is done.
Oh, shit. One of the most cost-effective Zerg units in the game. Good shout to that. A single Mutalisk.
Just one.
Just one. Looks like it's just one.
It's two.
No, there was a couple extras.
Yeah.
I was looking at the egg. I was like, no, all the other eggs are Drollos. No, they're all in the expansion, which is why.
Ah, there it is. Well, the analog is going to be a unit of choice here. Might be able to try to respond to the Calculisks with its own attack. Envoys are only now being dispensed with over into the top left. The shield's really taking an awful long time to actually attack. Oh, come on, position it. Put it in there. Yeah. Oh, come on, get it. No. You got to move the Draconin back.
He's got to move the Draconin out of the way.
There you go. Oh, here come the Mutas.
It's over.
Where are the envoys? They never unloaded this whole time. They could have been killing workers in the main. Now your base is under attack. You didn't make any architects. Okay.
Yeah, drop him off. Meanwhile, he's being tickled in every hole.
Yeah, this is.
But never mind that. There's workers to murder.
He's gonna murder the workers. Have no fear.
Yeah, fuck him up.
He's got over 30 kills already.
This is revenge against Neblime.
Yeah.
He feels existential pain. Rico floats nearly 2,000 minerals at one point.
Here we go. More defenses.
It's okay. Look at me.
The Mutas are going to withdraw to kill off the Acantors here, as they are indeed going to murder all the hatches.
You cannot kill that which does not live.
No, they're good. They got caught. Now they're attacking the Muta. No, Mask. Oh my God. No, they're not being microed. Oh God, it's gonna die horribly.
It'll kill the Calcurfun.
Oof.
Got him. The Melius came just to steal the circuit.
Hey, the Matrix is finished.
Meanwhile, inside of 3 Crow's base, Helm's Deep walls up.
I mean, he can't actually finish the game.
One of them is actually tickled to death. That's disgusting.
A Charlatan
Everything is being tickled to death. The Charlatan has arrived. There's so many missing.
What a disaster.
He will never die to Zeths and Orbs. That's what he's saying.
Look at 3 o'clock. There's some Wardens warping. Oh, never mind.
Well, they're being tickled too.
Hey, the Scribe got away.
It's a tickle for everyone.
Here's more Mutas. Zerg here.
They're flying into the Matrixes. Honestly, I think they win against the Matrixes. Yep.
Absolutely. Utter devastation.
Matrixes, I don't know. They don't seem to be very valuable.
Not versus this kind of composition, that's for sure. GG is going to be called. And, well, you said his strongest showing should have been on that match. I kind of feel like that was not at all a good game plan.
Well, I don't know. It was a plan. Whether or not it's good or not will be left to historians to figure out.
Well, we go to Derelict for our second match, and this is at least yet another standard 2-spawn map. It should be noted that...
some coffee.
Go ahead. And, yeah,
Feel free to start.
Yeah, sure, we'll get into it. Mask might need the coffee here. Shambler banned Nitro Valley and 3 Crow banned Victory Square, so the only 4-spawn map left is actually going to be Highwater, if we get there. Shambler in the bottom left, 3 Crow in the top right. 3Crow not familiar that it's a best of 5. That will be clarified now. And I gotta say, I am pretty, you know, this is sort of what you would expect out of the Shambler, is he just macros up, and he did suffer some losses to the Cantor drops, but they were so delayed that you almost like wouldn't expect them at that point. It's funny, it's you expect them in a certain window after scouting the Envoy, and then they don't ever show up, and you're like, oh, they're not there, they're not coming. It was a feint. No, they were there. They just hit way later than it might have been thought. But there was an opportunity for 3Crow to really pump a lot of military out if he had added more production, maybe a second road gallery or a third gateway. I could have conceivably seen him pressure out the natural before it was defended, forcing out a lot less workers and a lot more combat units. And then you're really starting to abuse the Zerg's macro mechanic. But, you know, it was a good idea, I think, overall for the composition of the units. Vagrant, Charlatan out of the road gallery, and then you add in the, obviously, Zealot Ecclesiast from the gateway. It's gas intensive, and it probably isn't going to work on one base for very long, but you can get like a single Charlatan, and then a whole bunch of other units to sort of max around that, and the Charlatan can basically be your force multiplier. It seems like a reasonable composition versus what Shambler often does, which is stick to only pool until tier 2. And if you know that about him, you know that tendency, you can abuse him. But it doesn't really look like it was very successful the last time. Again, it's kind of mixed where... oh! He's going to go for a Warden. He's just changing the placement of it. Okay. Welcome back.
He's conserving his money this time around.
Yeah, not going to go for the Matrix. I mean, the Warden,
Still
without scouting, he's
though.
just not even scouting his opponent to see this, right? It's very bizarre. But, you know...
Well, there's 4 Naths coming.
Yeah. This might actually be a Nath...
I guess an Ecclesiast Warden can defend against that pretty easily.
He's going to get another pair, presumably, because he is still mining a little bit of Vespene here, but we will see. It's going to be a Zealot follow-up.
I don't think these are going to do too much against the... I mean, maybe the Ecclesiast gets picked off, but...
I know that I was just talking a little bit earlier about Hydrith and all that, but this is unironically a good option. Oh my god, that gas pathing is going to be tragic.
Oh no! Oh no! He's got scribes trapped on either side of gay baby jail. It's all over.
Well, the hatch is coming down. I was gonna say.
Ah, no. No.
Back to defenses.
No. Okay.
All right, we're safe.
Good.
Save,
booty.
boys.
Not even any hull damage. Easy clap. Now just win the game.
I still think that if Shambler wanted to end this sooner, he could just go Hydrith and get like 6 Hydras out onto the other side of the map, and then what are you gonna do against that? You know, if you're not, especially if you only have like 1 or 2 Drakodons, they can be sniped down so easily.
I mean, his Zerkoros are one of the few units.
He's already typing.
What was he talking about?
The accident of losing his Nath. Or maybe he might have made something else, and then I didn't see it get canceled.
I don't know. He's confused me now. What a goofball. I was
oh my
say,
god, no! Look at the gas pathing on the outside!
Oh, look at this poor piece of shit. Dude, he's going to go all the way... I thought he had to go around the pylon.
No, not yet. I'm sure that's going to...
Okay, here's a challenge. Get him to have to go all the way around the Nexus to the other side.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
Then he'll fix his pathing somewhat and only be somewhat cuckoed.
Well, it is a Charlatan rush, so this is going to be sort of what I was talking about at the beginning. Is the composition is pretty legit, right? You get Charlatan, Ecclesiast, Vagrant, but it looks like he's going to mix in Drakodons with this, only using the Rogue Gallery for a Vagrant now. Again, could be spending his money a little bit more. He's cutting workers for this, so probably a little bit needlessly looking at his float. And there's not really that many units over here, right? It's just going to be circuits. Now, I know that you'd think, okay, Pronogo, surely the circuits are going to be enough. If the Charlatan stays alive...
Just walk past them.
Well, yeah, you can do that too. But if the Charlatan stays alive, dude, this could actually be a pretty heavy push here. And I'm not so sure that Shambler can respond to it. Now, if the circuits are engaged and then Vorvs come in, then it's a different fight. But as of right now, you know, like... You
got to fight them independently either way.
Yeah.
Kill the army and then just go up the ramp and lay eggs in his esophagus.
He's getting a second Charlatan. I guess just so that he doesn't have total reliance on the other. But right now, I would prefer a Vagrant throughput. I mean, he doesn't have as much gas as he would normally have. Mesk, I wonder why that is. Charging on inward. This is going to be the the pull here. And so there's an attempted surround. The charlatan is being focused down. And yeah, there's just no splash with this army, right? So that's the kind of thing you need to have a little bit of scouting for, right? Like you want a little bit of something so that you can figure out what's happening.
This isn't something you can do on a map this big.
Yeah.
Is the Zerg has too long to prepare once they scout that. Man, how do you have so much shit?
Well, he did cut workers for that. You did force him out to make a lot of military. And versus Zerg, you can consider that a win, but you just need to know that it's happened. So here comes a lot of structures.
Yeah.
Oh, he cancels one.
He killed one. You can't do that. You need that.
Does the Nexus stay alive? Is it going to get canceled? That's the question.
Zipiak says, it takes a lot of effort to make a Protoss army that doesn't have splash.
The Charlatan is the only splash. Oh my god, it's not going to get canceled. Oh, last second. And here comes the army to offer itself up.
Fuck him up. Fuck him up.
Yeah, get him.
Fuck him up. Yeah, fuck him up. Yeah, got him.
No, the Charlatan.
Oh, no, he walked into the middle.
Oh, wait, he's out.
He escaped.
Dude, he's a slippery motherfucker. Look at him. Look at him go.
My man's got the moves. He's fucking dead. I guess you wish you had that Matrix about now, huh?
Well, before he could even finish his voice line, the Vagrant died twice. And the workers are not really being drilled here. Oh, here we go. A little bit of something. He's still not killing these. Oh, my God.
No.
He still didn't kill the Zets in the top. Not that it really would have mattered, I don't think. But this is just about over.
Shambler gets to see that gas pathing before the end.
A little bit.
I put him out of his misery. He doesn't have to think about it anymore.
Oh, the Vagrant lost all of its shields before it could even get an attack off. Oh, it's a micro. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Form a wall. Form the wall.
Hey,
no, you didn't form the wall.
Oh, no, the Dragon.
You decollided further into it.
Oh, my God. Oof.
His gooey, sticky Miku blood is on your hands.
Quick, go back. Quick, make workers. You got you have 500. Oh. Make anything. You've got 500. Oh, no, it's dead. Oh, is it?
Dude, just go for Star Sovereigns.
No, he's dead.
I thought you said 3.
Yeah, that's what everybody thinks he says. I cannot.
I hate what medicine has done to my brain. I feel like I'm the one on Prozac now.
Well, so are the workers that still exist here. They need some drugs to help them get through this.
One of the workers has 2 kills.
And there we go. A 2-0 start for Shambler. Things going to spec. And it's not really working out for 3 Crow, who will select the 3rd match. Now, it is going to be Highwater, so there is a little bit of variance here. There's going to be 4 spawns. The question really is...
Where is Main Street?
Oh, yeah, that is the real question. Yeah, Veek's got the right idea. 3 Crow needs to come in strong and just bop this, man.
These matches were just to lull Shambler into a false sense of security.
Really, I think all the static defense he built lulled him into a false sense of security. 3 Crow,
yes.
Very hell-bent
For
on
us, defense is surprisingly inefficient at killing Zethvor.
Yes. Yeah, it's because of the
There's a lot of health
snare.
to go between them.
Yeah. So, and obviously the tankiness of the Vorbs, yeah. So, Shambler is in the bottom left, and 3 Crows in the top right. This is cross spawns on Highwater, so you'd think there'd be a little bit of
cross spawn all day.
Yeah. I think there would be a little bit of added security to this.
No. He's going to build an engram first.
I think he'll be able to. Again, the very hyper-defensive pylon. I understand that nobody wants to put in the effort necessarily to figure out walls, but like this is 100% wallable here on the low ground. If he was really worried about Zeth specifically, he can wall there and just put some Drax.
I tried to wall there, and I thought I could wall it, and I got spanked.
You just need the gateway on below the pylon. Or sorry, above the pylon. The pylon below the gateway. You do that.
Even you don't know the right way to wall it. I don't trust you. You're misleading me. You just want to just build nothing but Patros in front of my base again. God damn it.
Yeah, it was on this map.
I can't believe
I think it was these
like
spawns.
5 engrams to kill you.
Yeah, it was even cross spawn, dude. After a certain point, you realize, oh, quasi only is not going to win. I need static defense to do more damage. So that's what you start to do. It's good.
It was just like anytime I tried to do anything, you were just there suiciding like 50 units for like 10 workers.
It was a worthwhile trade
because
I had more
because
stuff.
that was too bad.
Yeah, I had plenty of units and plenty of hatches and plenty of workers. Unlike the Shambler, who is only at 12, by the way, workers, but he is getting a hatch.
It's the Hatcherosk first build. Shambler has broken the trend. Avant-garde, new tactics, never before seen. I hope he goes for an expand after this, honestly. Wow. I would honestly consider, especially if I scout that my opponent is not adjacent.
And also is probably going to add a static defense structure pretty soon. I mean, he's got a lattice coming, and it's going to be a Draken.
Just build like one Spraith, just to be 100% sure a single vassal doesn't kill you. And then just build the expansion, and then go straight to tier 2.
Yeah, I wonder what 3-Crow would even do in this situation. Well, he is going to be making his lattice. He can't get too down on himself. This is his time to shine. He's got a SimCity that doesn't involve destroying his own gas pathing. And it will be an idle. Well, so he's going to go for some splash. Coming. The end scout for Shambler.
Neblime's game, or Hupsaiya's game. Man, I'm going to get everyone's names confused today. Holy fuck.
Don't worry.
It is a fast... It's a fast kegger in this fucking mineral line. I wonder if he just suspects that 3-Crows one day is just going to like triple lattice all in vassal. I can attest to how terrifying it is to deal with, but...
Yeah, so can it depends, remember? You appreciated my offering to you as the 3 Legionnaires stuck in there, just rotating endlessly.
That fucking spinning violently.
Yeah, I made after one of them got stuck. I knew I could fix this, but actually, it's better if I don't.
Is it bad that I just expected Shambler's Derelict to immediately turn into a proxy hedge? Because that is like the only thing I've ever seen on this map.
It should happen.
In the Keen game.
It should happen. But and he's got the money.
I mean, let's think about it. Like, how soon is 3-Crow going to move out of his base?
Right.
He might try to move out fast, but it's not a charlatan. He's like all in defensive. So you could try to gamble that and be like, oh, he might not move out that quickly. I mean, at least you can build the Hatcherosk in that high ground base. He's almost assuredly never going to scout that. And then by the time he does, you've built like 18 circuits there, and all of your tech is in there. So now you've got Enos playing the game, and now it's a 2v1, and he's doing nothing but building quasis too.
How can you possibly hold against that? We should have like.
I mean, at that point, you just win the psychological war.
There actually should be like a game mode where you do like 2v1, but the 2 can't mine gas.
You would just see so many 6 pulls and proxies. It would just be one of the most disgusting things. You should do it.
Well, never mind what I said about gas pathing.
Look at this Shambler's fucking... It's not quite what I was saying, but it's like dangerously close. This is definitely like flying too close to the sun here.
Well, he knows that his opponent is kind of like, for one, he's cross spawn. For another,
I hope Shambler does nothing but make Droleth for the entire match.
Yeah, why not?
That's just all he does is just Droleth up. Like he's got to have at least one Neblime call out here.
Yeah, I mean
he can build a quasi once he has 200 Droleth.
This gas pathing is killing me. Goes all the way around the gateway. Just move him to the right, brother. Just move him to the right, brother. You can do it.
You know, oftentimes when I see that, I'm just like too disgusted. I feel like I can't interact with it, so I don't. I might like and send one additional worker there just out of frustration.
Yeah, but then the new one that you send over there is more efficient, so you can take the other one off. It's easy. Easy.
Yeah, but that's still interacting with it. You know, you'd rather just like bury the problem like Blizzard does.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, a second Spraith. He's really paranoid about Mass Vassal. Kind of makes sense. Got the pair of Naths to scout.
Never know.
His classic Shambler Droleth is scoping out the front gate. I mean, he's got all the info he possibly needs as soon as he flies over.
He comes in. He sees nothing in here. It's the same as right when he left it.
Yeah.
Now he sees the army.
He sees a Nexus starting.
Almost 1 health damage.
We like that.
Annihilated.
We like that.
What
too.
would Shambler do? Build more workers.
Yeah, he could take another base. I mean, he's already double the worker count, so.
Yeah, just take every base. Dude, he can't kill you if he can't die. This is what I was talking about earlier, is that when you recognize this and you play against it, you can just do the same kind of shit I do, just not retardedly. So you just like take every base on the map in like a fraction of the time, and before you know it, it's 23 to 53 workers, and you're never punished for it.
My God, man. The worker
just in a lot of cases where I tried to do that, suddenly Solarians appeared and I couldn't stop the Solarian push. But that's not what's happening here. This is very like, man, I got spanked every single time I tried to attack the Zerg. I better not go and attack the Zerg. Or even so much as scout the Zerg until I'm 100% sure I can win. And while you hypothetically could do that, like you could expand all across the map yourself because Shambler literally has 0 military units 7 minutes into the game. It's still like his momentum is picking up pace faster than yours, so you're not really quite abusing that lull either.
I can't believe he actually has 0 military.
He doesn't need them, dude. He's got Drolets. That's the same thing.
Yeah, Neblime is
just
smiling.
better.
Dude, like, honestly, I'm really surprised Neblime is Terran, because as Zerg, you can hit like 200, 300 workers way faster than the other races. Think about it. Tier 2 on the way? You know, normally Tier 2 on the way at 7 minutes, that's pretty early. But honestly, given the circumstances, I think Shambler could have hit it a lot earlier. My record is like 12 minutes I start Tier 3. That was when it gets dead.
I mean, if you watch those games I played against Neblime, you're going to see a very fast Tier 3.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And it doesn't do me any good. But it is a very funny game that shows that, you know, there is a world where that can happen if you're too lax. And I was very close to actuating it.
Interesting. Okay. Well, a 4th base on the way for Shambler. Grabbing the double gas base. Ancestral Archives and Rogue Galleries.
You know, I want Shambler to just go Tier 3.
Well, it's Tier 2. His Tier 2 just finished.
Take every bit. Look at all these. He's like building Hatchross just to try to keep his minerals down.
Yeah. Adding more and more.
Now, if he caps his gas, he can go for Tier 3 here, and he can be Tier 3.
Dude, he might beat my record.
There isn't Ancestral Archives here.
I think he's just going to end it.
Can't do anything with it yet.
Yeah.
He's not harvesting from the ridge in his Nat, and he's not building any workers from the Nat. Like, that now he is. I feel like people just forget to, like, hotkey their structures all in one.
Yeah, for town
just
centers.
Take advantage of that.
Absolutely.
Shambler now only has 1 military unit because it died.
Yeah, one of his Nats died. So he's just patrolling over here. Really, he could replace that with a worker. A worker could do the job better.
Yeah, I turn it all into Cavalros. He's going to end this in Tier 2. No balls. No balls. Well, Shambler, you should treat this as a challenge run. You cannot build any military unit until Tier 3. And you have to have every tech building.
Yeah.
And only then can you start building military units.
That's right.
I mean, it's 37 to 110 workers. This is very reminiscent of that Hupsaiya game. Just that there was the threat that Hupsaiya was going to do something at some point.
Yeah. Well, 3Crow's got a lot of minerals, but not very much gas, and he's only now started harvesting from the ridge. No interest in capping.
If he sits here just massing nothing but like Patriarchs and up Tectons, it suddenly becomes really stupid to actually attack him. But, I mean, I think Shambler is just going to have so many units it's not going to make a difference. He's finally going to look to make a 3rd. He's been left alone for so long, he must suspect something is wrong. Like, I'm not dying. I'm not being harassed.
This is more scary than if you're actively being attacked, because at least then you know what your opponent is doing, right?
Like, if Shambler is being non-aggressive,
yeah,
I assume either like he died from a blood clot, or it really is just teching straight up to Tier 3. And I mean, if Shambler did not make those Cavalosks and didn't invest in all this other gas, then yeah, he could have just gone straight to Tier 3.
Well, it will be Calculusks right now.
Killing him with Calculusks is just, there's no balls. No balls.
There's plenty of balls. They attack with so many balls.
You got to build those Tetsurakors that just are like flying Ultralisks that we've seen like a single time.
Ah, the Tech.
I think I've seen them
the
twice.
Tech-Aerocor, the one that creates Rillisks when it attacks. The ranged brute spawn, the flying ones. Well,
those things are ridiculous. If Convolus still spawn those, they would be actually broken. Especially against vassals where you build like 50 vassals and suddenly you've created 50 other vassals.
Dude, 10 minutes
just keep spawning.
Dude, 10 minutes into the game, the worker has died. The worker scout has finally died.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Worker Scout. These Calculusks are not going to do anything against the multiple Patriarchs and other units here. I don't know.
Well, they're all the way down. If they attack the main as he moves out, which of course they will, because 3Crow is never lucky. Hashtag never
timing,
lucky.
This is E-hand timing of the inverse nature. Yeah. He's going to get so much more damage out of this than he should. I mean, he can just go for the workers, too.
I was kind of expecting him to do that. I mean, the 4 armor on the Ancestral Archives makes it not a great target. And
I mean, if he's not going to kill you, you may as well kill the most expensive thing he owns, I guess.
I guess, but...
He is ignoring them. Oh, my God, there's quasis.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, make the quasilisk.
Make more quasis.
Oh, he lost
no,
his
those aren't quasis. God damn it, Shambler.
Chad.
That's not a quasi. You got to build only quasi. Nothing but quasi, so quasi me, God. Fucking ancestor.
Dude, how did he
ran away
from
an idol in a Charlotte?
How did he lose that? He's done that just to come over
map.
here. Oh, I forgot. 3Crow doesn't even know where this guy is. He never even scouted him. This is his scout at 12 minutes.
Why would you scout?
Dude, I forgot. So he steps on that base.
I was gonna ask earlier. Did he even scout?
No.
No, that's a stupid question.
No,
why would I even ask?
Of course not.
Oh my God, he made Lyrilisks.
Pog.
He has
Wiggle?
other wiggly things.
Wiggle.
Wiggle.
The wiggle
Here
is
comes
occurring.
the wiggles, and they have high ground.
He's got cliff advantage. He's gonna get that +2 range. What can you do?
48 to 121 workers, mind you. Oh my God.
More like mine.
Oh my God, he has more quasis than 3Crow has workers.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
It's too much. That's his entire army.
Oh, the tickling.
He had no Uptectons to deal with the ground.
The tickling. The Patriarch is killing quasi after quasi, but now the fatties have arrived. It takes them so long to kill the Patriarch, but it does.
GG. Oh, that was an interesting way to close.
Not gonna force Shambler to grind through a wall of matrices? I had better things to do.
Well, I suppose that's just the nature of the beast. The Shambler moves on unfazed. I was kind of hoping that there would be some silly cheese that happened, but 3Crow wanted to play super standard that game, it felt like.
Yeah. I mean, that's about as standard as you can get. Just build nothing but Drolats for like 10 minutes into the game.
Well, yeah, I mean, insofar as for standard for 3Crow, he's very, very defensive in that situation. But that does mean we will get that fated matchup we were talking about, right? Hupsaiya will move on after Hamster, and now we have the Shambler confirming his spot in upper semifinal 2. So that's going to be an early rematch from Group D, where the Shambler did get the better of him pretty convincingly 2-0. I just wonder what that means for the upper bracket. But meanwhile, again...
Dude, I'm watching
go ahead.
Veek versus Neblime, and it was literally traveling at 1 frame a second.
Oh, nice. We love to see that.
Yeah, I'm very, very interested to see Hupsaiya versus Shambler. I don't know if Shambler is going to be able to spend 10 minutes making nothing but Drolats again. I sure hope so, but... I feel like watching that some of the cases where Hupsaiya is not super aggressive could lead to some really interesting interactions because he's a lot more keen to take bases during that.
Right.
Like you saw that in Sideshow against Hamster where he was just taking a third behind sniping the base. And I don't think I've ever really seen too many people like be kind of like ping-ponging like that too often. So it could be interesting to see if he manages to pull that off against Shambler, how Shambler responds to that, because Shambler is he can be unhinged by certain interactions like that. Like the hidden bases was one that always got him. Like those are the games that I would win as much as mistakes. And other bullshit like that. Taking it out, making it base, and then you get needle pointed on him. When you expect an opponent to keep consistently engaging in a certain way and they don't, there's the possibility that also causes him some headaches. So it'll definitely be also a test for Hupsaiya's game knowledge and general flexibility at that point, because Shambler is going to play differently than Hamster does, especially in the mid game. Like I don't think Shambler is going to be like spamming Protathlors against Argosy, for example. So, and he also will. I'm not really sure. Like Shambler often does not rush for tier 3. Like, in that game, I would have just rushed for tier 3 at that point.
Yeah.
Hell, why not?
Yeah.
But, like, Shambler really focuses a lot on tier 2, often even for prolonged periods of time. So,
yeah,
he did need tier 3
think
to
all
defeat
players,
Hupsaiya in one of the matches.
Yeah, I think every player in this situation... we still are super early into this, by which I mean we don't really know what the meta looks like. Like we don't really know what the full breadth of tier 2 is, let alone tier 3, which doesn't get made nearly as often by comparison. I think most games between even skill players will go to tier 2, maybe the border of tier 3 now, which is cool to see because it means that things are stabilizing, people are getting more competitive, and the game is balanced enough that it's not like an instant swing win as soon as like somebody hits tier 2 on one race or whatever. So that's interesting. It's like both the player skill being balanced and the game itself allowing for that sort of thing. But with the Shambler taking this game and moving on to face Hupsaiya, it does feel to me like we're in a pretty good spot for a very exciting upper semifinal. And for 3Crow to face off against Hamster after just capitulating to the Shambler Zerg, that's not going to feel too good for him. Because now he's got to face, a guy who made it to the grand finals last tournament in order to continue in the tournament and, most importantly, get invited back after. So his personal goal of not having to go through the gauntlet, that's looking pretty hard now. It's looking maybe, I don't know if it's harder to go up against Hamster. I mean, I figure maybe Hamster's worse versus Protoss, particularly in the mid game. So, like, if you can get that tech up, which 3Crow has been able to do, and even in the games against the Shambler, you look at that, you think, okay, maybe he can still do something. So it's not hopeless, but it's definitely not the hopeful match that he would have liked. If this was the opposite side of the bracket, and then like 3Crow went up against, say, Veek, I wouldn't put much confidence in his PvP against iSarCasm because we saw that matchup in Group C already. But maybe he can get Veek off of his center by doing some really weird proxy rush cheese or something. I almost feel like 3Crow should return to that, as he hasn't played anything that's super surprising. But in PvP, it's like a little bit more of a coin flip. Like, okay, maybe I can do a Mind Tyrant rush like I did against Dead Infested all the way back in the last tournament, and maybe I can do, I don't know, some crazy thing where I use Potentates, which were surprisingly effective against even Solarians, right? It's like, okay, well, maybe I can do something like that. But against Zerg, particularly against Zerg that have that ability to flip the switch and go all in the early stages of the game, that's going to make you either play from behind by building a lot of static defense in the main, or it's going to make you play from the perspective of, well, maybe I'm just going to be risky, and then you might die, and then you might tilt or whatever, right? So you might lose faith. You might lose the ability to feel like you can do something. And I feel like that is going to be a thorn in 3Crow's side going forward. So, yeah, comparing the two players here, we are going to head on back to take a look at that lower bracket, which is now starting to transition into a later stage where we can actually see some matches. Btyb will face the loser of iSarCasm versus Veek in Elimination 1A. That will be Saturday. And then Elimination 1B, Hamster versus 3Crow. That is decided now. And you have to say that whoever makes it out of the whoever meets Btyb out of the second quarterfinal match, which we'll play on Saturday as well, is probably favored. Although I'd say that maybe Btyb, again, it's going to be Protoss versus Protoss no matter what. Maybe then it can be a little coin flippy. He could do some damage. But 3Crow, I am not liking his chances against Hamster.
Yeah, no, Hamster may have struggled against Hupsaiya, but Hupsaiya's strengths are precisely where 3Crow's weaknesses are. So he won't have to worry too much about having to deal with the the multitasking of losing half of his economy to vassals in the midst of a bunch of proxies and stuff like that. So
yeah, like Hupsaiya gave him a template in theory to defeat him, but only on maybe specific maps or with specific early games. And also Hamster has shown that he's very good at like adapting on the fly. Even when losing to Mystery Meat in that 4-0, it didn't really tell the full story because Hamster was getting better and better at combating what Mystery Meat was doing game after game, and Mystery Meat had to work harder and harder every single game, especially that last one where he decided to pivot away from the strategy altogether, perhaps because he feared that a response could come from Hamster. We talked a little bit about that in the closing interview of that particular tournament, but it's like when we consider it from that perspective, like, yeah, Hamster may have struggled versus Hupsaiya, as you're saying, but he also took him to 5 games. And that's a player that we would say is significantly stronger than 3Crow, just based on the mechanics. And maybe also like the understanding of what to do in an RTS, like the mind space and the ability to multitask and focus and maintain that focus throughout a potentially long series.
Plus, it wasn't something you could really prepare for. Like, if you were watching Hupsaiya's games that I casted or you casted, they're very, very, and the games that he played in the group stages, they're super different games than what he played in that.
Yes, yeah.
Like the whole, it's almost like a different person is playing them because the whole approach and mindset is completely different. So you can't even really have practice against it.
Yeah, and I think it was exciting for that reason, right? Now Hupsaiya moving on, I don't know if he makes it past the Shambler. We can take another look at that upper bracket as well because we are starting to see some of those matches take shape. If I had to predict the victor of quarterfinal number 2, I have to give the edge to iSarCasm. He made it out with less fuss out of the gauntlet than Veek did. Vik was taken to 5 games by Sipiak, obviously, in the lower one, and obviously taken to 5 games, but lost versus Newt. Whereas iSarCasm dropped 1 map the entire time, and it was to Hupsaiya, who, again, like you're saying, looks like to be in better form now. But at the time, it seemed like the mirror matchup kind of got the better of him. So iSarCasm will probably go up against neblime, which is actually a matchup they've been playing against each other anyway, because their availability does actually overlap a little bit. So definitely some room there where they can get some practice in on each other. And, it's interesting. I don't know if that... I mentioned that to neblime. I was like, yeah, you got to give iSarCasm practice for all the other Terrans in this tournament. There's none. This is just you. So he's kind of training him up inadvertently, but who knows what's really going on in those matches. At the same time, regardless of who makes it over there, it does seem like neblime will have the edge. So we could be on for like either a neblime Hupsaiya or a neblime Shambler upper final as this bracket continues to proceed.
Yeah. It'll be I think that the Shambler Hupsaiya matchup will be very valuable for Hupsaiya, regardless if he wins or loses, because it'll really like give him, like, especially now that he's grounded himself, it'll give him an idea of where he needs to improve, and now that he will have a direction to move in, you'll probably see like continual growth from that point. So it is certainly important, like when you reach this kind of a point where you kind of like get the feel for something, to know where you need to improve. And like with that last game with Hamster, that would have been dealing with Zerg tier 3, but it didn't reach that point. If it reaches that point with Shambler, which it might, if the other games that I've seen between them or otherwise heard of them is to go by, then like that will be, returning back to the problems that he had before, where he was losing against Shambler before, and maybe he'll be able to adapt from that point and learn from that point. So that'll definitely be a very interesting match, and definitely very valuable for him either way.
Well, we will have to wait and see, but I agree with your assessment. I think considering we've got the double elimination, right, and Hupsaiya still has his second tournament life, that is going to mean that if he falls to the Shambler, it'll be valuable experience versus Zerg, who he's likely to face, right? If we think about it, if Hupsaiya falls against the Shambler and Hamster makes it past 3 Crow, then that means that it's going to be a rematch where Hamster will take on Hupsaiya again in the lower bracket. And that's going to be an elimination 2B. Like, that's before we even hit the later stages. Again, this goes back to what we were saying at the end of the third quarterfinal, right? After Hupsaiya versus Hamster was casted, we said to ourselves, damn, like, we don't normally get a competitive series like this in the quarterfinals, in the opening round of playoffs. And this being the trend where more and more of those are happening earlier and earlier in the tournament, we even had like a pretty competitive Group A, for example, and some really interesting matches out of the other groups as well. I don't know. I think it's really cool to see and to have that be in action. I just look at that and I think to myself, damn, like, what's going to happen in future tournaments even beyond this? If Hupsaiya decides to stick with the project and continue playing it, if, obviously like neblime and the Shambler are going to value the experience playing against a pretty good player in that respect. And then on top of it all, we still have Hamster in the lower bracket who could easily, theoretically, make the run. I mean, maybe not easily is the wrong word there, but I could conceive of it. And we still have Vik and iSarCasm to figure out as far as who's going to go live with that. So, like, there's still a lot of players here, and the number of players, of course, is just going to continuously grow week after week, month after month. So the complexion of the competitive player base is only getting more interesting to look at, and I think it's you need to look no further for evidence of that than some of these matches that we casted today.
Yeah, it's definitely, the growth is exciting to see. I haven't followed competitive RTS stuff since I was doing casting for Starcraft 2, which was over 10 years ago now. So while I worked with Starcraft 2 in projects, they were mostly single player up until 2019, the competitive scene hasn't really like held much interest to me. But now it's kind of become a core part of my every week now. And it is like, growing up with it is different than walking into something that's already established.
That's right, yeah.
And it, like, seeing it and seeing the players come in and seeing them grow and evolve is definitely very exciting. And like, we have all levels of play in here. Obviously, some of the matches are kind of one-sided, but there can still be pretty funny and still pretty entertaining. And I still think most of the players will come out of it having learned something.
Yeah.
It's like, it's just exciting to see. And especially when like the 4th race gets added, that's going to be a very interesting time. It's going to lead to a lot of volatility, and it'll also it'll really change the competitive sphere a lot too. Like, just regardless, this is fucking stupid when I'm watching it. And it's like workers repairing each other as they're attacking scribes and everything. And that will definitely be like, it'll be a large milestone, I think.
Yeah,
because you're gonna go from something that has a competitive footing into having another race. And you're already building momentum, and the players are now they're going to have to relearn a lot of stuff, and you're going to have a lot of balanced discussions and so on and so forth.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
But you're going to come out
can't
stronger
wait for that.
it, right? Yeah, you're going to come out stronger for it. It's going to be something that hasn't really been done before. It's bringing something that massive into the competitive scene, other than like, I guess like the closest I can think of would be like Age of Empires expansions or something like that. But I think Age of Empires 2 competitive play only really started to take off after it was. Like the expansions and everything released.
Yeah, and the remasters.
Plus the races are not so different.
Yeah.
That it doesn't really change that much. So, absolutely, as you're definitely going to have this thing where like these class 2 players. Like at my stage, I'm not sure I could even get through the gauntlet. And just like the new players that came in, like when I played against Newt, that was like one of his earliest games. And, like, I barely beat him. And he had fucked his gas or something like that. And he wasn't harvesting gas for most of the match.
Right, yeah.
And it took him forever to hit tier 2. I needed tier 3 to beat him. And it was obvious, like, I would have to shape up a lot. But I still feel like I can be competitive with a good chunk of the players that were here before.
Oh, another thing about the gauntlet,
especially if I had, like...
is just that the players, many of the players who made it in, of the players who qualified conventionally, like the top 4 of the gauntlet, because Sipiak obviously was sort of grandfathered in to replace Mystery Meat, and he was eliminated in groups, but only Newt was eliminated in groups out of the top 4 of the gauntlet, right? iSarCasm, Veek, and Hupsaiya are all in playoffs, and Hupsaiya obviously doing very well. So, and one of the other 2 is going to move on into the upper bracket, while the other one will still have an opportunity to continue in the tournament. So there's a strong possibility that 3 out of the 4 players that qualified out of the gauntlet are going to receive an invite next tournament, which means they won't even be in the gauntlet, right? So, like, that also changes the picture. If
now pushes people out of the current,
right.
Like, I forget the name of it, the invites into the gauntlet again.
Yes.
So you're gonna see that cycle until that invitation becomes very, very exclusive.
Yep.
And that's probably gonna happen as soon as the next tournament, honestly.
Yeah.
Because let's say like Hupsaiya, Veek, Hamster, so on and so forth, all these players end up, crowding out into that, and then push, like, let's say as an example, like Hamster gets pushed out into the gauntlet, and neblime gets pushed out in the gauntlet, as an example. How many of the other players are actually going to be able to defeat Hamster or neblime to get back into the group stages, right?
Yeah.
Like, I can't really think of too many. So, like, it's definitely going to get, and when you start seeing players like Hamster and Hupsaiya and stuff like that playing in this, it's going to draw more people into it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
they're going to see the high level.
Especially because Hupsaiya is like streaming. Like, I guess he has some kind of notorious background in Hamster running or whatever. But he was what, like top 20 Protoss or something in Grandmaster right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I saw his stream thing going for like top 16 or something. So I'm assuming he's around top 20 or something like that. So, regardless of whatever background or relationship he has with anybody else, that's still like one of the more significant names at that bracket. And then you're going to see them playing, and it's like people like Tasteless and Artosis are dodging you explicitly because they're afraid of this. Because they are paid shills for these shitty mobile games that they're trying to pass off as RTSs. And the second that they validate something that's actually trying to be an RTS, it kills their entire business model. But eventually, people are going to notice these high-end players playing this, and especially other high-end players. Because the thing about competition is all humans by design are competitive creatures. They're drawn to competition. Actions always speak louder than words, and when you have the action of in higher-level competitions like this, it feeds off of itself. And more people are going to see this, because, I mean, that was the allure for Brood War. Yep. Brood War's entire existence is owed to that very concept. And that's just something that these phone developers just don't get. They don't understand how competitive platforms work, how they are fostered and how they grow. And they start off with stuff like this. And goddamn, the flying watchdogs, man. When
And that's how you know it's the greatest game. Motion. It's got flying structures.
It's you get to watch that come up from the grassroots really, and just see it start to take shape, and it's just it's great to see like this higher level of play. Like we're not really like at the 300 APM. Like Immortal Marines, kind of like Korean style play yet.
Oh, and imagine how much better it'll be when they can consistently micro it because there's no random order delay and stuff, right? So, we're freeing up more space for really good players to separate themselves. And I think, honestly, you're probably going to see that with Hupsaiya. Like, I would not be surprised if, 2 weeks from now, we're reflecting over the holidays and all this other shit, and it's like, Hupsaiya was the champion, or took him to game 7, whoever he faced. I would not be surprised if somebody with that level of RTS background and skill is capable of excelling here and doing things that we never saw possible. Again, I never saw vassals used with a heavy air army in the mid game. I never saw that level of the next army. In the context
just
of
not amazingly competently, I guess.
But I'm thinking of there was 60 of them in that fight. That's a lot of units. That's the number of units that most people would make in the past for a big army, and Hupsaiya is doing that plus the 20 or 30 other units that he's got mixed in there. So we're now seeing something close to triple digit armies in terms of and it's in an even game, a game that isn't just super one-sided where for some reason Keen makes 90 quasis and doesn't attack Shambler. That's not the case anymore, right? We're starting to see these really high level things, and I think people should be taking notice, right? And so they will. It's definitely going to catch people's eyes, especially if we the tournaments become a little bit more exclusive for the 1v1 side. That's just going to draw more attention to them eventually. We're still going to have them regularly enough in the next year. And with the level of play going up as well, it's going to be more exciting. More people are going to be tuning in. I think it's inevitable, right? So it's really exciting, in particular to the idea, obviously a lot of people are entrenched. It's not just Tasteless and Artosis that are entrenched into the games that they already have, plus the business connections they have. It's also, you got to think about it who else would be interested in playing this? Well, maybe some professional tier players or high level, semi-pros or amateurs in that sense. Well, they're also kind of entrenched into Brood War or Starcraft 2 or whatever they're playing these days. And they have to be initially, Hupsaiya sought us out. It wasn't the other way around. We happened to notice he was streaming one day, but he joined the server on his own and put himself on the Fraud Monarch role and gave himself, was open to the interesting in the project. He found it somehow, saw some video of Moon Hunter, anchor cheesing Hamster or something, and was like, holy shit, you can do that? And then, he read up on the project and saw the details. And so he signs up. People who are open to it are going to be the first ones to fall. And then people realizing that those other people are open to it are going to be like, oh shit, there's stuff you can do in this. Actually, just yesterday, there was a StarCraft 2 streamer that I was looking at who hosted or rated Hupsaiya at the end of his stream, and Hupsaiya told him to download this project. I don't think he did, but just the fact that he's just shilling it out for us, basically spreading the word for us, is pretty cool. And the fact that when people see, okay, whatever his reputation might be in terms of his personality, the fact is he's still a high level player, like you're saying. If he's competing in this stuff, if he's finding success in it, especially if you're a rival of this guy and you're like, dude, I could beat Hupsaiya. Who is this guy anyway? And then, you see him maybe winning a tournament or getting close or something. You're like, dude, I could win this tournament easy. Well, yeah, come on and prove it, dude. See what's up. So there's definitely lots of different interplay between the communities that can be really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, even I still think the idea of a class 2 tournament would be pretty funny.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think it would be very cheesy, which would be great. It's
well, more of Btyb versus Sipiak, right? Just that.
The entertainment. There's entertainment in all walks. Like I said, when I was casting StarCraft 2, I did do professional matches, but I found them really boring because they were super predictable and very one-sided. Yeah. The professional StarCraft 2 just wasn't interesting to watch. But man, you mean some of those stupid cheesy FFAs and the Planetary Fortress rushes and the proxies and shit like that. That's just the bee's knees. And in this, you've already got the both worlds going on. You've got the higher level matches, and you've got the fucking worker pulls and the proxies, and just this absolute lunacy. And there's build it and they will come, and they have definitely come, and they've brought the autism and everything with them, and that's always going to be entertaining. You don't even have to play the project to enjoy those matches. They're just so silly that it just transcends it, right?
Yeah, I would say so. You just look at it, you see those ridiculous games I played against It Depends, you see the scribe poll where, or even sometimes it can even be hype, as silly as it is. It's like the game between Btyb and Sipiak that we're referencing from Group B, or the qualifying match, Game 3 of Veek 7 versus Newt, and Newt is down 0-2, and he just decides, fuck it, dude, I'm pulling the Masons, get the boys off the line, and he starts this comeback that way. Like, that's crazy stuff. And you don't need to really, like, as long as you're passively familiar with RTS, you can kind of instantly see, holy shit, like, that was not expected. There's no way that should have been the dub. So,
yeah, there's a lot of room for growth and a lot of room for more entertainment. I definitely want to see, like, the team and FFA tournaments as well. The team ones in particular would be difficult to balance, but
I think it would be possible. You just have to seed them in, right? So
you really have to. You have to like have some executive decision making. Otherwise, you're just gonna have like completely stacked like, two groups.
Mystery meet neblime or something. Just like, all right,
it'll just be a disaster. Literally, it'll just be the Mason building game.
Yeah, I don't know.
Just like two guys doing squats outside of your door, grunting and sweating and like stacking boxes or something.
The classic moves. Well, my dog is barking very loudly, so I think that might be the opportunity for us to close out our discussion. But definitely exciting stuff, and I can't wait to see how this tournament goes on. I've been guilty in the past of saying, dude, I'm so excited for the next tournament. And I am, obviously, but the next tournament is far enough away that it's easier for me to just super tunnel vision onto this one and say, God damn, this is looking good. I'm looking forward to these matches as time goes on. I will be sad to say bye to Btyb and 3Crow if they are the ones to end up exiting without a win. And I will be there'll be a little bit of pain if I cast them out of the gauntlet like that. But I think we are seeing a very clear delineation between the top players and the sort of tier 2 players, if you want to call them that.
Yeah.
So it seems only right to separate them out, to really celebrate the higher tier, higher echelon. And again, it's going to be hard for them too. Like, imagine if we get 6 more players of the same caliber, but still only 6 of them are going to be able to make an invite back. Well, the gauntlet's going to be stacked every time, but still, there's still room for more. You know, there's always room for more. So if it ends up being that much of like the current plan, like I said, is 1 tournament every other month. And we'll probably kick off in February or March for the first tournament, depending on how many things we can knock off the stuff to do over the break list. But if the tournaments still keep going in terms of, people who are really interested in doing it, and it really, the demand is really there, then we could absolutely see a little bit more frequency later on as things go in. It's really just a question of how much other things can we do, right? We're also going to be developing that 4th race. We're going to be developing more content, single player and otherwise. We're going to be obviously adding more features and improving the quality of life, so to speak. Not in the Stormgate sense where they just make everything automated, but you know what I mean. Improving the installation process for new players, making sure that people can update a little bit easier, maybe overhauling how that works. So,
oh no, your architects are move commanded onto a steward and they're diving into the sentinels. Oh my god, Veek.
Bottom.
Oh, that was tragic. He still won, but all of his architects killed themselves. That was so horrible. See, that's what I mean. Like, you can't get this kind of entertainment anywhere else. It's glorious. It's absolutely beautiful. And yeah, when the lore players get absolutely annihilated, hopefully, you treat it as a learning experience, right? Like, I learned StarCraft by playing against one of the CC players who was, at that time, it would have been like me playing against Hupsaiya nonstop. And it was just awful. Like, he would refuse to build siege tanks, and then I might beat him as Protoss, where siege tanks are like their entire cornerstone against them. And it would be like barely surviving against like Goliath. And that was like one of the only times I ever won against him. Until way later on, I finally improved enough that, I was able to do the patrol micro moving attack with like Corsairs and everything.
Yeah.
My micro was really in shape at that point. Like today, it was just I can't even play the game at this point compared to back then. It was incomparably different. And then I finally took a round off of him when I was able to like chase groups of Melis across the map, just killing them with Corsairs, and they can never get away from me. And it was like, that's how I learned, is by losing incessantly over and over and over and over and over and over. And then gradually I figured it out. Now, I've seen a lot of people that say, like, oh, I'm not going to learn anything by just getting raffle stomped. But you are learning. Like,
yeah.
as long as you're putting in the time and analyzing why you're losing. Like, let's say like in Three Crow's case against Shambler, where I think it was Derelict, and he attacked, and he just gets absolutely annihilated by Zathvorv again. And he worked so hard building so many matrices to try to avoid that. And it's like, how do you have so many units? And I was going to say earlier in the match, it's like he's going to do this thing, this timing push, but he's so far across the map that Zerg can just prepare for it. And that is basically precisely what happened. Is rather than investing in like the stack defense and stuff like that, Shambler just went for eco and then built units as he was transferring across the map. And that's kind of why that happened. And like that's the advantage that Zerg has in that particular case. So I'm going to tell Vik about his architects.
And with that, I think we can probably close things down. It was a nice 4.5 hour session. We managed to get through most of the quarterfinals. We will, of course, be coming back to smash out additional games in only 2 days' time. So it's going to be pretty exciting. I myself, after some presumed dumb phone posting in about an hour, I will be back in maybe 2-3 hours and do some streaming where I continue to work on improving the AI because they are a bit silly. But it will be very nice to have a bit more content, a bit more single player and co-op stuff.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that AI stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, not just because I'm really interested in actually seeing how Three Crow's AI stuff, but also because when I inevitably catch up on my other work and I start looking at SEM draft in this campaign, having more functional AI, less buggy, you know, actually building caps and stuff like that will be a great boon to making them build nothing but quasilisks.
Well,
because that's first thing I'm going to do is just cover the map in Hatros, build nothing but quasilisks. It'll be the Zishi build.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes. So it's definitely possible. I would love to see that. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. I mean, I'm definitely I was planning on improving them anyway over the break, but he kind of just sent money at me and told me to do it faster. So, hey, I will do that, and Three Crow can try to practice versus Zerg so he doesn't get owned by Hamster the same way he got owned by Shambler. I sometimes will say just Shambler, and then sometimes I'll say the Hamster because their names are pretty similar. But
the Hambler.
The Hambler. Well, we'll be back in 2 days to get some more casting done. And thank you once again, Mesk, for making the time and joining me. Hopefully you're able to get through the count 'em 5 games on Saturday, because that will be quite the barn burner. A lot of those will be live. I'll be trying to coordinate the times so that we can make sure to get all of those done. And
yeah, I might have D&D, but
right, yeah, we'll see.
If not, then I'll try to make it. I'm trying to push my sleep order so I can make it.
Right. And I appreciate that, because it's not the same with how you laughing at the cheese and the silliness, and also doing the actual analysis and like making sure that you track, because you've seen certain games that I've not seen, and we can sort of complement each other on our player knowledge in that sense, and also see it, bear witness to it as you were describing earlier, see it come up from the grassroots into something that where there's some seriously competitive matches happening. So pretty cool.
Yep. I can't believe they're doing this again.
I can.
The tickling.
The tickling. GG boys.
Tagudo is giving you Tagudo screenshot.
He is, and we'll be taking a look at those very soon.